As polycrisis rains down on the international landscape and winds of turbulence test policymakers, have no fear. GLOBSEC is here to tame the storm. It is my privilege to be reporting from the GLOBSEC Forum, held in Prague and under the auspices of Czech President Petr Pavel. The 19th edition of our flagship conference will be record-breaking. For the next 3 days, I will be delivering you policy highlights and recaps from our top-tier lineup of international speakers and moderators. Follow us on social media and let's get into it. Like tradition, we started the day off with our annual Defense Roundtable, co-hosted by the George C. Marshall European Center for Security, where discussions covered a range of issues like unmanned systems, modern warfare, and European innovation. In concert, another high-level side event on Europe's strategic priorities and tech ambitions took place. The 2024 GLOBSEC Forum was officially opened with welcome remarks from GLOBSEC President and Founder Robert Vass, where he forcefully expressed his optimism about shaping the future, emphasizing that with 2,000 people gathered in Prague, they have the power to steer the world amidst a growing storm, reminding everyone that history sometimes needs a little push. Shortly thereafter, Czech President Petr Pavel took to the stage for a keynote that elaborated on Europe and the world's current security landscape. To wrap up the opening sessions, European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, in her first public address since being elected for a second mandate, announced that she will be appointing a dedicated defense commissioner and declared Central Europe is not only geographically at the heart of Europe, but it is also politically and strategically central to the future of the European Union. Still on the Havel stage, GLOBSEC launched its much-anticipated Geotech Center under the leadership of General John Allen, with inputs from Czech President Petr Pavel, Slovene President Nataša Pirc-Musar, former Estonian President and GLOBSEC board member Kersti Kaljulaid, as well as Microsoft Vice Chair and President Brad Smith. They deconstructed some of the most pressing issues regarding how Europe can navigate emerging technologies like AI and biotechnology while maintaining its values and protecting citizens' rights. A forward-looking defense chat featuring NATO Deputy Secretary Mirka Joanna outlined the alliance's ability to swiftly adapt to shifting geopolitical, economic, and technological landscapes, and called for more collaboration with the private sector. GLOBSEC Young Leaders Forum 2024 kicked off with a roundtable on the pervasive threat of disinformation and its impact on democracy, featuring the Slovene president. Shifting to the Albright stage, a stimulating one-on-one with Microsoft's Brad Smith took place, who shared his expertise on the growing severity of contemporary cyber attacks and the urgent need for building societal resilience alongside developing effective deterrence strategies. To conclude, a mix of eclectic government and NGO voices on the Schwarzenberg stage shared their views on the evolving possibilities when it comes to transatlantic relations ahead of the 2024 American presidential elections. That's a wrap on all the discussion and debate on day one from the 2024 GLOBSEC Forum in Prague. But don't worry, there's much action ahead. Follow us on social media and see you on day two.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Steve Clemons.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Is everybody out running? Feel good? How many have downloaded the GLOBSEC app? Okay. Bad. No? You got to get the GLOBSEC app. How many of you have been to a side forum? We've got a good handful. Are you enjoying them? I hope you are. We're getting a good nod. Well, right now we're going to continue the magnificent momentum we had from yesterday, and I want to tell you about last night first. Some of us got the privilege of being in the magnificent fairy tale castle we had a fantastic tribute evening of the GLOBSEC Award ceremony. We gave leadership awards to European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, also the Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen, who will be on this stage today, and also the very famous and accomplished in memoriam Czech diplomat Martin Povedsil. So it's great. We're going to continue all of that today. And just to give you a flavor of this on the Havel stage, we will also have the President of Finland, Slovenia, as I mentioned, the Prime Minister of Denmark. We're going to have programs on countering Russia's hybrid threats, flashpoints in East Asia, and on Schwarzenberg, next door. We're going to have the future of EU-China relations, priorities for the new European leadership, looking into the EU's enlargement process, which has come up quite a bit in the various sessions. And then on the Albright stage, remember, up the cafe, through the cafe on the other side of the building. Great panel, fantastic. I was up there yesterday quite a bit. Panels on the future of EU defense, and the EU's digital agenda, zooming in on the reality of the ground in Ukraine. And after all of that, if you want to go on a 10K run with me at 3 o'clock, join me at the front, and we can go, go for a nice run. But let me now do something important. We're going to introduce a friend of mine who is the chairman of BPT Partners, the co-founder of BPT Partners, and chairman of the board of the GLOBSEC US Foundation. We have been building GLOBSEC in the United States. I get to co-chair with him the GLOBSEC US initiative. And so what you're seeing here, we're going to build in the United States as well, and I hope you'll be very active with that. So please welcome to the stage my good friend Peter Pudil. Peter?
Dobré ráno, dámy a pánové. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of GLOBSEC, I'm honored to open the second day of the 19th edition of GLOBSEC Forum, which is firstly accommodated in Prague, in my hometown, which I feel even more honored to be here with you. Actually, we had an opportunity to listen inspiring views of many political leaders, experts, and visionaries last day. But I think it's maybe too early to make some summary, but I would just point out one word which I found like a very often and which is like a connecting all topics which was discussed here yesterday. It's technology. Technology is shaping our future. It can bring us a better life, better world, but also it's associated with the risks and fears of the population, which are understandable. And I think that if you look to the agenda of today's program, I think that you can find the topic of technology present in most of the topics, if not in all of them. And I am very much happy that GLOBSEC announced yesterday the new initiative led by the US Foundation, which is a geotech center, which would be focused on that topic in upcoming years under the political leadership of President Havel. So I wish you a really good day. I hope that you had a good night in Prague, elsewhere. But now it's a time to introduce a very special guest, who is a foreign minister of the Czech Republic, Mr. Jan Lipavský.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear friends. It's my pleasure to have the opportunity to speak at the official opening of the second day of the GLOBSEC Forum 2024. And we are very honored to host in Prague the event that has, over the years, established itself as a top venue for discussions about security, foreign policy, freedom, and democracy. We are living in turbulent times, meeting each other and discussing new ways how to defend our countries and societies, their values, and their well-being is increasingly important. One issue will be crucial for Europe's future. That one issue is how we deal with Russia's aggression against the West. The stage from which I'm addressing you today holds the name of the late Czechoslovak and Czech President Václav Havel, and he once said, I quote, "The Russian problem is that it doesn't exactly know where it begins and where it ends." End of the Václav Havel quote. To put it bluntly, Russian imperial ambitions have no limits unless we set them. Ukraine has been bravely resisting Russian aggression for 2.5 years. Ukrainians also fight on our behalf. We must support their fight for freedom and independence politically and militarily. The ammunition initiative we put forward and the response it got from the other countries proved to me that this remains our shared goal. I rest assured that we finally understood that Putin's ultimate goal is to deconstruct and renegotiate the European security architecture, to make it favorable to Russian interests. It is naive to think that if Russia won in Ukraine, its tanks would stop at its western borders. In this twisted vision, the sovereignty and integrity of nearby countries and their citizens' freedom would need to align with the Kremlin's will. Russian victory would mean a fundamentally insecure and volatile Europe. Whether our reasoning is ethical or pragmatic, we need to bear in mind that there is no real prosperity without security. That needs to be our answer to those who advocate for appeasement towards Russia. Resisting Russian imperialism, it is the call of the day. It is also a key part of a much larger struggle to preserve the world governed by the UN Charter and international law. It is vital that we continue to live together in an environment in which the power of international law, not the law of stronger, prevails. Our security and prosperity depend on it. Those who challenge the UN Charter and the rules-based international order cooperate ever more closely. Our community of democratic countries must do the same and better. Our democratic values give us the basis, but we must start working harder not to lose them. This is why we have initiated practical steps to increase resistance in our societies, such as those against espionage activities under diplomatic cover. Ladies and gentlemen, if we want to succeed, we have homework to do. Recent elections in Europe and elsewhere show that our societies are becoming further polarized. It is as if we are finding it increasingly difficult to reach a consensus on our future and the key issues we face. Central Europe is an area where this political polarization is one of the strongest in Europe. Russia wants to divide us and is supporting populists from all sides, no matter if they are left or right. One of the possible remedies is strategic communication. This notion that the public in my country has only heard about recently. Let me elaborate what to picture. For me, strategic communication is like that one class in school where you felt so inspired that you wanted to keep learning even in your free time. It's the kind of class where the teacher didn't tell you what to think, but how to think. If we can sow the seeds of strategic communication within our society, we will harvest the benefits with future classes. Only a critical thinking, well-informed and resilient society can withstand the pressures of hybrid warfare. The goal of our strategic communication, Stratcom, is clear. We need to talk to people before the Kremlin propaganda does. The less we do, the more they believe in lies and our adversaries. The tools of the Russian hybrid warfare may be new, but the goals are the same as those we remember from the Soviet era. After all, as we can see on the military battlefield, progress was never Russia's strongest suit. However, much more determination is needed. That has been the case so far. Anything is better than no response. Our inaction only serves to confirm to an aggressor like Russia that its actions were justified and will be in the future. Let us reinforce and enforce the existing law. Already existing law can be used to limit Russian influence, such as those on incitement to hatred, incitement to violence, spreading alarmist messages, or denying and justifying genocide. Use sanction mechanisms, investigate Russian interference in the elections, demand greater accountability and engagement with digital platforms. There is no magic countermeasure that would solve the whole problem. But in allowing a foreign power to misuse our freedom of speech and media, we aren't defending democracy. We are showing the flaws in our policy. So if we truly believe in protecting our values, we must have the courage to act. The time for talking is over. It's our duty now to stand firm and prove that our principles are more than just words, that they are our commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention.
Mr. Foreign Minister, let me just tell everyone, we are so grateful at GLOBSEC for everything you've done to be such an incredible host for this conference. And I would say if I had the power, and I'm going to take the power, I dub you GLOBSEC hero for getting us here. So Foreign Minister Jan Lipavský, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you. And now we have a great privilege. A good friend of mine, Justin Vogt, the executive editor of Foreign Affairs, is going to bring to the stage the next panel on countering Russia's hybrid threats. Justin Vogt.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Steve. Thank you very much. Good morning. Welcome to all. I want to start this morning with a show of hands, sort of like Steve did. I'd like you to raise your hand if you agree with the following statement. Hybrid warfare is a useful term that describes something that really exists. Raise your hand if you believe that that is true. Okay, pretty much the entire room, which puts me in something of a minority here, because I am unconvinced. I am not sure that hybrid warfare is a useful term or that it describes something that really exists. There's a definition, we've all heard it, it's combining military means with non-military means, informational, technological, cultural, economic, in order to produce some desired outcome in a conflict. Now, to me, that definition sounds an awful lot like what I would call foreign policy. And I'm an editor, so I obsess about language like this. I want to make clear that this isn't just a quibble. It's something very important because, as the foreign minister has pointed out, the threat here is very real. The problem is that if we don't understand it properly, or we use language that allows us to misperceive it, it won't be possible to confront, deter, or defeat rivals that use these techniques. So we're lucky today to have this panel, because if there's anyone who can convince me that I'm wrong, it's going to be some combination of these four people. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage. Folks, please come on out and take a seat with me here. We're going to have, first is Jan Lipavský, who you've just heard, the foreign minister. Here he is. Mr. Foreign Minister, please. Michal Popșoi is the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Moldova. Mr. Foreign Minister, welcome, thank you. Stephen Doughty. And this one is a mouthful. He is the Minister of State for Europe, North America, and the United Kingdom of the Foreign, Commonwealth, and Development Office of the United Kingdom. Please welcome. And finally, Marie-Doha Besancenot is the Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy for NATO. Welcome, Marie-Doha. Thanks. All right, thank you all. So I'm going to start with you, Mr. Foreign Minister, because we just heard your remarks. They were very interesting to me. We spoke about this quickly backstage, about my skepticism about this concept of hybrid warfare. So here's what I'd like you all to do in your first question for me. It's a real softball, which is, tell me why I'm wrong, or why I'm wrong to doubt that this is a real thing, that this hybrid warfare really exists, that it's not just a piece of jargon that's bubbled up in discourse. Why is it real? And more importantly, why does understanding it this way help you as a policymaker or even just as an analyst to craft strategies to counter it?
So there is quite a lot of proof that hybrid warfare exists. But I think in the case how you asked me, it would be start with our interests in it, and that's the security. The security of our people, the security of our societies, once the Russian propaganda was mildly spreading across social networks, it could be something for argue, because, okay, those are just some comments, and we don't have to care about that. But this is not just about that. It's a well-orchestrated effort by Russian Federation, by Russian state, to sow disunity into our societies. And in the last 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, we can see more and more kinetic action taking place with consequences. And the answer is to be resilient and to limit the Russian ability to do so, and to understand that they do it on purpose. That this is something where they dedicate quite a lot of resources. It's a part of the Russian strategy toward West, toward their neighbors. And, you know, if you study the speeches of the different figures in the Russian Federation, they are speaking about it like we are speaking here. You know, we need to use this tool, you know, destroy.
Yes, they're very open about it.
So they are very open about that,
yeah,
because it's instruction for their people to do so, and they are not hiding it, even hiding it. So it's reality. You can see it in the UK. We can hear from the minister soon what happened recently. In Czechia, I think the worst example was the ammunition, the blow-up of the ammunition stores in Vrbětice. It happened 2014. So it's not even recently. We just discovered 3 years ago. And it was recently, a few months ago, when the arson attack was committed in Prague against the public infrastructure, with the aim to sow disunity into society, to sow fear. You can connect it also to all the time nuclear rhetoric from the Russian side and many other actions. So really, there is one remedy: to be resilient, to do everything to show them that this won't be tolerated, and cut off ties to those crawling attempts.
Mr. Foreign Minister, or Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, does that gel with your understanding of what the Russians are doing in Moldova? And how would you say it differs in any way? Or is it the same sort of tactics, the same campaign? And do you agree that part of what the Foreign Minister had pointed out in his speech was that part of this problem is an education problem? I thought that was actually quite interesting. I'm wondering whether you see it the same way.
Well, indeed, for some, hybrid threats, hybrid warfare may sound as a fuzzy concept. In Moldova, it's not fuzzy at all. It's very concrete. Be it the Russians using the energy leverage to increase energy bills 500% overnight. Be it propaganda, convincing some from our citizenry to deny or ignore the war in Ukraine while having Ukrainian refugees living next door, or using Moldovan citizens from the diaspora to spray provocative graffiti in Paris and throughout France to discredit Moldova and Moldovans ahead of the all-important decisions to start EU accession negotiations, or funnel all kinds of, through all kinds of avenues, cash into the country to sponsor protests, to topple a legitimate, and I must say, although call me biased, a popular government in Moldova, supported by a majority of citizens, using all sorts of crypto technology, good old money mules, folks coming into the country with pockets full of cash while having left the country 3 days ago without any money. So all these avenues are as concrete as they can be. And of course, they don't shy away even from using some kinetic engagements here and there. Some explosions in the Transnistrian region pop up from time to time, just to add to this scare, to this environment of uncertainty. Because the biggest narrative that the Russians are pushing in Moldova is scaring Moldovans with war and trying to equate Moldova's government pro-European, pro-reform stance as inviting war. Of course, they're not particularly happy with our new national security strategy, where we have identified Russia as the main national security threat to Moldova, along with corruption, by the way. And the Russians have actually weaponized and instrumentalized corruption for political ends. And we can see that lively nowadays with the lineup of pro-Russian candidates in our election. Needless to say, not all of them are quite presidential material, that's diplomatically speaking, but that doesn't stop them from running when they have the backing of the Kremlin. And they hope that with all this leverage, with all this hybrid toolbox, that they have a chance. But we will be working hard, and we count on our citizens to be able to discern between those that are in line with Moldova's national interest and those that are playing to the tune and doing the Russian bidding in Moldova.
Stephen, sometimes when you're in Eastern and Central Europe, you hear a little bit of irritation, actually, about the British in this regard, in that the UK is sometimes seen as a place where some of the funding and logistics and the ability to carry out the stuff like this have well, I don't want to say they've been based there, but there are people there who are involved in these efforts, and historically, you know, the British have dealt perhaps as much as their Eastern neighbors with Russian influence operations. I'm wondering, what is it that the British government, how does the British government see this? Is it something that they see as a direct threat to the UK, or is it more about sort of supporting those who are more in the crosshairs of the Kremlin?
Yes, it is a direct threat to the UK, and you know, we've heard of clear examples already from ministerial colleagues on the panel, but we've been experiencing this for a very long time, and we have to look at it in the full spectrum. It is a useful concept. Sabotage, disinformation, cyber attacks, attempts to use chemical and radiological weapons on our territories. You know, there's a whole spectrum of activities here. Pressure on energy systems, and we've seen this for a very long time. This is not new. We're seeing it in new capabilities, and we're seeing it in new coordination. Of course, it's not just Russia doing this. There are other hostile states, indeed non-state actors using these tactics as well. These groups are learning from each other. They're learning tactics, they're learning techniques, particularly in the information space. They're adapting to the use of AI, quantum, all of these things to turbocharge those efforts. So I think it is a useful concept, and I think it's a useful concept because that also then influences how we respond. And in the UK government, we do take a holistic response to this. I work closely with ministers across government departments on these issues, whether it's our electoral commission, whether it's our domestic security minister, whether it's our education department, whether it's our universities department, because hostile states and indeed hostile non-state actors are targeting all parts of our societies, our economies, our intellectual space, our industries. And unless we understand that scope and scale and get real about that, we're not going to be able to deliver the holistic, full-spectrum response to it.
It sounds to me like you're saying to combat hybrid warfare, you need to do something that resembles hybrid warfare. How would you say that? What's the difference between doing?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are common. Firstly, an analysis and understanding of what's actually going on. Secondly, deterrence. Thirdly, defensive capabilities. There are a whole series of responses that we need to have in the domestic and international space, and of course, the blurring between those two things is increasing. I think we also have a responsibility in working with NATO partners and others to be sharing expertise, understanding, capability. We work very closely with our friends in Czechia on these issues. We're all standing in support of Moldova in their challenge that they face very contemporaneously at the moment. And it's one of the reasons why, as well, in what we're saying about a reset of the UK's relationships with Europe as a whole, but also specifically with the EU, that these matters need to be at the front and centre of any UK-EU security pact that we develop going forward, because we all share this common threat. And as I said, it's predominantly focused on Russia in our own continent, but also other hostile states and other actors that are attempting to undermine our societies.
Marie-Doha, you've heard everyone on the panel talk about how this is this capacious thing that involves all these different elements of statecraft. How do you, as a policymaker, zero in on details and specifics? Because in order to react to any of this stuff, you need to kind of think through it carefully and figure out what's what and what's not part of this. How do you, go about doing that, and how should we all understand how to break down the various components and respond to them?
You're right. I think the term hybrid has been useful and is still useful in order to highlight the coordinated dimension of this. And just last June, actually, the North Atlantic Council, so the nations themselves, decided to issue a statement calling out a heavy increase in hybrid actions in their own territory. Why did they do that? 7 nations, actually, very different geographies from Estonia to the UK. They did this also to emphasize the fact that this is NATO business. This is targeting simultaneously different allies, different geographies, different techniques, different modes of hybrid, but at the same time to achieve the same goals. So I think there is some usefulness still in the term hybrid, and also to underline that all this is happening under the threshold of war, as we mentioned, but is very impactful in its coordination. Now, I agree with you. It is helpful to be more specific, and indeed, each one of those nations knows very well what kind of hybrid tactic has just hit them. And this ranges from weaponization of migrations on the Finnish border to targeting undersea, critical undersea infrastructure, to indeed what I would call stunts inside of our capitals with graffitis aimed at dividing and creating chaos inside our democracies. So yes, these are very much combined. How do we tackle this? I would say, in terms of policy, what NATO, what allies have decided in the past years is at every single summit actually defined the coordination that comes with the risk assessment. And so hybrid threats has been very well identified for a couple of years. And this year, I'm very proud to say that for the first time, there is a standalone paragraph. The allies have decided that to distinguish the paragraph dedicated to hybrid threats. And there's a separate one dedicated entirely to disinformation. And already defining a few lines of responses along coordination, alert mechanisms, and the different things we've been trying to set up.
You just mentioned, and Jan also in your remarks, you talked about the sort of sowing of discord in democracies as a major element of this. Isn't the discord already there? And is part of dealing with hybrid warfare, to the extent that it is real, a matter of addressing the vulnerabilities that exist in democratic societies just naturally? What do you know, is it possible actually to combat efforts at propaganda or to mislead people without actually focusing on the problems themselves? So I guess what I would ask you, Jan, is when you look at Czech society, what do you see as the vulnerabilities that need to be addressed, and how do you do that in a way that's actually sort of honest and transparent? Because that's part of what you're talking about, is a sort of truthfulness that is lacking in Russia's communications. What do you tell your colleagues about how do we address these things?
So basically, I covered it in my remarks. The topic of the day is strategic communication in Czechia. So the state, the bureaucracy, the institutions are learning how to do so. We put a lot of political effort into that. So, for example, we have a great cooperation with PDD and NATO, with our partners and allies. This is the topic of the day, and I'm very optimistic about that, actually, because it's going on in a good way.
Let me ask you something. So, to me, maybe this is an American thing, but when I hear strategic communication, that actually sounds like something that, for example, corporations do when they have a crisis. That it doesn't necessarily emphasize truthfulness and transparency. So, what do you mean by what's strategic about just being honest?
First of all, we have more than crisis currently.
Okay.
We are facing existential threat from the Russian imperialism.
Okay.
Secondly, so we need to act. Secondly, the concept is more broader than that. If you do not put out your story, if you do not protect democracy, we know that there are flaws in the way how our society works. So we have to plug this hole. We have to provide broad public with a set of information. If we do not so, the malign actor will. So that's this concept. Put it very simply.
Is Moldova doing something similar? There's a focus on strategic communication, teaching officials, even educators, people in civil society, how to talk about the problems that Moldova actually faces that are not the result of Russian, badness?
Yes, we try. We have just created recently a strategic communication center modeled after the experience of our friends from the Baltics, adjusting it to Moldovan realities. But you're totally right. You hit the nail on the head when it comes to the Kremlin exploiting pre-existing divisions and vulnerabilities. And God knows Moldova has many of those. We have a divided society. We have a country that has been struggling economically. The cynicism is that many of these challenges do have a direct link with our regional experience with Russia as a neighbor or hegemon for a long time. You know, we have a Moldovan community in Kazakhstan, which is a result of Stalin concentrated deportation efforts of the most entrepreneurially active-minded Moldovans during the Soviet times. Now, for 30 years, we have the unresolved separatist region of Transnistria in the Republic of Moldova, which the Russians have exploited, have created and exploited to hold Moldova back and to keep hostage both the residents of the Transnistrian region and the rest of the Republic of Moldova, to not allow us to develop properly. So creating and perpetuating these vulnerabilities while also exploiting them for political ends. The same goes with energy. We've had politicians in Moldova who were either pro-Russian or even some who pretended to be pro-European, but were maintaining and cementing Moldova's dependence on Gazprom. Because they not only didn't have a disincentive to do that, they actually had a clear incentive to maintain this dependency because they were benefiting from the corrupt contracts that were involved. Thankfully, that is a thing of the past. Moldova has turned that page, and now we are trying to truly build a more resilient society with the support of our friends and partners in the European Union and the broader Euro-Atlantic community. And we are working with our entire society, and it's not easy. Because when you have allowed your citizenry to live under the spell of Russian propaganda for 30 years, the damage is so severe that it will take years, if not generations, to actually create a proper functioning democratic space and a proper functioning media space. And when it comes to a democratic space, we have a competitive political environment, something that unfortunately the Russian citizens cannot enjoy in their homeland. But what the Kremlin is exploiting in the Republic of Moldova and elsewhere, they're exploiting the democratic process and democracy itself against democracy. They are using our freedoms in trying to undermine the very system that we have. But the system, as Winston Churchill said, is the worst system except for all the others. And you cannot fight these Russian tactics with the same means, because otherwise you become like them. You can only fight it with more democracy, with more freedom, because that's part and parcel of Russian agenda in our region, including in Ukraine. They've put out a whole host of reasons for their aggression, but in my eyes, the ultimate reason was to deny the development of Ukraine as a sovereign and democratic country, because then Russian citizens would have started asking questions. How come you can have competitive elections in Ukraine and Moldova? How come you can have freedom of the press? How come you can have an independent media that questions the spending of public resources? How come you can have an active civil society questioning the enormous corruption and graft in the government? So that was the main reason of the war, and we are encouraged by the support of the international community and the enormous determination and sacrifice of the Ukrainian armed men and women who are keeping Moldova safe, and quite frankly, who are keeping all of us safe and defending all of our values. And I must say they're quite successful, especially nowadays with the developments in Kursk, which the Kremlin is calling a situation. That's an example of strategic communication right there.
That's very well put, and it tees up the question I had, and I'll put this to Stephen and also to Marie Doha, which is a lot of what you have been talking about. It sounds mostly like defense, and I'm curious about whether there's an offense element to this. You know, a lot of this is about, well, the Russians are kind of trying to exploit weaknesses in our system. As you've pointed out, the Russian system has quite a few weaknesses as well. Is part of responding to hybrid warfare a way of not... You pointed out, Michał, that you don't want to become like the Russians, right? That's part of the strategy, is to kind of degrade and to kind of be able to do this whataboutus thing, to say, well, you do the same things, right? But I'm just wondering, if you're just fighting defense all the time, it's unlikely that you're going to win. Stephen, is there any offensive element to fighting hybrid warfare on the other guy's side?
I just wanted to make a point, just following on from the previous discussion first, about the difference between some of the, particularly in the information space, the difference between very specific disinformation related to incidents or events or countries or individuals, and the more generalized approach which is being taken to undermine the very foundations of our democracies. I think one of the classic tactics that the Russians and indeed others use is to just sap the ability and confidence of a population to think that they can know anything. If we look back to the Skripal incident in the UK, the multiple different narratives and stories that were presented at the time create a fog, which for many people means that they just have this uneasiness, this uncertainty.
You can't trust anything.
You can't trust anything. You can't trust anything. And this is exactly what they want our populations to think, because it creates the breeding ground for others and other forces and authoritarians and autocrats to come into that space. So I think it's important that we make that distinction.
Sure.
There are sometimes very, very specific events, and then there's that more generalized sense. I think in relation to your second question, colleagues already reflected on this, we cannot become like them. They are reckless, they are irresponsible, they do not follow international law, they have no concept of ethics. We do have all of those things, and it's what makes us strong. So what we do must be lawful, it must be responsible, it must be proportionate, it must be in the way that we conduct our conventional warfare, within the rules, within the responsibilities, within the international agreements that we have. And I think that is a crucially important distinction that we have as societies, as militaries, as democracies. And I think what concerns me at the moment is an increasing willingness to engage in hugely reckless behavior across all of the different domains, particularly by Russia, but also by other actors. The last thing I would say is, as a practicing politician, as somebody who represents a community, a very diverse community in South Wales, and I've been a member of Parliament for 12 years before being appointed a minister now, but I still have my community responsibilities. I have seen the real life effects of hybrid warfare in my own communities, and not just by Russia, but also by other groups. I have had extreme right-wing groups attempt to undermine, to groom, to activate individuals in my own community. I've had extremist Islamist groups attempt to do the same and to groom and indoctrinate young individuals to get them to go and fight for ISIS, for Al-Shabaab. And I have seen those Russian narratives around the Skripal incident, or indeed about Ukraine, playing out in the very communications I receive from my constituents and discussions locally. So these have real-world effects on politicians. And actually, there's a responsibility for resilience for those in elected office, for those in positions of responsibility, also to be very careful about what we share, about our own responsibility, not to accidentally, or indeed in some cases deliberately, amplify false narratives or incidents. And it's very important that in our own democratic institutions that we are training and equipping our legislators, our journalists and others to verify, to understand what is going on, so that we don't become unwitting pawns in the agendas of whether it's Russia or indeed other hostile actors.
Obviously, you said that Moscow is reckless about this. Marito, I want to ask you this question of you, and I doubt that NATO would sort of publicly commit to something like this, but I just wonder whether wouldn't the kind of use of truthful, accurate information, but delivered in a way into Russia that's a little creative, or a little bit outside the normal kind of just conventional, well, we have news media and we try to get it in there. I guess I think that when a couple of people have referred back to the Cold War and the Soviet era, I mean, one of the things that worked during the Cold War was, I think, what you would call hybrid warfare on the part of the West. That just seems to be totally absent now. And I just wonder whether, or maybe it's completely covert, but could you talk a little bit about what is it that NATO or NATO member states can do to kind of push back, but by using some of the same means, albeit with accurate, truthful and honest information as opposed to kind of misleading and stuff that's supposed to sow discourse. Because clearly undercutting the regime in Moscow would be in some sense the benefit of all of the countries represented up here.
Well, maybe I would first differentiate what the military does and what the civilian side of the house does. I'm on the civilian side of the house, although we do coordinate extremely closely with our military colleagues. Everything the military does, of course, corresponds to a state of situation as analyzed by our Supreme Allied Commander, so SACEUR, and this is divided into peace, crisis, war. And to these three different states correspond different lines of action and different authorities to do or not do things. Now, I think...
Just to clarify, you're saying NATO is not at war with Russia.
Exactly.
That's the point.
This
right,
is what I meant,
sure.
sorry. Now, but the impatience that you describe at, let's stop admiring the problem and being indignant about it, and when do we, start fighting back?
Right.
This is something that we feel very strongly also on the political side, simply because the NAC is comprised of ambassadors who do feel strongly about these things and how they impact their national security. So Stratcom indeed is not new at NATO. What is very difficult today is simply reaching into this Russian sphere, simply because social media and all the media are so controlled. But indeed, so in my division, we do have social media accounts in Russian, and we do craft content in Russian. Of course, there is a deterrence goal, but there is also an assurance goal. There's I'll give you the four of them: deterrence, assurance, unity, cohesion of NATO, and the last one is trust. So indeed, everything we communicate serves one of these goals according to what is happening in real life. But indeed, so communicating with allies, we know how to do this. How do we communicate with Russian speakers and those who are really trapped in a space that is very controlled? What we do is work indirectly with Russian, call them what you will, and journalists, influencers, content creators who have fled and are still in contact with their own communities back home, and who still, for now, have a couple of channels to actually tell the story from the outside. So yes, with these, we can simply provide truthful information, explanations, what is happening, and support their work. So it is an indirect way of still keeping that access to a population and telling our story.
An extremely important point. The question about Russians in exile, we could have a whole panel on that and how exactly to deal with them. That's good. I want to turn this over to the audience, and I want everyone to encourage everyone, if you want, you can use the Slido app. Or you can raise your hand, and I'll call on you. I want to actually start, Marita, I want to start with you because there's an interesting question on the Slido that I'd like to put to you. It's actually two people, both Charles Tannock and Richard Bambals, have asked a sort of version of the same question. I'll put it in the way that Charles has put it. Hybrid warfare means non-committed hostile acts of aggression. The most obvious are cyber attacks. My question is, should Article 5 of NATO treaty cover these if they are destructive?
Well, in the way it is phrased in the strategic concept, it was phrased 2 years ago, and the way it's been reaffirmed in the two latest declarations in Vilnius and in Washington, it is the case. Indeed, so paragraph 13 this year of the declaration, out of 34, so quite high-ranking if you consider the importance of the paragraphs. And indeed, what the allies have agreed to is that large actions, hybrid actions, could reach the level of an armed conflict which would justify triggering Article 5. This is the wording that we've had for 2 years now. So indeed, this tells you the level of awareness.
Oh, good. So, Charles, you got a clear answer. The answer is yes. Okay. If you'd like to ask a question, please raise your hand. I'll call on folks who have a question. Please do make it a question, though. Yes, we have the lady here with her hand up. If she can find a microphone, please. And please also identify yourself back here before you ask your question.
So hello, my name is Emma Szczesna, Synopsis. Thank you very much for this debate. I think it's very topical. And actually, I would like to take one of your questions that I don't really think was really answered. And it's like, we are discussing the defense, we're discussing resilience, strategic communications, and how we should strengthen the democracies to be able to face the hybrid threats and respond to it better. We don't really discuss the active part and really what should be done, because if you can look at the map, I think European Union and Europe is really losing the global competition to other actors. We see China standing up, BRICS and increasing and basically creating alternative multilateral organizations where we are not really included. And when we speak about hybrids, it's not only disinformation, right? It's all other fields like economic, infrastructure, not only diplomatic. What should we do as Europe and European Union, maybe NATO, to matter here? And I'm not now meaning the United States, to still matter on the map and to actually be the deterrent, not only because of the Article 5, but because actually we are not those who should be meddled around. And also on the proactive side, not only towards Russia, but other global actors which are rising. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm gonna try to put that question. Go ahead. You take it. Yeah.
So if I may, as the only EU member at the panel, I think what Ursula von der Leyen has in her vision for the new Commission is to have a geopolitical Europe, to be more geopolitical, and there lies a lot of opportunities. Being it finally sealing the trade treaties being negotiated for decades, Mercosur not being in place means that China is trading in South America, and same is valid for Indo-Pacific nations, as well as ramping up military production in a more clear tasking and streamlining of the cooperation of the scattered military industry in Europe. So I absolutely agree that we need to work hard to be on map. The position of Europe, it's not given, and definitely currently is being challenged.
Maybe if I can add just one word to this.
Please. Yes.
I think the word we're looking at is maybe disruption. Now, how do we disrupt this whole ecosystem? Because we know it increasingly well, and that's probably the new thing in the past year. We've been monitoring, analyzing it so well, and one of the trends we're seeing is that Russian services are really working with digital, marketing firms, and this is what the investigations show. So how do we disrupt this business? And so part of the answer indeed...
These are digital marketing firms that are Russian firms.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so indeed, there's been the Digital Services Act from the EU, and indeed the platforms are now being more transparent and forced to publish reports which are interesting, but still not with sufficient resources to actually take down the content spontaneously before people like us and individual citizens actually refer and flag the inauthentic and coordinated use of their content to them. But I think that the next step that a lot of us are working on is indeed disrupting this whole business.
This is almost a content moderation problem, is what you're describing. Yeah. Yeah, sure. And Stephen, too.
As an EU candidate country.
Very good.
And as a citizen of a EU member state as well, I must add that European Union, unlike the Russian Federation, has mastered the art of positive incentives. And the best positive incentive, the best mechanism of democratic consolidation in its region that the European Union has is enlargement and the accession process. And you would be surprised when countries like Moldova, Ukraine, Georgia, and others, when they supposedly had the alternative before the war, because now I don't think any reasonable person sees the Russian world as an alternative. But when you had the alternative, on the one hand, you have to have very difficult reforms to join the European Union. And on the other hand, you had to do no reforms to be in the Russian world. All these countries, their societies, have chose the former, to do these difficult reforms, to be part of the European family of nations. And that, at the core of it, is the positive versus negative incentives. The European Union does positive incentives, market access, financial support, technical assistance, and the negative incentives from the Russian side, if you don't bow down to our will, you are in trouble. You don't get gas, your wine overnight is no longer good, although it's great. your independence and sovereignty is thrown into question. Your government is being delegitimized, your societies are torn apart, and these are the tools from the negative incentive toolbox from the Kremlin. And no wonder that whole societies choose to do the heavy lifting, and the no guaranteed outcome of the EU enlargement, as opposed to supposedly the much easier and more enticing option. But it's not, and we know it for a fact because we've lived through it for quite some time. So the European Union is quite a powerful force and should not be underestimated. And we, in the part of the world where we are quite encouraged by the discussions that are happening today in Brussels. And actually yesterday, quite forcefully, Ursula von der Leyen mentioned the plans of consolidating the defense side of the European Union, and that's an important development that is encouraging.
Good. Jan wanted a finger in, and then I'll go to Stephen just quickly. Jan.
I wanted to just put one example where Europe is showing its ability to show geopolitical force, and that's sanctions. In last few years, Europe really ramp up the European Union, the sanction effort, being it sanctioning not only Russian military industry, but also propaganda machines, a lot of propagandists and the Russian medias. So we are doing quite a good job. We can do more.
Are they working? Yeah, that's my question.
Yes, they are working. Of course, we are dealing with different kind of circumventions, and it's not easy issue, but Europe is doing, and Europe has this kind of force. And if we are able to agree, of course, it's an agreement of 27 states. It's not always easy, but we are able to do.
Good. Stephen, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, as a non-EU member, nevertheless,
former
member, that doesn't mean that we cannot cooperate and work very, very closely on these issues together. And that's why we had this at the centrality of the European political community, which we hosted in Blenheim just weeks into our new government, and to make very, very clear there, to do that strategic communication piece, to make very, very clear that we might have had a new government in the UK, but we stand resolutely with Ukraine to victory, that we stand resolutely to our NATO commitments, that we stand resolutely behind Article 5, that we stand resolutely behind our independent nuclear deterrent, that we stand resolutely behind increasing our defence spending to 2.5%, and that we stand resolutely with our European allies, whether they're in the EU, outside of the EU, inside NATO, outside of NATO, because the threat is real, it's existential, it's multifaceted, it's increasingly dangerous, it's increasingly reckless, and we have to work together. If we don't have a shared concept of the threat picture, a shared concept of what we need to do to challenge that, and a shared belief that we've got to do that together united, then we will fail. And we have responsibilities. I think we are very like-minded on this panel, in and out of the EU, in and out of NATO. Many of the people in this room will share our views on these matters, but there are others who don't, and there are other forces and other political forces and other dynamics in countries across Europe that we need to challenge. And by showing that unity and that resolve and communicating that clearly, we can then more adequately respond to the threat that's there.
I want to take a question from Slido. This is a good question from Nicholas Dene. He says, what do the panelists think of the arrest of Pavel Durov? And does that indicate that the West may be ready to step up the offense side of things, although I'm not sure exactly that's offense, it's a sort of defense. But it gets to this question of content moderation, right? Telegram obviously is a sort of Wild West when it comes to information. I'm wondering if any of the panelists have a response to that.
I mean, I'm not going to comment on law enforcement operations of another country, but what I would say is I actually have a deeper concern sometimes about what is going on in the channels and the communities that we cannot see. We spend a lot of time concerned, and rightly so, about what is on different social media platforms that we can all see in public. But actually, and you can look at recent events in the UK on this effect, the way that violence, disorder activities are organised is increasingly in places that we cannot see publicly, and whether that's in closed messaging channels or indeed in the dark web or in other communities. And we've seen, again, all of the hostile actors that we face, whether those are hostile states or indeed non-state actors, using the full range of resources to hide, to organise, to to conduct their activities. And I think also increasingly where there would have been a chain, and there often is in certain operations, a clear chain of command, unfortunately learning from some of the other extremist groups we've seen around the world, where actually inspiring, grooming, and then setting free to act organically. And I think this is a huge challenge that we need to be aware of, and that ability of individuals to act inspired and organised and with often deadly effect, but without actually a direct intent or instruction or command. And I think that's a challenge that we all have to work on together.
Yeah, we've got a question in the audience. The gentleman in the back with the blue shirt with his hand up there.
Yes, good morning. My name is Igor Berlian, Ukrainian journalist, Detector Media. Thank you very much for a very insightful discussion. I have a question about the recent UK riots, and actually I've been monitoring different Telegram channels about it in Russian, and even there were comparisons of attacks on migrants with the events in Odessa in May 2014, like alienating societies, and what is your perspective, Stephen, about eliminating Russian information threat and Russian influence in the UK?
In terms of the recent events, they are very recent, and ascribing particular causes or responsibilities in that is not for this panel today. But obviously, we can see that there was very clear disinformation provided around a terrible, tragic event that happened in a city in the UK. For those who aren't aware, terrible murder of young children, and completely false information shared about this, which clearly then inspired extreme right and far right.
Is there any evidence, actually, though, that there was a foreign or element to that disinformation?
I mean, I'm not going to get into a conversation about that here today, but certainly we've seen repeatedly, whether it's a tragedy, whether it's a particular incident, whether it's another weakness or vulnerability that exists already in our societies, the willingness of hostile states and other actors to use that to amplify, to cause further dissent and division. We've seen that as a repeated tactic. But the bottom line is, when it comes to the recent events in the UK, those responsible were thugs, they were criminals. Many of them are now facing very, very serious prosecution and lengthy jail terms. And the Prime Minister acted robustly, swiftly. And actually, it shows also how, when we can use strategic communications in our own societies quickly and responsibly to have effect, once people saw that people were going to be punished rapidly for acts of criminality and thuggery on the streets of the UK, wherever that might be, whatever was inspiring or motivating them, they were going to be dealt with swiftly by the law enforcement authorities, and people saw that rapidly, and we've thankfully seen an end to that violence and disorder. But we've all seen in our societies weak points repeatedly exposed and further used to sow division in our societies. But as I said, there are multiple responsible actors for those. And of course, the individuals who are sharing false information, whipping things up online. If it's a crime offline, it's a crime online too. And many of the individuals are now facing criminal prosecutions as a result of things that they've done. Obviously, in individual cases, that's a matter for our law authorities.
All right. Well, with that, I'm afraid we're going to have to close our conversation. I hope you all join me in thanking our panelists. This is exactly the kind of conversation, frankly, that looks at difficult issues, that tries to grapple with it. This, I believe, Jan, is exactly the sort of thing that you're talking about in terms of how we can best prepare ourselves to deal with this onslaught of misinformation and propaganda. So thank you all for illuminating.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And thank you all. The next session is with the Danish Prime Minister. It starts in just a few moments. Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats and welcome GLOBSEC board member Anita Orban.
What's yours, Stubb?
Hello, welcome everyone. I'm waiting for a few more seconds for everyone to settle for the next very exciting panel which we are about to hear. I am standing here as member of the board of GLOBSEC and as the chairwoman of the Women Leaders Council. We established the Women Leaders Council earlier this year and launched it to become the global platform of female voices for various solutions which we are facing in the world today. And I am extremely happy to introduce the Prime Minister of Denmark, Mette Frederiksen, in this capacity, and the panel which is coming just now. The panel will be led by Seetharaman, who is a renowned journalist and an entrepreneur. And she will be talking to Mette Frederiksen, Prime Minister of Denmark. Mette Frederiksen took office in June 2019, and she was the youngest Prime Minister of Denmark when she took the position. She was just the second woman in the job. She is a true Atlanticist and an advocate for strengthening the European defense cooperation. She is a strong supporter of Ukraine and absolutely unshaken in her values and in her leadership. And I am very proud to say that she just accepted the award of GLOBSEC, the Czech-Slovak Transatlantic Award last night, and we are extremely honored to welcome her also as one of our awardees. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the panel. Mette, please come on stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anita, and it's such an honor to be part of this conversation. Anita kind of highlighted what we're trying to do here at the Women's Leaders Council. It is absolutely imperative to have voices like the Prime Ministers be part of this, and other women leaders who tend not to fill these rooms because they have jobs to do, and sometimes they don't think that their voices need to be heard in this space. So I'm honored, Prime Minister, that you joined us, accepted the award, well-deserved, congratulations. Last night, for those of you who were not part of that beautiful dinner, I do apologize on behalf of GLOBSEC. There's only so many spaces available at these dinners. But Prime Minister, you made a very impassioned speech, which I'd like to pick up on so that we can share some of what you said last night. And one of the things that struck me was your undying support for Ukraine. You are very much passionate about going all the way because it is imperative to the defense and security of Europe. But you said something quite interesting. You said, quote unquote, all talk of red lines have to end. What did you mean by that, and could you expand on that?
Morning, everyone. What an opening question on a Saturday morning. Well, yeah.
It is Saturday. It's still summer.
It is still summer, but not in Ukraine at the moment because the Russians are being extremely aggressive while we are sitting here once again. I think, first of all, it's a big mistake to talk about red lines when you are at war. It's simply giving your enemy, the aggressor, Russia, two good cards on their hand. So that's the basis for what I said yesterday. And secondly, talking about red lines when it comes to donations is, of course, a big mistake because you have to put it the other way around. What do Ukraine need to win this war has to be delivered. And I think we have talked too long in Europe and in the US and with other partners about, we have said for almost 2.5 years now, we cannot let Ukraine lose this war. We have to change our own attitude. And instead of that saying, we need to ensure that Ukraine can win this war. Thank you. And then finally, I think we need to stop talking about restrictions on weapons used by Ukraine. Of course, everything has to be in order with international law. But as long as it is according to international law, I would suggest, and my advice to all of us is to not talk about restrictions and again put it the other way around. They need to be able to defend themselves, and self-defense is also about using weapons the other way. So that was the 3 points I wanted to make yesterday, and I did it very short, and hopefully now you get it's all the way around.
It's an interesting point you bring up, because the Belarusian opposition leader yesterday said that Europe talks a lot. The sound of support is loud and clear, but the actionability behind it is less so. You want the red lines gone, but at the same time, we have an entire populace in Europe wondering why Ukraine should matter to them when they are still dealing with cost of living crises, coming from COVID down to all the other issues that we've seen with the energy crisis. How do you see the reaction to Ukraine now in your country? And when you speak to other leaders, is it going down in the importance level as we see election after election, seeing populism rising where we were looking somewhere else?
Well, first of all, I'm a social democrat. So for me, it's not difficult to understand that people in their daily life are considered by prices, inflation, housing. Do they have a job or not? Will there be a good school for their kids? Of course, that's how we look at the world in our daily life. So I think what is important for Europe now is to balance, meaning today being extremely ambitious, because at the same time, we have to deliver to Ukraine what they need. I agreed with Obama, I agreed with Trump, I agree with Joe Biden. All of them said or are saying you have to do more on your own. You have to do your homework as Europe, as a continent. I agree. So we have to spend much more money on deterrence and defense, as long as my view is able to look into the future. But at the same time, we have to ensure our people to never to step back or aside from what we want to be as Europeans. We want to be strong welfare societies. We want our people to be safe and to be insured, and we have to do this at the same time. And actually, 2 other topics. We need to move on the green transition, and we need to win the race on technology, not to let China win the race. So we need to be able to do all these things at the same time, which means we have to talk about the economic foundation on Europe with an open mind. So for me, it's not difficult to understand why people are reacting on this situation, but at the same time, there is no alternative. Because this idea of, to be very honest with you, some people are saying, they have been saying for 2.5 years now, just give Russia what they want in Ukraine, and then what? So you think if we as Europeans allow Russia to take 20% of Ukraine or something like that Russia would say, thank you. Then we'll just, return to our life in Moscow, and you'll never hear a sound from Russia. My guess is that they will say thank you, and then they will move on. They will move on in Ukraine or in other countries, nearby Ukraine or maybe even NATO countries. And that's why we have to be very honest, we have to be very strict, that there is no alternative to Ukraine winning this war. Because if Russia wins, then all of us lose. Not only in Europe, but actually worldwide.
I think that brings up a pertinent question from one of our audience members who asks, how should we then counter political parties who are sabotaging help for Ukraine in the name of populism and perhaps potentially also Russian funding and money? How do we do that?
Well, let's start with the positive things. I mean, you have never had such a strong European Union as we have today. The European Union is stronger now than we were before COVID-19, before inflation, before the war. And we have been able to stick together. I mean, we have sometimes some internal discussions, but you know, if it was like 12-15, that would be a major problem for all of us. But it's not 15 against 12. It's 26 against 1, or 1 against the rest of Europe. And until now, we have been able to manage that situation. So our unity is, of course, one of our strongest weapons, and we have to stick to that, and we have to fight for it. And the same goes for NATO. I mean, you have never had such a strong NATO as today. We have 2 new member countries, and I mean, we are sitting closer to each other than before the war. So this is when it. I mean, to say it very short, it's a question about political leadership. If you agree with me that there is no alternative and the conclusion has to be written already now, then you just have to fight for it.
Do you think the picture will likely start changing and soon enough with the elections in the United States and wherever they may lead? And also, you are starting to see a bit of a challenge in countries like France. You're seeing it across the board. Do you see this unity that you talk about starting to dissipate because of these kind of political parties that are coming up?
No, not really. And I've been asked this question for almost 2.5 years now, and until now we have been able to manage. I don't know what will take place in the US this November, but I know as a European that no matter what will happen in the US and no matter who will be the next president, I think we have to be able to do more on our own. I think they have been right. 2% has been a discussion for quite a long time, and I'm you know, it's quite embarrassing because Denmark have not for many years been able to reach that target. We are delivering now, and we are going to continue to do that forever. And we have a strong support for that in Parliament, and I think also among the Danes. But I mean, the Americans have been right, and I am transatlantic by heart. In Denmark, I'm saying not even a single paper will ever come between the US and Denmark. And I will be forever grateful for what they did during the Second World War, and also what they're doing now. But Europe has to stand up, and I mean, a Europe that are not willing to defend itself is not a Europe. So instead of, you know, having long academic discussions about what's going on in US, we could just do what we have to do. And it's not that difficult. I mean, it's simply just to scale up and to speed up and to do what everyone expects from us.
Scaling up and speeding up brings up another question, very relevant from an audience member here. Martin Fornusk, and I apologize if I massacred the last name. You said Ukraine can use Danish F-16s on Russian territory for self-defense. Would the Kursk incursion fit into that definition?
First of all, I am extremely proud that our F-16s are now working in Ukraine. I am sorry that it took so long. I was ready to deliver them from the beginning of the war, but once again, we had quite long discussions about was it a good idea or not, and maybe that's the most important thing, to end discussions and just do what is needed. Now they are flying, and the pilots are doing a good job. Unfortunately, we lost one of them a few days ago. We have said from the Danish government that we are not putting restrictions on F-16s. It has to be according with international law. When you're talking about very specific operations, then I will not on stage be able to answer you because it is on very specific operations, and it has to, well, that's a discussion we have among allies. But from our point of view, we have given these jets with no restrictions then according to international law.
I hope whoever is in front of that did not get hurt, and I'm sure that everything's okay. I did not hear a scream, so we'll continue the conversation. What did you make of the fact that human rights organizations were not happy with that decision of the Danish government? Do you believe they had a perspective that you needed to hear, that maybe providing that level of arms and ammunition was, say, for example, amnesty? Did you have a thought saying, do I need to speak to some of the human rights organizations who are debating whether you should be sending F-16s to Ukraine?
Well, I'm always listening to what people say, but everyone knows that you cannot win peace with a war. We know that. But you cannot win a war without military equipment. And for me, that ends a lot of discussions, because Ukraine has to win this war. And they are facing an extremely aggressive Russia. And the only way of winning this war is to give Ukraine what they need, meaning also giving what they need to push Russia back. Because it's not enough to give Ukraine what they need, to hold the lines. That's difficult enough, but they need to be able to push them back. So of course I am listening also to NGOs and so on, but when at the end of the day, my job is to protect Europe and our citizens, and now the job is to protect them against Russia.
See, you're listening to folks, and the applause is well deserved. And it brings up another audience member's question, which is a great follow-up, which is then what's really causing the United States and other countries to put those restrictions on weapons use? And how do you resolve this challenge? You were able to take a decision in your country. How do you resolve it for the others? Or how do you help them think differently?
I'm not sure I can do that. But I tried also yesterday to say in my speech, and I'm very honored by, of course, receiving the words and the award, that for me, handling this war has not been difficult, because I think it's so obvious what is at stake. And we have tried it before, we have seen it all before. Not to compare what we are facing now with the Second World War, because I don't think you can ever compare two wars, and it's very different situations. But there's always something you can learn from history, always, of course. And I think many Europeans thought during the 30s that if we were just talking with him, then we would be able to handle the situation. And talking was not enough. And once again, we tried it. I mean, the biggest mistake we have made was back in 2014, and it's so easy, to look 10 years back and say, well, if we just did something else, then we would not be in this situation. So it's too easy for me to say what I'm saying now, but I'm going to say it anyhow. That was a big mistake. In 2014, we should have said, stop. No, we are not going to accept you entering Crimea. Full stop. It's over. It was how we did it back in history in Europe. It's over, Russia, Putin. You cannot enter another country just simply by force, changing the borders. It's over. But we did not. We did something very different. We thought, well, the Olympic Games, buying gas, talking with him, sitting with strange tables between us, everything like that. And, so we were spending our money on everything different, but military equipment. And he did the opposite. And I mean, the only red line we should look at was a full-scale war in Europe.
What lesson does that teach you, and what lesson should that teach all European leaders when it comes to China? Because last night's speech, you also mentioned that, and you pointed out to the fact that China is the reason that Russia can continue to do, and I'm quoting you here, what it's doing in Ukraine. So what lesson was learned from the diplomacy games that we were playing with Russia till Crimea and even beyond Crimea?
I think there's a lot of things to learn. First of all, we have been too dependent on Russian gas and oil. And now we are repeating the same mistake with China on different kind of technologies. Big mistake. So we are really in a hurry, not just to continue making that mistake, but to change it. Secondly, I meant what I said yesterday. Russia is not capable of a full-scale war for 2.5 years, and at the same time building up many more capacities, meaning that in 2 to 5 years from now, if we don't stand together, and we are going to stand together, so it will not be the situation, they will be able to attack also a NATO country. But Russia would not be able to do this. They would not be able to kill Europeans in Ukraine almost every day if it wasn't because of China. That's the heart. I mean, we have to realize that, and we have to understand how dangerous this situation is. And at the same time, what we are seeing now with Russia, North Korea, Iran, and China. That's the new situation for all of us. And so when you are asking me, what can we learn? Stop being naive and be stronger.
Stop being naive, be stronger, but continue talking?
Yes, of course. I mean, if we stop talking, that would be very strange. Then I don't know how to find the solutions. But we are working as we were in a peacetime period. I mean, we are thinking as it was a peacetime, but it's not. It's a wartime. So we have to continue to talk like we are doing now. And the rest of you are going to talk the rest of the day. But of course, delivering is extremely important, and we are simply working too slow in Europe. Too slow.
Too slow, but we have a global footprint. And there is a question, if I can deviate for 2 minutes from Ukraine. I know you have a strong position for Sudan and how you feel about Sudan. There's a question that also comes in from an audience member who's asking, what should then the EU be doing about the security and humanitarian catastrophe unfolding in Gaza? So when you're looking at some of the exhaustion that you're seeing in the European populace, and a lot of protests going on across Europe about war in the Middle East, and also question marks being raised about support for Ukraine and our position of Ukraine versus our position for Gaza. How do you respond? What is our position? What should Europe's position be to equalize it and not look like we are choosing sides of our allies and have one set of European values versus another set of European values elsewhere?
But I totally disagree with that point of view, because Ukraine has been attacked by Russia. Israel were attacked by Hamas. And of course, Israel has the right to self-defense. I mean, if Denmark was attacked by a terror regime, killing so many Danes, I would fight like a lion. So, I mean, of course, Israel has the right to self-defend, but it has to be according with international law. And the humanitarian situation in Gaza is terrible. And that's why all of us are trying to reach a peace agreement and to find solutions where Israel has not only the right to self-defense, but feel secure. And at the same time that the Palestinians are feeling secure. So I'm a strong believer in a two-state solution, but it has to be a two-state solution, so it has to be respected from both sides. And that's our problem at the moment, because Hamas, they don't want peace. And they don't give a damn about human lives. Otherwise, they won't, I mean, they are hiding behind civilians. So Hamas, they don't want peace. They don't want a two-state solution because they don't recognize Israel. And at the same time, we have a government now in Israel who are not working for a two-state solution. Some of them are actually against it. So once again, I think it's the international society that has to push both sides to accept a two-state solution, and of course, for the moment, to ensure all the civilians in Gaza, but Israel has to be secured about their future.
A very quick last point from you, because we are pretty much out of time. You mentioned yesterday Europe needs to do more. It's going to get expensive. You alluded to that at the start of this. As a final question from an audience member, if Europe moves on in their own defense, despite what happens in the United States, meaning, does that mean an acceptance of a French and British nuclear umbrella as an effective deterrence? Are we happy with what we've got in Europe? Is that going to be enough? In 2 sentences.
Are we happy about what we have? No, we are not, because we don't have the defense and deterrence that we need. Nuclear is such a big and important question that I cannot answer in only 2 sentences. We have a very strong cooperation on this in NATO. We will have a European discussion as well. I don't consider this as the most important question, I have to say, for now. I would say defense and deterrence, our eastern flank, Ukraine, and building up capacities in general, I think is the most important questions. But I have an open mind also on other topics. But the conclusion is that Europe has to be willing to protect ourselves and our citizens. We have to do more. It has to be transatlantic. But when the US asks us to do more, the answer has to be yes.
Yes, indeed. And if it gets expensive, it gets expensive. Prime Minister, thank you very much for your time. Please give her a round of applause. Please don't go anywhere. We have a panel coming up with 2 prime ministers, including, of course, this one, and a president. It starts in a couple of minutes, so if you can hold on to your seats, I'll be very grateful. Thank you very much.
To the stage for a keynote that elaborated on Europe and the world's current security landscape.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your moderator, Ali Aslan.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Great to be back at GLOBSEC, and great to be here in the Havel room, ladies and gentlemen, for a session titled Europe Rising Opportunities, Risks, and the Road Ahead. Clearly a lot of challenges for this continent, and couldn't be more delighted to be joined now by three outstanding European leaders who will help us shed lights on how to combat and battle these many challenges that this continent is currently facing. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of Denmark, Mette Frederiksen, the President of Finland, Alexander Stubb, and the Prime Minister of Albania, Edi Rama.
President. Good. Lots of presidents.
Prime Minister, great to have you with us. I think you're familiar with the stage. President, Prime Minister, great to have you as always. Thank you so much for joining us here at GLOBSEC for this session on Europe Rising. Let's get right to it, Prime Minister Frederiksen. The European Parliament is always listing 10 issues to watch every year, 10 key issues and policy areas that will dominate public debate and the political agenda of Europe in each given year. Clearly, security and Russia's war against Ukraine ranks at the very top. The war that is in its third year. Your country and you have prominently announced that it will transfer all the ammunition to Kiev, becoming the first nation to do so. You've also formed a crisis ministry to combat Russian espionage and cyber attack. You're one of the European countries that's leading in terms of not just words, but deeds. Why is this issue so important to you?
Why is it so important? Because this is not asking me primarily a question about Ukraine. This is primarily a question about Russia and their imperial dreams. I see no signals, I see no signs in the Russian behavior in Europe or worldwide that convince me that they are going to stop with Ukraine, no matter how some people think we could end this war. When I look at them at the West Balkans, when I look at how they are trying to destabilizing in my own society with different kind of attacks, when you look at their behavior in Africa, especially in the Sahel region and so on, I consider them as the biggest threat close to Europe. And of course, I would never accept that a European country like Ukraine is under attack by an aggressor. I mean, that's how we solve problems back in history, but not today. And therefore, I said from the very beginning, we will give Ukraine what they need, and we will be with them as long as it takes. And we just had a discussion on stage earlier on. I think this very abstract academic discussion about red lines and restrictions has to stop. Now it's a question about making sure they will win the war. And gladly, I have been supported from the whole parliament in Denmark, all political parties, and from the population. I mean, the Danes are really fighting this war together with Ukraine.
No, the Danish people are very much behind Ukraine, very supportive of their cause, and the Danish government is leading when it comes to deeds and not just words. President Stubb, the war has also had a profound impact on your country, to say the least. You've become a member of NATO in April last year, abandoning your long-held neutrality. Clearly, this has been a major shift in thinking and policy in your country. Was it hard to convince your populace, your voters, your people to go along with this subject matter, or are they equally behind your decisions as they are in Denmark?
I mean, just a couple of observations on that. First, just a little correction. We dropped the doctrine of neutrality when the Cold War ended and became a country which was militarily non-aligned, but obviously joined the European Union immediately with no restrictions and became a very close partner with NATO. Was it easy to convince? Yes, actually it was a no-brainer, because there was an opinion poll that measured our NATO popularity on the 23rd, 24th and 25th of February of 2022. And in previous times, it was roughly 50% against, 20 in favor. Over 3 nights, it switched. So 50 in favor, 20 against, and now our NATO popularity is rather North Korean, it's 80%. So you can see that Finns are very pragmatic when it comes to turning the tables in security history. You know, you can make many arguments of why it happened and when it happened, but I think if you look at Putin, and you look at from his perspective, he had one aim, and that was to Russify Ukraine. He had aim number 2, not to bring NATO to his borders, and he had aim number 3, to try to split the Euro-Atlantic partnership, and I think he fundamentally failed in all of those. And in many ways, Danish support has been excellent. Finland, I think, is the 6th in the world when it comes to GDP per capita support for Ukraine. And the reason is very obvious. We've been in that situation. We were there from 1939 to 1944 when Russia was trying to deny our existence, our independence, our territorial integrity, and our sovereignty. We ended up losing 10% of our land, including Karelia, where my father was born and where my grandparents were born. And there are many Finns in the same predicament. So we're not going to have a problem in Finland in continuing to support Ukraine because we see it as a war of an imperial aggressor against a smaller player. But let's just make one thing sure, and I'll finish here. The main battle here is the one about Ukrainian identity, independence, and its place in the world. And Ukraine has already won that battle.
Yeah, Finland certainly is now, with NATO membership, is at the forefront of Europe's efforts to preserve Ukraine's independence and hopefully victory along the way. Prime Minister Rama, your country has been very unwavering and unambiguous in its support for Ukraine. From the get-go, you've displayed full solidarity with the country. In fact, Albania and Ukraine signed a treaty of friendship and cooperation, fostering closer ties between both nations. Why is it so important for you as Prime Minister, as Albania, to stand firmly behind Ukraine?
Thank you. Before I answer your question, I just don't know what you had in mind when you put me together with these two people. Because usually you put me in this steam train of Balkan people in panels with, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 persons, and now I am in an electric car with 2 Nordic. And I feel very honored, by the way. No doubt about that. Somehow lifted up in another level of society in Europe.
Well, clearly the GLOBSEC people think very highly of you.
And but I can also understand that you felt too much alone in the ice, and you wanted some sun from Albania to raise a bit the temperature here. But going back to that, you know, I just want to make clear for everyone, because here we are in Prague, and I have to say that for us, we grew up in a country where Washington and Prague was just the same. So we couldn't come. We were told that both sides, American imperialism, Soviet social imperialism, are just the same devil. So we had to stay with Stalin after the Russians gave up on Stalin. And we learned in the hard way that there is no interest, there is no need to even look at Russia like a possible ally or partner of ours. As far as in Russia, the dream of some version of imperialism being in the old way or in the new way will not fade away. And so we are the only country in Europe where since 1990 there was no visit, nor from our high-level authorities in Moscow and either from high-level authorities from Moscow. And to conclude, I would say that our solidarity with Ukraine is the most natural thing, because as Matt has said, you know, it's out of imagination that in our world, in our Europe, in 21st century, whatever dispute, whatever different way of understanding, the neighborhood can be solved through sending an army. This is completely unimaginable. But by the way, I want to bring here the very revealing story of the Russian anthem. I don't know if you are familiar with that or not, but when Stalin asked the writer to do something very motivating because the Soviet Union had to fight, the author did it. And then when Khrushchev came in power, he asked the same author to change the text. And then when Yeltsin came in power, he called the same author and said, listen, now we are not anymore Soviet Union, we're Russia, you have to change the text. And when Putin came in power, and it's a true story, he asked again to change the text. But the music never changed in Russia. So this is...
Well, first of all, I think both President Stubb and Prime Minister of Denmark would agree. We're very happy to have you on this stage. This is, I think, goes without saying.
It's their chance to smile when they come in this kind of forums, you know.
But Eddie is very humble, because short anecdote, one of my best friends in foreign policy is Carl Bildt, and he used to sort of joke around and say, well, Sweden will join NATO before Albania, where it didn't. So we are the ones now learning from Albania as new member states, and that's why it's really nice to be on stage.
Now you are touching a wound, because there is also another similar thing about European Union, you know. You know what is today to be a Euro optimist and a Euro pessimist?
No.
So Euro optimists say that Turkey will join Europe under the Albanian presidency. And Euro pessimists say Albania will join under Turkish presidency.
Well, we have...
I'll tell the story to Carl.
Yeah, but Prime Minister Frederiksen, I think, half-jokingly, the segue is the right one, because while Albania may not be part of the European Union yet, the war in Russia has put EU enlargement, the issue of EU enlargement back on the agenda. The facts speak for themselves. Last year alone, the US opened accession talks with Ukraine and Moldova, granted Georgia a candidate country status, and started accession negotiations with Bosnia. Outgoing EU Council President Charles Michel told me at the last year's Bled Strategic Forum, the EU must be ready to accept new member states by 2030 if we want to be credible. Would you agree with him?
I don't have a specific date, of course, because it has to be merit-based. I mean, I think the next round of enlargement is extremely important because of how the world has changed. I am totally in favor of a stronger European Union, and as Alexander just said, I mean, this is one of the positive things in these years, that Putin underestimated us. I mean, we have a stronger European Union now than before the war. We have a stronger NATO now than before the war. And looking into the future, I mean, what is the next steps? It is to build a stronger European Union in size, which means enlargement, but of course also in our willingness and in our own capacities. So I am really in favor of enlargement, but it has to be merit-based, because otherwise we will not have a well-functioning European Union. And this is at least as important as it is to talk about enlargement, because we have seen now a European Union tackling a pandemic quite good, and a war quite good, energy crisis and inflation quite good, and now we have to tackle the global competition on technology. I mean, one of the big mistakes we have made in the future were to be depending on Russian gas and oil, And now, unfortunately, and it's, I mean, sometimes you have to do like this when looking at ourselves. I mean, now we are depending too much on China when it comes to new technologies. We have to win that race. So we have to move on in many different areas at the same time, including enlargement.
And clearly your country is going to hold the EU presidency next year, so a good opportunity perhaps to breathe new life into the subject matter. President Stubb, also want to give you an opportunity to remark briefly on EU enlargement. Many countries have been waiting, if you will, at the footsteps of the EU for many, many years, including Albania. I'll come, of course, to Prime Minister Rama in just a second. What is your assessment? Is it time to speeden up? Because clearly the world is not sleeping. There are a lot of other countries. China, Prime Minister Frederiksen mentioned it. China is trying to vie for influence in this part of the region.
Well, there are many reasons why I'm really excited to be able to answer that question. The first one is that I am a Euro optimist. Second is I'm an EU nerd.
Turkey under our presidency will be in.
Second, I'm an EU nerd. And third, in Finland, it's the government that decides on EU policy, so I have no responsibility about it, which means that I can say whatever I want. My take on enlargement is that it probably became one of the most important strategic foreign policy instruments of the European Union on the 24th of February 2022. I've never seen the European Union as unified as it is right now. I think a lot of countries that were inherently anti-enlargement became pro-enlargement, and people don't look at enlargement anymore purely from a legalistic acquis communautaire, fulfill the criteria type of a perspective. And I think a symbol of that was the performance of French President Emmanuel Macron here last year, where he basically reversed the policy. So from a foreign policy perspective, I would like to see the enlargement of the European Union, yes, provided that the criteria are met sooner rather than later. Now, my fear in all of this is frustration and size coming from Western Balkan states. I fully understand the importance of Ukraine's EU enlargement and the negotiations of Moldova and Georgia. They are strategic, but for me, Western Balkan EU enlargement is, if not more, at least as strategically important. That's why I actually think, final point, that things like the European political community are a good segue, but these negotiations need to happen sooner rather than later, and there needs to be a strong political push for it. Were I to be a commissioner, I think in the next commission, one of the most important portfolios will be the one on enlargement.
Yeah, certainly time is of essence here when it comes to world politics. Europe has to take the next step, something that you, Prime Minister Rama, of course, have been pleading for. Your country has opened accession negotiations with the EU in 2020. I remember 2 years ago when I interviewed you about EU enlargement and the future of the Western Balkans. You coined this beautiful phrase that I quote you a lot, actually, on this. You said you are tragically optimistic about the future of the Western Balkans, and enlargement is a big issue. You may not be an EU country, but you're a European country. What would your message be to?
At least this fact they cannot decide in Brussels. So we are Europeans.
Absolutely, you're a European nation for sure.
This
not
cannot
EU
be
yet.
decided in Brussels, at least. So this is sure. But I have a slightly different view than Alexander about who was the biggest promoter of enlargement in the last two years. It was not Emmanuel, it was Vladimir.
Yeah. Point.
And this is the tragic optimism, unfortunately, because Europe needed Vladimir to attack Ukraine and to not take anymore for granted that the Western Balkans are there. And it's enough to tell them, guys, one day the blue horizon will be yours. But for the moment, we have to do some other things, and you have to understand this is merit-based. But is it really merit-based? I'm not sure. And on the other hand, enlargement means enlarging. So Ukraine, yes, is enlargement, but Western Balkans, it's here. So it's not enlarging, it's practically uniting, and it's practically understanding that it's not feasible to have something here be detached from your body, because then it can be a source of big infection. And when it comes to Albania, we are Europeans, we are stubbornly in love with Europe, and we don't take a no for an answer, so we'll be with the European Union till the end, like we were with Stalin till the end. So even when the Russians decided to get rid of Stalin, we were with him. So we'll be with the European Union even if the European Union will disappear. And we'll invite everyone to restart from Albania and to rebuild a new European Union. I mean, we are loyal, but not only loyal, but there is no chance that other actors like Russia can change our minds. But it's not the same in the region. The region is a place where Russia has a grip, a big, big grip. And before it's too late, it's important to make certain things differently. And I must say that certain things have been done differently, starting from the new growth plan, which is a new thing in the history of the integration, because to countries that are not members are given chances to start and integrate in the single market, to start and integrate in other parts of the whole neurotic organism of Europe. So this is very, very good. But on the other hand, it can be even faster in a way that, because let's face it, the biggest problem at the end is to convince public opinions all over Europe that we are getting the Albanians in, and this is not easy. Although it would be great for Europe to have Albania in, and I can guarantee you, but this is not easy.
Yeah, but I think it's much easier right now.
It's much easier right now, but it doesn't mean that we'll be like that in 2, 3, 4 years' time, because things may change again. So it's important to create the conditions that anyhow the members of the Western Balkans are much more integrated also politically in Europe without being members. And it doesn't, for example, what is the sense of having European security policy and European interior ministers being together without having the Western Balkans in that same table? What is the sense of not exchange the same data and everything? Because when we speak about organized crime and terrorism and all these kind of things, they have created their European Union already, and they work with no benchmarks, no veto, no merit-based, no nothing. So they are very integrated. They work transnationally. They are very fast. So to tackle them, we need to be up to the speed. Otherwise, the time that you exchange information to make an operation, it may be too late when the others have already acted. So in that sense, I believe that there is much more that can be done. But again...
And I think the timing, as Alexander Stubb pointed out, may be very favorable.
Yeah, but whatever they do, we are not going to give up our love for them. So they have to be clear on that. There's no chance. But the Western Balkans should not be taken for granted. This is my understanding.
For certain, and I think that message is heard loud and clear in other European capitals. Certainly, as everybody here pointed out, Russia's war against Ukraine has prompted, if you will, a new momentum in this debate. This session is called Europe Rising: Opportunities, Risks, and the Road Ahead. Prime Minister Frederiksen. One of the issues, clearly, when I travel throughout Europe, and you and everyone here as well, of course, migration and the right-wing shift in European public opinion is of concern. The far right is in power or on the verge in numerous European countries. It made gains in the last EU elections, came in first in France, Italy, and Austria, second in Germany and the Netherlands, opposite in Denmark and Finland. But irregular migration has become a big issue that has determined many victories and losses in politics over the last years. As a social democrat who has taken some of the toughest lines of immigration within Europe, and by doing so, reduced influence of the far right in your own country, what is your advice to those nations struggling to contain the rise of the far right at the moment?
Well, first of all, I don't think it's my job to advise colleagues to do anything, but you are totally right. We have some very strict laws now in Denmark on migration. That is not, it's not something we or I have done as a question about the far right. It's because I think it's the right thing to do for Europe. To be very frank, I mean, Denmark has always been a very safe, a very secure, a very open society. And some of the internal problems that we are facing now is because of migration. Whether I look at the crime scene, when I look at problems with parallel societies, social control, lack of gender equality among some groups of migrants, asylum seekers and so on. All these problems, but especially the question about violence and organized criminal activities, it is because of lack of integration of people coming from outside. So I am, as a social democrat, totally in favor of securing Europe's external borders. I think we need to know who enters Europe, and we have to take the decision about how many we are able to take care of in our own continent. And if we don't take control on migration, whether you talk about legal or illegal, then it's a question for smugglers and for traffickers. And I mean, being a democrat is always being in control with what happened in your society. So I think migration is, security is topic number one, but migration has to be topic number two. And we need to secure the external border. We have to take decisions on our own, how many people should enter Europe. And we have to return all people from outside Europe who does not respect our rule of law, the way we have built our societies, and especially those who don't respect the European values, whether they are radicalized or there's a risk of terror or something like that. So just to say, for me, it's not tactic, it's not strategic. I mean this from the bottom of my heart. If you want a sustainable society, you need to be in control. And Europe is not at the moment. And therefore, I understand why some people vote right-wing. I understand them, because they feel insecure in their own country.
And indeed, it is of concern to many citizens. Most Europeans now consider migration...
Myself included, I have to
Absolutely.
say. We had a long discussion actually at the last meeting in the new European community. And we had a discussion. I asked some colleagues, do you have areas in your own capitals where you feel insecure? And they said no. And I said, what? That's not true. All of us know that there are areas where we don't want to walk at night, where we don't want our own kids to go to school. And the problem is that it's not the elite who pays the price for migration. It's the poorest people, it's the unskilled workers, it's those who cannot, I mean, go to other areas to live or pick other schools for their kids. So sustainability is a lot of things. It also includes migration today.
Yeah, it's a topic that certainly is on the minds of many voters. A very emotional one, migration, one that polarizes societies. We've seen the clashes in the UK recently, for instance. So it's very important that leaders get ahead of this topic. It's certainly a big issue in my country, in Germany, Alexander Stubb. And I know it is a big topic in your country, or at least has been. You closed the border with Russia last year after more than 1,000 migrants entered the countries, and you have subsequently approved a law to turn away migrants at the border. with Russia, clearly also something, an issue that is very, very important to your country and to your presidency.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is more of a security-linked issue than a migration issue. So basically, it's Russia instrumentalizing innocent human beings as weapons, in other words.
But the rise of the far right in your country has also been documented.
To a certain extent, I think, I mean, if I may make two remarks on immigration in general, I think one is based on a false promise or narrative that many of us in the free world pushed after the end of the Cold War. It was this innate belief that globalization will be good for all, which then had a narrative of free movement of goods, free movement of services, free movement of people, and sort of this eternal peace or end of history, as Fukuyama, I think, quite well put it. And then when we started to see a frustration somewhere from 9/11 to the financial crisis, and in Europe to the migration crisis in 2015, there was a realization that, well, perhaps it wasn't all good for everyone. That's why we saw, for instance, Brexit and many other side effects or an emergence of the right in this. So that's the first point. My second point is that there are never easy solutions to complex problems. And I think Mette put it very well, and if I were to sort of summarize what she was saying is that there's an if I may, interlinkage between security, demography or migration, and then I would bring a third element to it, which is climate change. And if we don't solve these three things together, then I think what we saw in 2015 was a walk in the park. So now we need to start changing the narrative about what migration can be, because demography speaks a very clear and factual language, and that is that we will need more labor-based migration in Europe. But because the narrative comes more from the asylum seeker, different types of migratory moves, it becomes extremely complex. I'm always an optimist, so I don't want to, paint the devil on the wall. But look, there's one war which is not getting any attention in the international discourse, and that's Sudan. So we are very quick to talk about Ukraine, we're very quick to talk about Gaza, we sometimes mention Sahel. But listen, Sudan is 20% of African territory, 280 million people, in the midst of a war where roughly 150,000 people have died, and there is an 800-kilometer border by the Red Sea, which is knocking on the door of the Suez Canal. So once the war in Gaza has ended, once the war in Syria has ended, once the war in Sudan has ended, and if conditions become impossible, what do you think is going to happen? So these types of problems we need to try to tackle.
Just briefly, Prime Minister Rama, your country has signed a deal. We're talking about migration. Your country has signed a deal with Italy that would send up to 30,000 asylum seekers to your country to process their asylum requests there. The deal is the very first deal struck by an EU member country and a non-EU state. Why did you sign this deal? You prominently said you wanted to help Italy, to be a good friend, a good neighbor. What was the primary motivation for Albania to sign this deal?
First of all, because we cannot say no to Italy. Very simple.
You cannot say no to Georgia.
Also to Georgia, but
Meloni, just two.
We cannot say no to Italy in any way because of history, because of friendship, because of many things, and because of how much Italy was there for us when we were in a really bad situations after the change of regime. But secondly, because I believe, as I said before, and you all agree that we are Europeans and we have to behave like Europeans, even they are delaying our license, to be part of this European united family. And this is a problem for whole Europe. Mette brought an example, which is exactly what happens. In that table in the new European political community, she raised this question, and the answer from few colleagues was no. In fact, the country of one of the colleagues is becoming notorious exactly for that, for areas where you cannot walk. Notorious. But the answer didn't come based on the fact, but came based on the political side. So ideologizing this issue and making it an issue of the left and of the right, and then bringing this issue in the middle of the political campaigns and dividing the society about something that is just rational, has brought the problem of immigration in the level of the cultural war. Yeah. And this is the biggest damage that has been done to the European values, to the European principles, to the whole way of understanding what are the Muslims. So I'm Catholic, my wife is Muslim, we have 2 kids that are Orthodox from previous joint ventures, and the youngest one may decide to be Buddhist, I don't know. And we have no problem with that. Albania was the only country in Europe that had more Jews after the war than before, and there is no Jew on the records of Yad Vashem that has been deported from Albania to the camps. There are 2 names that have been deported in Bergen-Belsen, and they were not Jews. They were Albanians because the family that was hiding the 2 Jews decided to give the 2 sons and to protect the Jews till the end. We are loyal, you know, so we'll protect them till the end. So this is to say that in a country with a big Muslim majority, at that time was even bigger, the Jews were saved by Muslim families. So what is this cultural war? The Muslims are coming and the Muslims have been, cannot be integrated. In fact, it's not about Muslims, it's not about cultures, it's about exactly what Madera said. It's about the very simple notion of a territory governed by the people that are elected in that territory that has to guarantee that who is entering is this one, this one, this one, and who is getting out is this one, this one, this one. Yeah. This thing that we come, and you come, and everyone comes, it's playing the game of many other forces, but not of what is needed for Europe. Now, just one thing, because there is also the other side of the story, which I believe now Europe cannot stand this heat if Europe will not politically do something major to become a more united union. Right. Because this is not about Denmark or Germany or Italy, this is about the whole European land. So Europe is not anymore young, it's the oldest in the globe, it's not anymore as rich as it was. The part of Europe in the GDP of the world is going down. Europeans are not very much keen to make many kids, while the others are doing that. So workforce is needed. So of course, Europe needs much more immigrants than it has today, right? But in a regulated manner. And the last thing to say is just think of that. TikTok in China is bright and shine, and everyone that enters there feels that is living in a paradise. Yeah. TikTok in Europe is the hell. So Europe is over-regulating in everything, is over-deregulating in media and in freedom of speech and in all this. And I am very, very much afraid that Europe will end in a terribly bad place if it will not make its mind to be one and to speak like one. Because we should win the war in Ukraine, Meta is right, but how you win a war when one side is there full in and the other side is told, listen, we give you this airplane, but you have to fly until that part. And the others give you this rifle, but we have to shoot just in this direction. We give you this, and then there are them to say, in the meantime, you have to fight corruption.
Prime Minister, I'm sure this could be a second day of GLOBSEC, just this panel.
So I have to tell you the same thing I tell you every time. If you invite Balkan people, you have to extend the timing.
Well,
okay? So
well,
if you want memos, bring the Nordics, put 5 minutes, they give you the memo, they go in the ice.
Yeah.
When we sit, we want to discuss,
bring the tea,
to have fun, bring the Turkish coffee here.
Yes, yes, yes.
And to see even the future in the cup at the end.
Prime Minister,
you are too much Germanized, my friend.
Well, I think that is not wrong. I think that is not wrong. The problem is I have
to be too much Germanized is not wrong. It's very wrong.
No, no. I think it's not wrong. I think
it's time to start talking football.
Yes, 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 yes. This is. I think it goes without saying that every time you have Prime Minister Rama on the stage, it's going to be a good time. I think there's a perfect combination of. Is a perfect combination of strong content and entertainment. But I thank you all. I had, believe it or not, I had more questions. I had more questions, a couple more issues that I wanted to talk about, namely the upcoming US.
Where are you going? What do you have to do?
I'm right here. This is me indicating that the session is wrapping up. This is me politely and diplomatically saying that this session, unfortunately, I would have loved to sit down and have another hour to go. Suffice to say, Europe rising, opportunities, risks, and the road ahead. I think we can all agree that this was a fantastic session that all of us would have loved to hear more from and about. Suffice to say, time is out, so I've been told. Prime Minister Rama, Prime Minister Frederiksen, and President Stubb, it's been a delight. Thank you so much. This is your applause. I appreciate it.
Test 1, 2. Raz, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Test. 1, 2. Raz, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 22, 20. Testing channel 1. This is translation to channel 1. Test. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Test. This is channel 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. This is test end.
Our strengths. A wide and growing network of partners all over Europe, a track record of research excellence, and a dynamic presence in the EU bubble and online. So, what drives us forward? In the end, it all comes down to you. Yes? You. We aim to influence and impact policy for the benefit of the European citizen. So, go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your moderator, Patrick Tucker.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, thank you for being here. I'm Patrick Tucker, I'm Science and Technology Editor at Defense One. This next session on NATO couldn't come at a more important time. And I think that it's also sort of important to point out that we spend a lot of time at this conference focusing on a lot of dire threats. This is a good news story for NATO this year. NATO, a majority of members for the first time, this was announced this year, have reached their 2% defense spending burden. That's great news. Of course, with the addition of 2 new members, it's larger than it has ever been. New strategic plans and concepts to centralize operations and also to reinforce the eastern flank. So there's a lot of exciting things to talk about because, of course, the threat is as real as ever, and so that good news meets some very serious concerns. Please help me welcome our panelists today. Hanno Pevkur, Pell Jonson, Angus Lapsley, Anders Carp, and Phil Breedlove. All right. Thank you, everyone, for being here. So again, Slido, we want to hear from you. We want you to participate. Please take advantage of the app to send us some questions. I think we have someone in the room with a microphone as well. Participation is very important. I was sort of a last-minute addition, so I hope you're going to help me do my homework. And we want to hear from you. It's as simple as that. Let me start with you, Angus, actually. One of the things to come out of the July NATO summit, a new Ukraine NATO command in Germany. Tell us a little bit more about that. What is that going to do, and how do you expect different member states to participate in that?
Thanks, Patrick. So, look, there were 2 big things from the NATO summit in Washington. One, commitment to keep strengthening our own defence and deterrence, and I'm sure we'll come on to that. But the other was that we absolutely have to remain focused on supporting Ukraine. Europe's security rests on what happens in Ukraine. The decision that we took in Washington was to start to bring into the NATO family and structures and organisations more of the coordination of the support and the coordination of training for Ukraine. A lot of that has been led by the US system up until now. They've done a fantastic job. But we, I think, recognise that this is a long-term effort. We're going to have to keep doing this for a while. And therefore, institutionalising it in NATO makes a lot of sense. So there'll be this organisation in Wiesbaden, which will grow out of what the Americans are doing now. All allies will be involved, and it'll be helping to coordinate all of the various bits of national and international activity that's happening.
Okay, so one of the key things that has come out of the discussions of the last couple of days around the EU and the promise there of increased defense spending, particularly as it relates to the Russian threat, is that there is amongst the EU this is something that emerged, a lack of a strategy for victory in Ukraine. Phil and Hannon, is there a lack of a strategy of victory in NATO for Ukraine? I'll start with you.
So first of all, thanks for having me, and it's a great question. I'd like to turn it a little bit at the first and say that while I do believe there are some strategies out there, the biggest challenge right now is not strategy, it's policy. It's policymakers making a decision to take the actions in Ukraine that we need to take. And as I travel and talk to leaders in my country and others, there is not now, I think, a strategy or a policy to win in Ukraine. We do not define our policy about winning in Ukraine in the United States. We leave that open-ended. We'll be there for as long as it takes. We'll give them everything they need, but we don't say to do what. We will be there as long as it takes to win and expel Russia from Ukraine. We'll give them everything they need to win and expel Russia from Ukraine. And so it's that to do what in the policy that we don't see today.
Hanno, do you think so?
Well, I don't want to be a party ruiner, but sorry, Philip, we are not giving them everything they need.
I agree.
This is the reality, and when we come to the strategy, well, there is an understanding what the Ukrainians have to do, and they are capable of doing that. The question is that they don't have everything they need for that. And I've said that once that, the question for us as a policymakers, as a decision makers is very simple, that do we want Ukraine to fight or do we want Ukraine to win? So this is the question that, that when we can decide that on the political level that we want Ukraine to win, not to fight, then we have also the next steps available for us. Because last year in November, Estonian Minister of Defense came out with the victory strategy for Ukraine. We said clearly that, when we want Ukraine to win this war, not to fight, then we need to make a long-term decision in each country, at least 0.25% to Ukraine from the GDP. So that could give us around 120 billion annually. When we add Ukrainian own money to that, then this is enough to win this war. Because Russia is spending at the moment around 10 billions in a month. Yeah. So when you take all these numbers, then you understand that Russia is at the moment spending more on this money as we are collectively together with Ukraine, and this is a problem. Yeah. So this is why I believe that there is a strategy, there is a policy, there is an understanding on Ukrainian side what has to be done to win this war. The problem is lack of money, and the problem is lack of equipment for the Ukrainian army, and also the limitations. The limitations are stupid. I don't understand them, because you cannot fight one hand behind your back and then go to the boxing ring that you say that, okay, I have two hands, but I will box only with one hand. Yeah. So this is not the way. So you cannot go fight with Mike Tyson like that. So or in Russian case, Alexander Karelin. So, but anyway, the point is very simple, that we can do more, and we cannot give so much advantage to Russian army to fight with Ukrainians.
Let's go back real quickly to this idea that Ukraine is fighting with one hand tied behind its back, and part of the reason for that is a certain amount of resistance, particularly in Washington, but certainly some other capitals, to allowing Ukraine to fully use capabilities to their full advantage. First, there was resistance to giving them the capabilities that they've been asking for since the beginning of the war, and then there's some residual resistance to allowing them to use them in a way that is most operationally effective. From your perspective, from your conversation, not just with Washington, but I know Estonia, they're very aggressive and forward in their thinking on this. Are you beginning to see some of that resistance loosen? Are you beginning to see Western capitals begin to understand that some of their inhibitions about allowing Ukraine to fully lean into the use of capabilities is softening?
Well, just take the timeline. 2 years back, we were talking that giving the heavy artillery or tanks is an escalation. Then we made a Tallinn declaration, or the Tallinn commitment to send heavy artillery. We sent all our howitzers to Ukraine. The tanks started to go to Ukraine, many other equipment. So there was no escalation. Then we were talking about that, okay, what about the long-range fires, and then suddenly UK sent Storm Shadows, and we didn't see any escalation. And the fear of escalation is something I really do not understand, because the only one who is escalating is Russia. So Ukraine is not escalating. Ukraine is trying to push Russians back. And this is why, all these discussions about the red lines or fear of escalation, this is something we just put aside and talk about winning the war. And this is why we have general, and people who know how to fight, and let them to decide what they need. And when they say that we need this or this, we have to give it. So we don't have to, put in our heads that we have limitations. No, we don't.
Right. So let me return real quick. Very good. Yes. Enthusiastic support for this idea. Let me go back to my original premise on this kind of duality where Ukraine continues to need a lot of help, need more help than we're providing, but NATO being very strong right now, really at the height of its strength. Let me turn to you, Paul. NATO's newest member, Sweden. What do you anticipate bringing to the alliance? And how is Sweden viewing the question of providing adequate support to Ukraine, both as a country, but also as an alliance member?
Well, let me first say that we very much welcome and SATO and NATO taking a larger role in supporting Ukraine, because it's very natural. Ukraine is going to be part of the alliance. Therefore, it's in our incentive to work with interoperability, standardization, and so forth. So that's the right thing to go. What we bring into the alliance is an area where we punch above our weight. It's on our defense industrial capability. There's no other 10 million country in the world who can produce fighter aircraft, submarines, advanced IFVs, artillery systems. Our industry does integration really well, and what we found that we have a strong ecosystem of producing platforms and where we can collaborate very extensively with the Ukrainians. And that could be, of course, in sending platforms, but it could also be on working with them on innovation. For example, the Swedish procurement agency right now is in charge also of building up the Ukrainian procurement agency, DPA. So we offer a broad ecosystem as a smaller country into the alliance as such. I think with the Swedish territory provide the alliance with operational depth. We, of course, have strong capabilities in the Baltic Sea, since we've been operating there for decades, under the surface, on the surface, and in the air. And we have Arctic capabilities as well, and a quite strong intelligence community also in Russia. So those are some of the things that we've been doing right now. And I think that the Swedish and Finnish NATO membership has really consolidated the northern flank, and there's so many things we can do now among the Nordic Baltics as well, and that's in the interest of the whole alliance.
Yeah, and I think that's such a valuable point about the value of innovation that different companies that are choosing to partner with Ukraine, they are learning more about what great state competition looks like on the battlefield than certainly companies that are choosing to stay home. So this is, go ahead, Phil, yeah.
So may I just also add to that from a purely military perspective. As the SACEUR, I longed for these two countries to join the alliance. It happened years after I left. An important point is we love all of our allies, but our allies come to the alliance with different capabilities. These last two members came to the alliance having had a long history of exercising and coordinating their capabilities so that our tactics, techniques, and procedures are the same, and making sure that our kit is compatible. So these two great nations, when they joined, they were immediately an addition to the military capability of the alliance.
Yes, and yes, you had a...
well, as we're piling praise on our Scandinavian colleagues, I think the other thing which both Sweden and Finland bring is a really strong historical focus on civilian military integration in territorial defence, which is a really big theme for the alliance as a whole, actually. How do we make sure our civilian authorities and populations and planning are set for collective defence? I'd also point out that if you look at increases in defence spending in Europe at the moment, some of the biggest increases as a proportion of national wealth are coming from countries like Finland, Sweden, Denmark, and Norway. And I think that it's indicative of an understanding that the threat scenario in the north is more complex than it's been. But these countries are all countries who are determined to get ready for that.
Yeah, and one, of course, the things that Sweden brings is Saab. So, Anders, let me turn to you, because on this idea of companies choosing to partner with Ukraine, benefiting in terms of understanding the battlefield a little bit better, and understanding a new way to innovate at the edge, a very key theme, I think, for modern defense contractors. Saab is limited in what they can say in terms of how much or what exactly they're doing to help Ukraine, but you are helping Ukraine. Tell us a little bit, if you can, what are some of the lessons that you're extracting from the partnership?
Yep, thank you. And thank you also for having me and Saab here. So I think it goes back to our customers actually donating our equipment to Ukraine. It started actually before the war with the NLAWs going in from the UK. We've had anti-tank weapons, we've had air defense, radars, and open information. We're now in all domains with the latest pledge of Swedish Air Force to provide them with airborne early warning assets. For us, it's been really interesting and satisfying that we've been able indirectly to support Ukraine by actually having systems being designed for one enemy especially, which is the enemy that the Ukrainians heroically fighting. That the design that we actually did years ago actually worked, that it was easy to deploy, easy to use. We have designed most of our systems for conscript army, which we actually see most of in Ukraine as well, and easy to sustain and having maintainability, if that is a word, over long term. That has been really interesting to see that it actually works. Some of the lessons learned, and this is, I think, for both the coalition of willing that supports Ukraine right now to consider in the long term, how are we going to provide spares and repairs? How are we going to provide continuous training? Because many of those brave men and women that came to Sweden, UK, and other countries to learn about the systems, they are actually dead now. So they can't teach the next generation. So this continuous training. And here I feel, or we feel sometimes, that it's easier to talk about more Patriot missiles for billions and billions and billions of dollars than maybe a couple of million for a spares package. And that has to change if we're going to change the outcome on the battlefield.
Yeah, I think that that's a really important point. And it brings up the question of interoperability. This is a smidge technical. Let's not get too technical about it, but it is one of the huge challenges for NATO alliance members operating with one another. Where have there been some improvements in creating greater interoperability among the NATO members? What still needs to happen? I'll throw that up. Angus, you might have a thought on it, but also anyone else that wants to speak to it. Then Phil. Yeah, go ahead, Angus.
Well, I think the big thing that's changing in NATO, even since General Breedlove's time as SACA, is because we now have a set of operational plans for collective defence, which basically tell allies, we want your bit of your military doing this in this place, and you'll be alongside that country, and you'll be doing these functions in this bit of geography. That will drive interoperability. It'll also drive capability choices. For example, if you're up in the north, you're going to look at capability that allows you to operate in the geographical climatic conditions of the north. But if you know you are fighting in this corps, in this division, and you'll have these folks alongside you, that is going to drive the decisions that you make. So I think that is the biggest single lever that has changed in NATO in the last couple of years.
Phil.
I was just going to add that we're dealing with some interoperability surprises. We long ago said we were going to build 155 rounds, and everybody could shoot them. And we found out that we build 5 different kinds of 155 rounds, and not everybody can shoot them. Yeah. And so while we are attempting to get better at this, we still have some surprises to deal with.
Well, yeah, but then I guess you had maybe 5 or 6 different companies that were very happy that they were also producing 155 rounds, and then so it worked out well for them. But Hanno, you have a thought on interoperability as well.
Well, of course, we have a lot of challenges, that even when we take the CV90, one of the best, or the best infantry fighting vehicles what you have on the market at the moment. So still, you have different type of ammunition, you have different comms, and the interoperability is difficult among different countries. But this is only CV90, and then when we take M777 or a different type of howitzers, still the 155 is the question. So anyway, we have to find a balance between the fair competition, because you have fair competition also in the defense industry, because companies are coming with the new solutions which maybe are cheaper or might be cheaper. Best product, let the best product win. But on the other hand, in the military is always a question that Sweden just launched a new intelligence vessel. It will be in service probably for 30, 40 years. So now is the question that when you buy something, you will buy that for long term. So interoperability, and I would like to see that in Nordic Baltics we have only one infantry fighting vehicles, but then we have in different procurement systems in every country. So I would like to see that we are using the CV90, or as a howitzer we are using the K9, but still different countries have different interests. So this is why one thing is interoperability, also the comms, and also the standards when you talk about the 155, that really 155 can be shot not only or fired from K9 and M777. So this is the point, and this is the key for us, not on the political level, but on the practical level, defense industry level, to find these solutions which make common systems interoperable.
So, and you have an interesting sort of solution also to the interoperability challenge. It's very popular, but also very controversial in certain among people that I talk to, and that is joint acquisition. Joint acquisition across NATO.
Well, we've done that in Baltics, and this is why I'm saying that, that we should, strive for that we will do more, because, even when we have in one region, because also when we take the NATO defense plans, then we have, and then also NATO structure, then we have Norfolk, Brunssum, and Naples. So we have, like, inside of NATO, we have 3 NATO. So, but even in Brunssum, when we take Operation North or Center, then we could have joint acquisitions there. We don't have to buy everything, because when you take the rifle, 5.56 is still the 5.56. But at least, for the big systems, which will be in service for a long time, which is easier to maintain, and spare parts are easier to get, then I would say that we should consolidate more these acquisitions.
Yes, so I wrote about this when you first proposed it. A lot of people wrote to me afterwards. Very smart people said this is a fantastic idea, it's very long overdue. And some other people wrote to me and they said, oh my gosh, if you think that Turkey, Hungary, France, Germany, and Estonia fight now, wait until you're trying to do joint acquisition through
but we did
NATO.
it. We did it for the air defense with Latvia. We did it for the vehicles with Lithuania, with vessels. So it can be done.
Okay, I want to turn to Paul, but first I want to turn back to Angus and ask you your opinion on this idea of joint acquisition across NATO. How realistic is that? Without formalizing it, what can you actually do? And then to Paul.
No, so we have I don't know exactly how many, but some contracts with NSPA, which are framework contracts for anti-tank weapons, for instance, and some others. Which for us is, of course, really good, because less time is spent on cumbersome negotiations on terms and conditions that actually they are set from the beginning. Similar setups through the FMV in terms of anti-tank, also in the Nordics and Baltics. So and I think the whole industry would like to move to such a setup, especially for these systems that are sort of more generic and less customizable than perhaps a command and control system or similar.
Okay, Angus and then Paul on this.
No, I was just going to say, I mean, the NSPA, so that's the NATO Support and Procurement Agency, I mean, I forget the exact figure. I think it's got about $13 billion worth of contracts on the go at the moment. So its role has really expanded, and the war in Ukraine is driving that. And it's a mix of both buying the relatively simple things to buy, like ammunition, doing it in bulk, but also more complex things, like, for example, Patriot missiles, which a group of nations have come to. Now, it's not a panacea. Those nations have still got to know what they want. They've still got to have the money for it. But it's definitely one way of doing things faster and more efficiently.
Okay, Paul.
I think we have a fairly solidified view of what we need to do. We need to work on harmonization of requirement in early phases. We need to work on standardization. I think this is one of the issues that should be elevated to a much higher level within the alliance, because it's really important. It's about joint acquisition and shorten out also the acquisition times, which are way too long, as we're learning so much about the innovation from the battlefield, and technology is moving exponentially as well. And what we have done is drawn quite a lot of lessons from the war in Ukraine. I know you were talking about for the CV90s, we have a big user group of the 10 countries right now. It's getting better every day from all the intelligence we're getting from it from the war in Ukraine. We're operating the 40 millimeter. It's fantastic. You can have an IFV taking out the T-72. That's great. But we're the only one operating the 40 millimeter caliber, which meant that I've sent out a lot of letters all over the world saying, begging for 40 millimeter caliber. Okay, it's difficult to get. Okay, it might perform wonderful, but why don't we all do 35 then? So then we're moving to 35 as well. So we compromise in order to aggregate demand, and that's what we need to do. Because the other thing we haven't been talking so much about is what do we do with defense industry and ramping up production. I think sending out the demand signal, and then when you do joint procurement, you can put bigger tenders to the industry, and then they will know that they can invest into their industrial capability.
And just we can ask from Philip, but General knows that in U.S. Army you have basically M777 and that's it. Yeah. So we have K9 from South Korea. We have Archers from UK and Sweden. We have AS-90 in Britain. We have Bohdana in Ukraine. We have Susanna from Slovakia. So I can continue with this. And European continent and European Union is, the same, more or less, the same size as US, and then army-wise, US Army is bigger. So you can handle one type. We have to handle like 10.
And just sort of pile on that, for a commander, every new or different piece of kit is a supply chain that has to be maintained.
Exactly.
Yeah. And that can be harder than the tactical part of employing the weapons, keeping it healthy through the supply chain.
Okay, we have a couple more thoughts on this, but then we'll go ahead. So go ahead.
Just a short, so we don't limit ourselves when we talk about standardization and interoperability, because interoperability also means that you could have the ability to actually be diversified. So I agree on the 155 millimeter example, but for instance, with the software-based EW system, electronic warfare system, or having the ability to change frequencies for the drones. That is what we've seen on the Ukrainian market, that they haven't had one drone for everything. They've had a plethora of different kinds, or many different, which means that even if the Russians are able to block or jam certain UAVs or certain frequencies, they will still have the possibility to use other systems.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think this is a very important point that Anders is making. I think the main problem is not that we have a diversity of platforms. The main problem is that they can't communicate, that they're not interoperability, that we don't have standardization of supply lines. So I want an element of competition, because we're a big consumer as well of these plots. Because if we get one single supplier, it's going to be bad, expensive, and all have to buy from it eventually. Right. So I think that you can have an element of consolidation, but you also want an element of competition as well.
Okay.
But, to sum up with the interoperability, I believe that we can learn from Ukraine again, because the Ukrainians are at the moment the world champions of interoperability. They were sent everything we have in the West. And they are still managing all of them and inventing also the spare parts if necessary. Yeah. And Volkswagen Group oil filter is the same for Skoda and Audi. So we can survive, and we can. It's not so dark.
Yeah, yeah. So joint acquisition is possible as long as your joint acquisition is rapid, keeping pace with information technology. You all have endured so much defense acquisition talk for a Saturday morning. You're all now honorary consultants for Deloitte. Thank you for bearing with us on this. Let's turn now to the question of hybrid warfare. Who here is familiar with the term hybrid warfare? Who knows what that is? A few of you. So hybrid warfare is basically war through non-direct means. It can mean weaponizing migration on the border. It can mean cyber effects, disinformation campaigns, cyber effects both hitting infrastructure, but also to perpetrate hack and leak campaigns to embarrass politicians, disinformation, potentially sabotage of industrial outfits or entities. This is now a real problem within NATO. This is an example of Russian aggression, not just targeting Ukraine, but actually targeting NATO countries. So NATO has a strategy for hybrid warfare, but that's a strategy, and hybrid warfare is here now in Europe. Hanno, do you think that NATO members are adequately prepared in responding to the hybrid war threat? And then I'll go to Phil.
Well, we are learning by doing. So Estonia has faced hybrid attacks, starting from the cyber attacks already since 2007, when we clearly saw that there was a Russian state-orchestrated cyber attack against Estonia in 2007. So we've lived in this environment already 17 years. And now we just see that Russia is going, basically what we see in hybrid warfare, that Russia is testing us, the West, collective West, all the time, that how far they can go before Article 5. Because, at the beginning they had only the cyber attacks. Then we saw that, there are already something where you can see the attack on the Mr. Volkov physical attack. Then you can see some explosions somewhere in the warehouses, you know, and we see already also the attacks or assassination attempts. So, you know, Russia is testing us, and for us, it has to be very clear that we have to go and show that this is state-orchestrated FSB attack, and then to say that, you know, we have to be transparent because we have to know. And then I believe the Germans will also now investigate very thoroughly what happened in Deal Defense warehouse just a couple of days ago, or yesterday, I believe. So, and I would not be very surprised when we hear at the end of the day that this was orchestrated by FSB, because this is exactly what they do. They are targeting our defense industry and to put us to the position that we are dealing with these kind of attacks. So I would not say that we are not ready for the hybrid attacks. We are, but the question is that in what moment we will say that this will go over this threshold to say that now is Article 5.
Yeah, Phil. So first of all, what you just did, I think, is very important because it's also illustrative of our electorates, our populations. If you ask someone, what do you think about the hybrid war? They have no idea. Some nations use the gray zone war. Some nations use war below the lines. But what Russia is doing in all these spaces is not well understood. I tell people today that there is active warfare in Georgia by Russia. There is, if you listen to the Moldovan Minister of the Interior, she'll tell you there's active hybrid warfare in Moldova right now. And so people don't see that. And then I even point to my electorate in America that our elections have been attacked by the Russians consistently for almost a decade. And they're already in this election.
Yeah.
And so we in the world don't understand that hybrid warfare is way bigger than sometimes described in these manuals and pamphlets that we write in NATO and other things. They're great, but they don't capture the whole thing. And I think the really important piece of hybrid warfare that is not talked about often enough is information warfare, and how several nations out there, clearly Russia, are meddling with our population through all of these new attack vectors like social media. They've been engineering the news for a long time, but so many new attack vectors into our society.
Yeah, I think that it's a really important point, and it brings up one of these themes that's emerged in this conference that keeps going up again and again, and that is this competition of narratives where you have, on the one hand, a very broad thematic push by autocratic states to weaken democracy by basically exploiting divisions that exist in any democracy and turning them into disruptions that just undermine the ability of citizens to participate in democracy, but also, as you point out, cyber attacks against leaders. You were hit by a cyber attack, and so was John McCain, and so was a lot of people that I know from the Russians, and that sort of thing perpetuates, and then it feeds that broader agenda of just alienating democratic civilizations, democratic populi from their government. But Angus, I'll turn to you. Do you think that NATO has an adequate, as an entity, member states are responding on their own, as an entity has an adequate response to hybrid warfare?
So I think, as Minister Jonson said, we're sort of learning as we go, and there is a lot of activity happening on this at the moment. My colleague, Marie-Do Besancenot, is here today. You know, she's leading a NATO project on disinformation. Last year, we took a number of big initiatives led by MARCOM, our maritime command, on how do we strengthen security of undersea cables, which has become one of these areas. One of the Slido questions talks about space and cyber in NATO, and both areas where we have, you know, we've become explicit that both are areas in which there could be triggers for Article 5 if action is taken against us, but also areas where we now need and have operational plans, and where we're starting also to move into the area of capability planning and saying to allies, these are the kind of things we need you to have. And this is my last point, this is where we're heading on hybrid. So through our resilience programs, you know, we are being more and more explicit with allies about this is the kind of
defences against this kind of activity that we expect you to have, because it matters to the coherence of the alliance as a whole.
Yeah, I want to get to Paul, because we bring up undersea cables, and Sweden is very good at undersea things in general. But I want to stick with you for a second, because I want to see if you have a response to what Hanno brought up. As someone that's familiar with how disinformation campaign works and just narrative campaigns work, the thing that you have to do, it's very hard. You actually have to get in front of the lie and tell people that you're a population that they're going to be subject to a disinformation campaign, and to a certain extent that inures them. The US government has a lot of problems with this, but they sort of recognize the importance of it, and that's just one government, pointing out directly when there is a Russian or Chinese or an adversarial attempt to influence the American discussion. Should NATO have this? Should NATO be out front, as Hanno said, pointing to an FSB campaign that's happened here, pointing to a GRU campaign that's happened here? Should they be rapidly responding to these sabotage attempts, assassination attempts, disinformation campaigns as they occur in real life?
Yes, and I would argue that we are increasingly doing exactly that. And the debate on this has changed unimaginably in NATO over the last 5 years. 5 years ago, you still had quite a lot of allies saying, well, we're not really convinced it is the Russians, or if it is it really a sensible thing to call it out? That debate is gone. So I would say where you're suggesting we should go is exactly where we now are.
Okay, let me turn to Paul, because we brought up earlier undersea cables and also hybrid warfare, especially as it affects the Baltic Sea. We have a number of different entities have pointed out that Russian activities out of Kaliningrad and elsewhere are creating GPS disturbances across the Baltic Sea. How do you look at this hybrid warfare threat, especially as it affects open areas and electronic warfare?
That is nothing new. There's been throughout history, asymmetrically, the opponents has always been trying to get your weak points in society. I mean, you could make the cases as old as the Trojan horse. But it has evolved as technology has evolved. It's also the symptom of increased great power competition. So this is, and I think here, of course, the NATO has an important role to play into this, and you're doing good things on MARCOM and undersea cables. EU, actually, in the nexus between internal and external security, has a lot of important tools about this as well. This is about situational awareness in the international institution, but it is a national responsibility. You got to get your own structures into place as well. That's why we in Sweden created a new National Security Council, National Security Advisor. We have a Minister for Hybrid Threats, Resilience and Total Defense and so forth, to make you more resilient against this, because you can't really plan for all the contingencies, so resilience is really the key. Now, when it comes to the underwater domain, in the Baltic Sea, we've been operating there for so many decades, so we like to think that we know the things inside out with all the cables and so forth. With our submarines, we had a steep learning curve, I think both with Nord Stream 1 and 2, and also with the Baltic connector as well. And we learned a lot about strengthening our ability there. When it comes to this kind of spoofing activities, this could be symptoms of exercises, it could be deliberate, or it could be protective measures as well, and they of course have an effect when it comes to for civilian air passage and so forth. So it's something we are aware of and we follow very closely as well.
Yeah. I think that's okay. I know. Yes.
Yeah, very short comment. That one thing we have to understand that Russia doesn't respect the international law. Especially when you talk about maritime law or any other, normally you don't go to the other territory and assassinate someone. So they've done that multiple times. When we take also all the violations of the airspace, or we take the violations of the maritime law, what they have done, so they do not respect, and this is why we have to be, reacting to that with public actions. We have to show that yes, we have to point the finger to them that they were the ones, and because when you spoke about the GPS jamming and the interference, what they are doing, so this is a clear threat already to the civilian travel. So this is a clear threat. So we cannot respect that. But when you go to Russians and say that, hey, you did it, no.
Yes. What, us? What?
It's not us, we don't know. It's maybe from space. So.
Yeah, right, I know. A guy in his basement, right?
Yeah, but they are not. They do not care about the international law. Is the point?
Right. So like surveillance, intelligence, being there, understanding what you're seeing first, and then communicating it very essential. We have a lot of Slido questions. I'm very excited to get to them, but I have one more kind of difficult one for you all. Because, of course, right now, you could walk away with a picture of NATO. It's very optimistic. We have coordinated plans. We have great vision. We increase spending, vigilant against the threats. This is, however, a question that comes up all the time. After November, the United States, you could have a very different level of participation from the United States in NATO. There's a lot of things that could change very quickly because of the way the election turns out. So a certain US presidential candidate, he need not be named. Don't name him. If you say his name 3 times, he shows up. So, you know. And then he asks for an appearance fee, so just don't do it. But this presidential candidate has said that NATO spending, the requirement, should actually be lifted to 3% of GDP. Angus, very direct question. Can alliance members afford that?
Yes, I think they can, actually. It's well below the average of Western European spending during the Cold War. And I think given the threat scenarios that we face today, for most European allies, spending will have to rise considerably above the 2% floor if they're going to deliver the increases in capability and the better usable, sustainable capability that we're asking them from. Now, I'm not, in saying that, I'm conscious that these are really difficult political choices, and I'm not a politician. My job is to tell people what they need to do for defence. But you know, we're not asking countries to sort of rip up the basic balance between social spending and economic spending and defence. We're asking them to to make sure that proportionately we are ready to deal with the threats that we now face, because those threats have got worse over the last couple of years, and they're not going to get better in any time soon, I think.
Okay, so yes, they can afford it. Phil, you had a thought.
Well, I wanted to go back to that unnamed individual and just say that I always want to remind that, yes, we have some issues to work through. And yes, sometimes the words and rhetoric are very harsh and they cause friction. But factually, if we look back at the last time that individual was in charge, our presence in Europe grew, our investment in Europe grew, our spending and military capabilities in Europe grew. So I just caution everyone. I'm not making a political pitch here because I don't do that. But I just want to remind everyone that there's a certain momentum about the United States and NATO. And the last time it was not a terribly bad result.
Okay.
Well, no, please. Yes. I'll give the time for applause. So. Well, you asked that, can we afford that?
Yeah.
So Estonia is spending at the moment close to 3.3%. We go up to 3.7 in a couple of years. And yes, we can. When you mentioned that, one of the campaigns in US, so yes, we can. But my question is rather different. So my question is, can we afford Putin governing Estonia? So my answer is no.
Yeah.
And when we're thinking that, when you put to scale also in Europe, I said that in the morning when we had one roundtable that, I might be very unpopular, but not maybe in this forum, that when we have on scale, rather to pay more money to people who are growing or keeping the vineyards, or to have the freedom and independence, I will choose independence.
Yeah.
And this is, I know that I'm very unpopular regarding the farmers, and farmers will be in Brussels streets with all the tractors immediately when we talk about, reducing the money from the agriculture, but still, the question remains, when we are not ready to invest more into defense, and I've said that more than 1 year already, that 2% is not enough, it should be 2.5 or 3% even, so it's not only this candidate we don't want to name, it has been also in our agenda already for a long time. Then we have to decide whether we invest more into defense from our own budget, or we reduce on European level some common expenditures. So this will be the debate, and I was very unfortunate to see that during the European Parliament election campaigns, we didn't see that debate. We still saw the debate about the agriculture. Yeah. So this is the point, and you cannot put a price tag to the freedom.
Yeah. Freedom is less expensive than the alternative. Paul, go ahead.
Yeah, well, is 2% enough? No, it's certainly not for us. So we're at 2.2. We have a trajectory up 2.6% by 2028. And we realize with the new capability targets that's going to be set, we're going to invest for a long time. So much more money is needed. Now, for the more macro question, I think that this European addiction to military presence and power, that's unhealthy for us, and it's unhealthy for the Americans. And I invest into our own capabilities also because we want to strengthen the transatlantic link and be a good partner, because I think we're all unified in this panel that the world is a much better place when the Europeans and North Americans are collaborating, dealing with, could be Russia or China and so forth. And then the question is, how is that going to be done? Is that going to be done within the EU or within the European pillar of NATO? I would say European pillar of NATO because of all the work that's being done now. Because I think one of the interesting things with the capability targets is that we are getting a much better understanding clearly of what each nation need to do when it comes to enablement and executability of plans. There's no higher priority than if we want to deter and defend Russia, that we make sure that the plans are executable. That is the top priority. Yeah. And that, I think, is becoming much more illuminated now with the new defense plan and the capability targets.
Yes. So let's go to, real quick, some Slido questions. The first one, should NATO introduce finance ministers' meetings to coordinate their total defense expenditures? Because one thing that NATO lacks is enough meetings, I think. So Angus, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I've been trying to think how to answer this one. I mean, I'm not sure finance ministers would thank us enormously if we suggested it. Although, interestingly, I have started to get calls from finance ministries wanting to understand, what their defence colleagues are on about and where's it coming from. But generally, what we're seeing is, as you move back to collective defence, a wider range of government needs to be involved in how you prepare. So we have had meetings recently in Brussels of health ministers, for example, looking at how you would provide large-scale healthcare in an administration. Interior ministries as well, etc. Yeah. So there is a broadening happening. But yeah, I suspect finance ministers would look slightly askance.
And it will not help. So, during the war, of course, every minister is a defense minister. But, at the end of the day, we, with Paul, we have to go to the government and explain also to the Minister of Finance that, we really need more. Mm-hmm. And this is the common values we are defending.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's a very good one. Sort of links to that hybrid warfare question. How do you see NATO's role in deterring Russia today, specifically in the information space and in the cyber and space domain? So Article 5 is deterring a land invasion of Europe, hopefully, but we're not really deterring Russia in the information space. Otherwise, we wouldn't be having this discussion about hybrid warfare, or are we? So Phil has a comment on this, and then Hanno. And we've got like 6 minutes left, so let's condense our answers a bit.
In 20 seconds, I would also want to have us think about the answer to the following question. Mm-hmm. We seem to, in today's world, have convinced Russia that we're going to defend every inch of NATO. Mm-hmm. We're going to defend every inch of NATO. I think that what Mr. Putin hears is everybody else is fair game. Mm. And I think that's a deterrence I think we need to be talking about.
I think that's a good point.
Regarding the cyber, there is a very simple answer that, you cannot only defend, you have to also have offensive capabilities. But this is something we don't speak about.
Yeah.
But Russia knows that we have offensive capabilities.
Yeah, I think it's a really important question because how do you deter Russia in something that it's already very practiced at and using to great effect? But at the same time, we haven't seen the full force of their cyber effects because, as you point out, we have tailored access operations and they're quite impressive. And I'm not allowed to talk about even a little bit that I know, and I shouldn't know it. So the multi-domain war is not only fought on the battlefield. How does your country synchronize its actions in other instruments of power internationally?
In any way, or in all the ways we can. So it's, I believe that all of us have the same.
No, but I mean, this is a whole government endeavor, and of course we have a national security strategy, and you want to make it a whole of society when you do it. I think we learned some things also in regard to our support for Ukraine, or providing both military, economic, and political assistance as well. So, I mean, there's much to do. The same thing on the innovation side. The time when we worked with military innovation in stovepipe, with civilian innovation, that doesn't work, since the technological development on the civilian side is much quicker, for example.
Yeah, I think that's great. So here's one, bringing Anders a little bit. How do you see the role of global industry vital for interoperability, cybersecurity, AI, like Microsoft, SpaceX, NVIDIA in defense? I think this gets to that larger question of, like, how do you create interoperability? Is it through a new company that's very good at data fusing, for example, and merging software together? But Anders, your thoughts on this? How do you bring in the role of global industry?
And I had like 15 minutes. But this, starting in Ukraine, you can look at clips on X or Twitter and see that those two systems, they shouldn't be able to talk to each other. But the Ukrainians have figured out how to connect certain systems through their own C2. There we can learn a lot, but there will be consequences, because Ukraine is in war, so they don't really care about certain things that we do in a normal peacetime, but also what is allowed to do in terms of, for instance, using cloud technologies. Going forward, or taking us as an example, we have invested in different companies, one being present here, Helsing, which is a young AI, German or now European AI company, for us to use the best of the new together with sort of the old defense industry with defense standards. It's a fantastic learning experience for us.
Yeah, I think that's really awesome. Here's a great question. I'm certainly very curious about. I know that Phil talks about this often. I know that you are right there, and so you have, of course, tremendous insight into this. What happens to Belarus if Ukraine prevails over Russia? If Lukashenko falls with Putin, could it join NATO alongside Ukraine? What is an after scenario for Belarus, and how fragile is Lukashenko right now, given the partnership with Putin, and also given pressure from within his own population? So you have, and then Hanna.
I'll just be very short, because I have talked about this.
Yeah.
I see Belarus as an opportunity. I know that there will be many in this audience that will disagree, but I think Belarus has tried to stay on the fence rather than to fall on either side specifically. And I think Belarus is an opportunity once Russia is defeated.
Well, I believe that, Belarus has to be seen, as long as Lukashenko is there, as a part of Russia. What happens after that, there is only, a way for the better future. This is why, at the moment, I don't see any difference between Belarus and Russia. But we all know that there are democratic forces in Belarus who would like to see Belarus as a member of European Union, as a member of Europe, as a member of Western civilization.
There's a lot of concern right now because, of course, you're seeing some pooling, some cementing of Belarusian forces on the border, and there's some concern that they might involve themselves more actively right now in the Ukraine war. Is that something Estonian intelligence has an opinion on?
Well, let's see how it evolves. Of course, we are gathering this information, and collectively we are looking very carefully what they are doing there. But at the moment, I don't see that in the nearest future there will be something happening.
Okay, we have time for just like one or two more. Is there anyone in the room that has a question? We can send a microphone out to you. If it's hard to see all, but we do right here. This lady, third row. Please stand and introduce yourself. Thank you. Yep.
Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Olga Vasilevska-Smaglyuk, I'm a Ukrainian parliament member, and my question comes from the beginning of your incredible conversation. Do you want Ukraine to win, or do you want Ukraine to fight? It's more than 10 years of war in Ukraine, and most of the bravest and the motivated soldiers are already died. And we have, as you know, a lack of money in the budget, lack of ammunition, lack of arms, and so on, lack of people.
Yes.
So while you, not you personally, but NATO countries think what you want Ukraine to do, to win or to fight, we just pay our lives. So how to break this circle of violence? And when you, NATO countries, not you personally, when you define what you want Ukraine to do. Thank you.
Yes, how do we define what you want Ukraine to do? That sort of speaks to the strategy question.
In Estonia, at least, we defined that already, 10 years ago, in 2014, that we have no doubts about that. So, and this is exactly, we just need to continue. And unfortunately, yes, we see also some members of the European Union who are not in favor of Ukrainian winning. So this is why, I believe that this is the sad part of democracy, that we have to find a consensus, and sometimes it takes too much time.
Paul, you've got the closing thought on it.
Yeah, well, I think we have to understand what the stakes are for you, for Ukraine, but also for ourselves. Supporting Ukraine is also about investing into our own security. If Russia would prevail, we would have disastrous consequences for Ukraine, but also for us. And that's why we have to continue doing it in the long run. And that's why I want to see long-term economic and political and military equipment to Ukraine, so you can have a long-term steady partners as well. And then we come into the nuts and bolts about that, about ramping up production. But we have all the economic clout that we need in order to provide you with the goods for you to win, and we're very grateful for everything you've been doing for Ukraine, but also for the rest of us in Europe.
Okay, so thank you. I think that's a great note. The next session on the Western Balkans will start very shortly. The moderator is Maria Tadeo. Right now, please join me in thanking our panel for this excellent discussion.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your moderator, Maria Tadeo.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us on this session as the Western Balkans and the European perspective. And for that, I am joined by the President of Montenegro, Mr. Jakov Milatović, who will join us now on the stage, the President of Serbia, Mr. Aleksandar Vučić, and also joining us, Mr. Ivan Krastov, who is the Chair of the Center for Liberal Strategies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ivan.
Well, as we said, the focus point of this panel will be Western Balkans and what credible strategies can we achieve to make enlargement possible. And the question, perhaps, for the two presidents is, when you look at the idea of accession, and there's many targets and goals and years that get put on the table, but realistically, it seems there's a form of limbo. I wonder, how do you break it?
Well, it's first of all, let me say how great it is to be here at GLOBSEC, this time in Prague, and to speak about the Western Balkans and the EU accession of the Western Balkans. Perhaps given the fact that we have all followed a great Olympics in Paris, we all thought that the accession process would be sort of a 400 meters race. But it ended up being a marathon with hurdles. Montenegro has opened the accession process back in 2012, started negotiation chapters, and we are still in the process. We are a front runner, but whenever I speak with my European colleagues, I always say that we are tired of front running, and we would like to come to the final stage. And now the goal is to become the 28th member state of the EU as of 2028. That's the goal, and this is an ambitious goal, but I would very much hope to be also a realistic goal. I think that the accession of Montenegro in the EU as of 2028 would be a story much bigger than Montenegro, because it would be this positive signal to everybody else that the accession is alive, that the enlargement process is alive, because if you remember, the last country that entered the EU was Croatia more than 10 years ago in 2013. So now it's the time. Now there is a momentum, there is a new hope, there is a window of opportunity also on behalf of Brussels as well as other European capitals. And I think this momentum needs to be seized.
Well, thank you for that. And President Vučić, from your perspective and your country, Serbia, I wonder what do you think the state of play is? And most specifically, when it comes to you, are you as optimistic, perhaps, as you may have been in the past when it comes to this process?
Well, I was preparing myself in order to say some good things that we accomplished recently. But as a matter of fact, I'll try to respond to your question in a different way. Am I optimistic? No, I'm not. And everybody always sees some chances in everything. They see a reinvigoration of a process and everything else. I don't believe that, I wish all the best to Montenegro. I don't believe that they are going to be a part of European Union in 2028. I don't believe that we are going to be a part of European Union in 2028, because there are many issues. First of all, here we have an interest of European Union, which are different from time to time to our interests. And I believe that if some of us might become members of EU, it cannot happen before 2030, but that's just my assessment. And that is very soon, that is tomorrow. What might happen in the meantime, nobody knows. We have different assessments on the future of EU, but we all want to be a part of EU, but we are not sure whether and what would be the situation look like in the European Union member states. What is obvious is that Ukraine and Moldova are gaining momentum, which is understandable very much. And at the same time, there is a public exhaustion within European Union about the topic of enlargement, and we'll see what might happen. What is of an utmost importance for us in the meantime is to do many concrete steps, is to get as soon as possible single European payment area, is to get as soon as possible green lanes or green corridors for our trucks, for our industries, when we export something to European Union and vice versa, is to abolish PEM convention in order to get more of investors, is of course to do necessary reform processes regarding our justice and judiciary systems and everything else. And if we do that, it's all about, of course, attracting foreign direct investments and changing the overall political and economic landscape. And I'm always very pragmatic, not a big dreamer, which means that I'm very much interested in an economic progress of Serbia. And we successfully overtook everybody in the Western Balkans, although we were number 4 just 10 years ago. And I see here Tomasz Kušta, he was witnessing that for last 10, 12 years. And from number 4 in the region, we came number 1 by almost all parameters. And that's of an utmost importance for us. We need our people to live better, and that's it. Whether European Union will be ready for us or whether we'll be always ready for it, we'll see.
What does that final sentence that you say mean? Because you say they have to be ready for us, but are we going to be ready for them?
Yeah, we have to change ourselves in a way to do a lot of reforms, but also European Union will have to accept the fact that we might think differently on some issues, which will never put in jeopardy unity within European Union, but also we have some issues to resolve. And when you speak about UN Charter, when you speak about UN resolutions, and the fact that Russians did that incursion against Ukraine, and then you come to Serbia, then people in Serbia always ask you, okay, what about UN Charter and Resolution 1244? That is related to Serbia and Serbia's territorial integrity. And these are the issues that we see differently. And we know that we cannot be a part of European Union before we resolve it in a way that both of us would be either equally dissatisfied, either equally satisfied.
And before we move on, I just want to understand very well what you said at the beginning. You said, I'm not optimistic about this process. You know that will be disappointing for members in this audience, but also to
what
European...
What would be disappointing?
to hear that...
I didn't come here to lie to anyone. You know, you wanted me to say, yes, we are going to be a part of European Union in 2028, and we are not. And then, okay, it finishes, and we see each other in 4 years, and then I'm going to say what to you? It's not going to happen. I don't lie to my people. I don't want to lie to anybody. You ask me, okay, Ukrainians have to win, okay, I say yes, okay, you can say whatever you want. Is it going to happen? Not easy. But if there is no one that can say this publicly, that can say this openly, I'm sorry to say this. I think I have my own brain and I say what I think. And unfortunately, it seems to me that not in a very few cases that I was right, but much more than that.
Well, you made your voice very clear. Let's see from the President of Montenegro, Milatović. Let's see if, do you agree on that?
Let me just jump in here because of the audience and perhaps clarify a few facts. So there is definitely a new momentum now in Brussels following Russian aggression on Ukraine as of 2022, and this is where the geopolitics also changed. This is where Europe also understood that the enlargement is also about security of the European continent. So definitely there is a new window of opportunity in Brussels. There is naturally, there are differences between the countries in the Western Balkans in terms of the size. Montenegro is by far the smallest. Size matters. So in that regard, it is very easy to be absorbed as a new member state by the EU. Secondly, Montenegro has been using euro for the last 20 years. So that's another big advantage. Thirdly, Montenegro has been a NATO member since 2017. So in terms of the geopolitics, military alliance and everything else, there is already there. Fourthly, Montenegro has been aligning 100% our foreign security policy with the one of the EU for the last 10 years. And those are all advantages. Montenegro is the only country from the region that has opened all the chapters. We have closed 3 so far, and according to the new methodology, which has been suggested by France and adopted by all the candidate countries, you know that you first need to make a sort of a significant progress in terms of the rule of law chapters in order to start closing some other more technical chapters. So at the beginning of this year, Montenegro did pass that step, and sort of within the rule of law chapters, we were marked by the European Commission to have made significant progress or adequate progress in order to start closing the other chapters. So there is a hope that by the end of the year, we will be able to close, a few more chapters. So in that regard, I think that naturally there is a bit of a different status between the countries in the region. And again, let me be very clear and frank here. It is in the national interest of Montenegro that the whole region becomes a part of the EU. That's it. Every success made by Serbia, by Croatia, by Albania, by Bosnia is success of Montenegro. This is how we look at the neighborhood, and this is how I think should we all look at the neighborhood, because ultimately the regional integration is another part of the story for the EU integration. I think that we all forget how the EU idea started with the regional economic integration, and this is also, I believe, where we all think about the EU in the same way in the region, basically fostering regional economic integration as well.
But to go to the point, if I hear what you say, your tone is radically different, and you're saying this will happen in this decade.
Listen, I'm doing this job in order to make Montenegro becoming the member of the EU. Maybe I'm too optimistic. Let's see. We can have this discussion in 2028, 2030, doesn't really matter. I understand the points that Alexander is saying. And you also obviously understand that we are presidents of 2 different countries.
Absolutely.
That are different in these, in a number of things that I have just mentioned.
And that is entirely fair.
Yeah, the issue is that he was mentioning that in order to say that Serbia is different to Montenegro on all these issues. And I agree. We did not align fully with European Union decisions on sanctions against Russia. And as you can see, I'm not hiding it. I'm saying that very openly. And yeah, that's why we have our own politics. He was saying that they were using euro for 20 years. No, we have our own currency, and we are very proud to have our own currency, and we believe that is our advantage, not theirs. They are part of NATO. We are not part of NATO as well, because we were bombed by NATO in 1999, although we have a very good relationship with NATO. With the increasing level of cooperation, and I can say that we count on NATO to protect Serbian population in Kosovo, particularly in North Kosovo. And at the end, we are not the smallest, we are the biggest. Although we are small, we are the biggest in the Western Balkans. And to tell you the truth, I believe that, yes, success of every single country or entity in our region is good for us as well. But I believe that I'm more realistic and at least a bit more experienced on these issues. We have the same goal, becoming a part of European Union, but to me it's always of an utmost importance what I can do for the benefit and in favor of my own country. And that's what our job is all about. And thinking about and speaking about new winds, I have seen so many winds so far. And tailwinds and headwinds in Brussels, and it is changeable, and nobody knows what might happen in 6 months or a year because of situation in Ukraine, situation in the Middle East, situation in Europe itself. And I hope that we'll be able to keep peace, tranquility, and stability in the region. Everything else, at the end, it's all about economic activities, and it goes well. We, I think, have a big chance with critical raw material politics that can be a very boosting the booming new area, not only for Serbia but for all of us. And at the same time, I hope that growth agenda and reform agenda can help us a lot. And it's not about getting some money, because 100 or 500 million will not save us, but it will be another good signal. It will create a better image of an entire region, of all of us. That's very important, and we need to deliver on that. And these are important tasks, and dreaming is good, but at the end, we have to deliver something real to our people. And I hope that he is right, to tell you the truth. I believe that I am right, but I hope that he is right. And I hope that we'll all become member of EU much earlier than I expected.
And President Vučić, just to go back to earlier, you mentioned Ukraine, you mentioned Russia, and you also said, I'm not hiding and I'm not scared of speaking what is my truth.
Of course. So it's not my truth. It's truth.
Which I guess some would say, do we agree there's one truth, or is your individual truth? I guess that's a philosophical debate that we enter there, but just very specifically, though, to address the issue, some would say the reality is things are not moving as they could be moving in Serbia because you have a relationship with Vladimir Putin that is problematic to many in the EU Council, and at the same time, you are very bluntly trying to play it both ways. How do you respond to this, and do you believe you have a right to play it both ways?
Thank you for asking me this. Number one, what kind of an engagement I have with Vladimir Putin?
What kind of engagement do you have, in your own words?
You have already mentioned that I have it. I'm asking you what kind of an engagement I have with him.
You maintain a bilateral relationship.
I maintain that. I didn't speak to him for 2.5 years, since war started.
What about the sanctions, the tone, the messaging?
Come on. Let us analyze first of all what you said. Then we'll come to that as well. You said that I was maintaining that relationship. I didn't speak to him since war started. Unlike many European leaders. They were speaking to him by telephone, visiting him, and speaking to him worldwide.
You mean Orban, who is a member of the EU?
I don't mean Orban. I mean many leaders, many European leaders. I did not. But you see, you, from some point, from some reason, wanted to emphasize that I did, but not European leaders. Let me respond to your second question, which was about sanctions and about maneuvering in a way or choosing both sides. There are no both sides. We are on EU path. Yes, we have traditionally very good ties, and we are not hiding it, and I'm not ashamed of that with Russia. It has always been the case between Serbs and Russians. And we are the only country in Europe that did not impose sanctions against Russia. And as you can see, I'm not afraid to say that openly. But on the other hand, we condemned Russian incursion against Ukraine several times in the United Nations General Assembly, OSCE meetings, and we participated at Birkenstock meeting as well. And at the end, speaking about humanitarian aid to Ukraine, because you just show that everything is about social networks, journalists, papers, and propaganda. If we analyze who helped Ukraine with humanitarian aid, with all the other aspects, let's say from the Western Balkans, pick all four countries plus one entity, they all together has given so far to Ukraine 20 times less than small Serbia. And don't ask me, ask Ukrainians. And if it's always all about someone liking or hating Vučić and Orban or that and that guy, not about facts, then we are on a wrong path. And at least you need someone like me. It would be very boring, always saying nice things, like at stadium, you know, chanting the same songs. Here at least you have someone who can say something differently. Now, Ivan, sorry that we...
I enjoyed it.
Ivan knows everything better than we do. Ask him.
Of course, Ivan, I will ask you next. Just very briefly, you had a meeting with Ursula von der Leyen today. I presume
I had a meeting with
the head of the Commission. Did you meet with her at the GLOBSEC on the sidelines?
Ursula.
The head of the Commission.
Of course, I had a great.
And she agrees with.
I had a no. Nobody in Europe agrees with me on this issue.
Okay.
But everybody in Europe understands my position, because I'm a sincere and honest man, lying to no one and saying what is the position of Serbia. I had a great conversation with Ursula. I believe that we fulfilled, that we did this growth and reform agenda better than anyone else. I believe that we, speaking about all the other issues, found a common denominator with Madam President, and I believe that we'll be able to, although I know nothing about these bureaucratic issues, chapters, clusters, and everything else, but I think that we'll be able to open some clusters before the end of the year.
Before the end of the year. And Mr. Krastev, externally, of course, we've already, I think, had a very in-depth conversation for the first 20 minutes. Externally, I wonder, well, first, what are your highlights? And then two, what are your thoughts broadly? Because clearly there's some very vocal thoughts being expressed.
Listen, Kaplan has this nice saying that if you want to understand world events, you begin with looking at the map and you end up with reading Shakespeare. And I do believe that there is something in it, because there's three things that, at least for me, are very important. The logic of the enlargement and the objectives of the enlargement today were not the same as there was 3 years ago. We're talking about the consolidation of the security, political, and economic space in Europe. So from this point of view, we're not simply about getting countries in the EU. We're in the period of remaking of the European Union. It's a different period. How it's going to end up, and by the way, what is common between the optimists and pessimists is that both of them believe that they know how the future is going to look like. In a sense, we are much more open on this. But from this point of view, we're in a different situation. And from this point of view, Western Balkans are critically important for the consolidation of the European space. This is not simply that basically the countries want to get in and so on. And secondly, before the idea was that European Union is here to transform these countries. Also, these countries are there not to allow somebody from outside to transform the European Union. And in my view, this is critically important, and this is different. Secondly, what in my view is also very much different is that the war in Ukraine is felt different in different parts, because one of the things that happened, and you're going to see in many places, people in conferences are going to say, this is the first big war in Europe. You cannot say this in the Western Balkans. There was a war. A lot of people have been dying. And by the way, people are not realizing to what extent what we are seeing as an unraveling of the international order also has its roots in the Balkans. I do believe that it was in the plane in which then Prime Minister of Russia, Mr. Primakov, turned the plane during the beginning of the operation in Kosovo, when the first draft of the Putin speech in Munich in 2007 was written. So from this point of view, basically what is happening in the Western Balkans and in the post-Soviet space was always very much connected. Back then, in the 1990s, the idea was that what is happening in the Balkans does not matter for the other part of Europe. The idea was it was exceptional, the idea of the Balkanization and so on. But I'm going to ask you a question. Imagine two political scientists. One, in 1990s, living in Prague or Warsaw and believing that what he is seeing is the future. And the other staying in Belgrade or Sarajevo and believing that what he is seeing is the future. who of them knows better where we are now? And I do believe from this point of view, integrating also some of the political stories is important. And from this point of view, all the talk about the Western Balkans is not a technical talk anymore. Serbia is in a particular position, to be honest, not simply because of the war. Serbia has a very strong legacy of the Yugoslav kind of a Tito position of hedging. Yugoslavia has benefiting from this. To be honest, this was the position of Mr. Koštunica, whom I remember. It was position of Mr. Tadić. All the countries has here. But now European Union is reconciling its borders. In my view, what is really changed for the last 3 years is the nature of the borders, and for the first time, European Union wants to know where the borders are. Before, the idea was we have a hard budget and soft borders. Now, basically, we have a soft budget, but we need a hard borders. And this is why all this conversation is different, and in my view, this is why people are basically saying why basically you're allowing, for example, Serbia to do this and that. Listen, you cannot on Monday praise Serbia on lithium, and on Tuesday basically to say you should do this and that. And I do believe that also Serbian position is going to be basically changing over the time, because everything that you're doing is going to push you in one direction or the other. The problem with staying on the fence is that fences are even worse than walls. They can collapse on their own. And from this point of view, this is, in my view, the moment in which we are. You cannot integrate the Balkans in the European Union just getting one country, because on this level, they're going to be a black hole. And by the way, our countries are not doing well. My friend Ramzi Lani is here. I'm always basically quoting him on this, because he gave the best political description of what happened recently. He said, in the Balkans, we made a transition from repressive to depressive regimes. And one of the stories, there is an economic development of some of the countries, but we have a major demographic problems. And basically, the countries cannot stay where they are. They're either going to be moved, they're going to be integrated in some way, or then people are going to decide to join Europe individually. By the way, Serbia is a very interesting story because you have a huge number of Russians and Ukrainians in the country. This is new, by the way. This is, in a certain way, the part of the story with the Western Balkans is that there are not people from the Western Balkans anymore going to Russia. Even Bulgarians don't go to Russia anymore. But suddenly, basically, Russians, Ukrainians, you have a lot of people coming to these countries. This is also a new reality that we're not talking about. I don't know what is exactly the number of people who are coming. By the way, many of these people are totally unfriendly to the Putin's regime.
Speaking about Russians, there are 95%, it's our assessment, 95% of them are anti-Putin oriented. And speaking about Ukrainians, they are 95% pro-Russian oriented because they were coming from Severodonetsk, from different places from Russian-speaking area, and those guys that were coming from Russia, they were mainly from Moscow and St. Pete and Nizhny Novgorod, from big cities, and politically they are mainly anti-Putin oriented.
Yeah. And in my view, all this is changing the region incredibly. First of all these people who left you basically to Europe, younger people. By the way, this is changing electoral politics incredibly. Because when some of the younger and the most entrepreneurial part of the population is leaving, this is changing the nature of the vote. And if you're basically a young person in the region and you want to change your life, it's much easier to change the country in which you live than to change your government. And I do believe this is a real issue, so all of them. And from this point of view, I very much agree that this is an opening. This opening can last longer or not. It depends, by the way, on all sides, where I do believe everybody also agrees that the European Union wants to enlarge in order to consolidate, but European Union cannot allow low level of cohesion. Before, the idea was that veto is a nuclear option. Some European Union leaders started to use it as a conventional weapon. You cannot allow a union in the current structure in which basically you're going to veto critical politics. And I'm not going only about Russia. Honestly speaking, talking about Mr. Orban, he has vetoed much more policies connected to China than to Russia. And from this point of view, these are trade-offs that are going to happen, and they're going to be trade-offs on the Serbian side. They're going to be trade-offs on the European side. And I do believe that, of course, the only thing that is that countries should decide at some point, not simply do they want to get the European Union, but what kind of European Union they want to be part of.
No, we want to, Ivan, you know everything better than I do. Ivan is a type of a man that is, and he is a man that is very much respected in my country, and we all listen to him, and we all read whatever he writes.
This was for free, by the way. It was not.
Thank you. Next time, don't worry, we'll pay for it. What I wanted to say, it's always like these doubts. You want to be a Trojan horse within European Union. You want to be that and that. And I'm asked whether we want to be a part of EU. And I say openly, publicly, yes, we want to be a part of EU as soon as possible. And I know how many things we need to do. Whether it will happen or not, I have different views comparing to others, and that's it. But whenever we say, yes, we want to be a part of EU, you always hear those doubts. No, you don't want to be that. You want to be a Russian Trojan horse, or you want to be their puppet, serving themselves instead of serving our common purposes and everything else. And when you hear it every single day, and as you can see, I have no problems discussing it before such a big and important audience as we have it today. But the real issue is that we need to build this trust and confidence as well. That's why I believe that the last visits of Olaf Scholz and Emmanuel Macron, which lasted till yesterday afternoon, were very important to us. We had Bill Burns in Serbia very recently as well, and I hope that we'll be able to reach that kind of common denominator in our all interests that will bring us closer to EU. But, you know, when we say something, someone has to believe in that, because we are not even hiding anything. As you know, Ivan, at least we are not hiding anything. And if you want to believe us, if you want to see that, then good. If someone doesn't want to see that, and they have their prejudices or whatever else, then it's very difficult for us to explain our position.
But President, just on that note, you are saying they don't want to see it, they create a narrative, the journalists, the media, and so on. Do you believe really in all of this? There isn't at least something, a part of the criticism, at least a form of misunderstanding then, in communications between yourself and interlocutors that may be valid? I mean, do you recognize there may be parts of your policy that have been misunderstood by a part of their European colleagues?
I believe that people that are really in charge, people that are not only knowledgeable, but that are not superficial, and the real leaders cannot be superficial. They cannot have that kind of approach. I believe that they know everything. But of course, it's, I discussed that with our friend Vlado Bilčik. We had some tough discussions in the past, but it was, and it has always been, and it's today, all about image creating, image making. And I do agree with you. I'm not a charming person. I don't know how to flatter everybody, you know, how to be a part of a crowded stadium. You know, I used to be a big football fan when I was young, you know, but now I don't miss that. And it's very difficult for me to say, yes, we're going to win tomorrow, if I don't see that. I don't want to lie to myself. I don't want to lie to anyone else. And if my people are asking me, okay, we are going to be a part of European Union in 2028, it can bring some points internally in Serbia, but how can I say that to our people? What I'm going to say to them in 2028? That I was lying to them? Or I was stupid not to see that it was not possible? And the real issue is, yes, we need to speak to each other. We need to discuss the issues. And we need to stop labeling people because they have different ideas. If there is someone who might say, okay, we need peace between Ukraine and Russia, you're going to say, this guy is a traitor. This guy is on Russian side. No, I believe that would be in favor of Ukraine because they need it much faster than Russians. But nobody wants to say that because it's easier for everybody to repeat the only one sentence, which is we're going to win and we're going to win. And I'm not going to ask how, I'm asking you when. And when I ask you when, then there were never proper responses. But that's just one example, and I believe that we have to do many things internally, a lot of reforms. We have to change our mindsets. I believe that we are on a good path. Economy-wise, we are doing well. The fastest and the biggest growth rate. 1 out of 2 countries with the biggest growth rate in first half of a year, plus 4.4%. And hopefully we'll be able to carry on with the same.
And sir, and also to you, President Milatović, first of all, if you want to respond and make a case on the thoughts that you've heard, but also we see that inevitably the idea of Ukraine and the war has spilled into this debate of enlargement. And I wonder, do you believe this is going to hinder progress, or actually can it be an accelerator? Because the Ukrainians here, they say it has made everything very clear. It's become black and white for them. It will accelerate things for the better.
I mean, listen, I think that the audience can see, how much Alexander and myself disagree on many of these issues. And that's legitimate, naturally. Going back to what he said about the legacy of the non-alignment movement, I mean, Serbia was only 1 out of the 6 federal states of the former Yugoslavia, and the policy making was made by many people outside of Serbia, by Croats, Slovenians, Montenegrins, probably relatively the highest share in terms of the policy making, given the fact of the size of Montenegro. So there is definitely, a legacy of it in many places across the former Yugoslavia. I think that what is a difference is now a choice. Mm-hmm. There is a clear choice. Where do you want to go? For Montenegro, that's clear. I don't know whether that's clear for Serbia. And again, it's a legitimate thing, to have sort of a bit of an unclear way where they want to go. I think that Serbia, as the biggest economy in the region, is naturally important. You know that we all speak basically the same language, so this is why the news, the
Serbian language.
It's.
You speak Serbian language.
I do. Okay. And that's basically linguistically the language is the same. Many people, call it differently. Somebody, but that's not really an issue.
But that's Serbian
what the issue here is that there is a lot of spillover effects across the region, and what I believe is perhaps problematic is to have this unclear message of where Serbia wants to be. I was an economy minister.
And you don't think that's a narrative?
For about 2 years. 5 years ago.
I'll have a chance to reply to that.
5 years ago, 30% of our tourism revenue came from Russia. 30%. For me as an economy minister and a member of the government, it was a tough thing to adopt the sanctions against Russia and to follow the Council of the EU. It was a tough thing, but we did it. It was a matter of choice. It was a matter of aligning our foreign policy with the one of the EU, because we want to be part of the club. That's it. It's as simple as that. I understand everything that Alexander is saying, but it would be easier for everybody else that we have an optimist as a president of Serbia rather than a pessimist as a president of Serbia. And I say this now as a president of Montenegro. Maybe, for you it would be easier to have a pessimist as a president of Montenegro. Now we have an optimist and a pessimist. Let's see where the things, will go. He is clearly a person with more than 20 years of political experience. I'm recently new in this job. Maybe this is why I'm.
That's fresh perspective.
Maybe this is why I'm an optimist. But even yesterday, when I spoke with you mentioned Mrs. von der Leyen, I had the meeting with her, and I truly believe, and I think that now she also believes that Montenegro can and will become a member state during her mandate. Because, again, it is a story bigger than Montenegro. And I think it would be a massive signal for other countries in the Western Balkans, for the countries of the Eastern neighborhood, and perhaps it would also help pessimists becoming optimists, including Alexander.
Good. There are some things to be added. First of all, it's not that clear and it's not that easy. You forgot to say something. Speaking about unclear messages, that's what I have always been talking about. I had a very clear message even today about the EU path. But many people from the region, together with some others, were always insisting on unclear message, because it fitted well to your stories. You wouldn't be that good if there is no bad Serbia. And you're speaking about easy choices. And you forgot to say, mentioning 6 republics. Yeah, there were 6 republics. But even speaking about Montenegro and many Western countries, in the meantime, you took a part of that one republic, which is Serbia. And you recognized Kosovo's independence. And it was done not in accordance with the UN Charter, not in accordance with UN Resolution 1244, and that was done against the law. And attack against Serbia was done with no decision of United Nations Security Council. That's a small difference between us, you know, which is not that small. Which means, yes, we are on our EU path, and the biggest problem for Serbia, not to lie to each other, is our relationship with Pristina. Just for you to know. It's not all this stuff on Ukraine, because all these political decision makers, they know everything. They know everything. It's all about this. And this is a very difficult issue for us, and everybody knows it. And my question and my response is, okay, if some people think that we should find an easier way to flatter someone and to say, okay, you are good and good. I have no problems with that. We'll see at 2028 who was right. Being pessimist or optimist, I'm right. And you all know that I'm right. You all know here that I'm right. That nothing will happen before 2030. And in 2030, we'll have Ukraine as a first country to join, and then
why
we'll
so
all
fast?
come, then, which is okay. We have no problems with that.
But why so fast? Some would say there was a much bigger limbo for other countries at the same candidacy status. You're willing to say, I don't see this happening for us in 28 or 30, but now you did give a date for Ukraine.
I believe that Ukraine is going to be a part of European Union before 2030.
And why so? Why can you not? Why are you negative and not optimistic about your prospects?
I'm not negative. I'm a realist. I'm a realist. And
but,
then
but what is the why then?
After that, I believe that Serbia, Albania, Montenegro, and hopefully if Krastev's Bulgaria will allow North Macedonia to join it, I believe that that might happen as well.
And
but after Ukraine joins Europe. That's what I believe. We'll see whether I was right or not.
So that's your prediction. Can I ask another prediction? Who do you think is going to win the US election? Does it matter to you in any way, given that you seem to have very strong instincts about names and dates?
No, you have strong instincts about dates and years because you were predicting 2028. I was saying, no, it's not going to happen. I don't know.
No preference?
No preference. Yeah, I have some preferences, but I'm not going to say it publicly.
Can you predict who is going to win Bulgarian elections?
Yes.
Yes, I can. You'll have another elections.
And just as
8 in 4 years.
But just as a final word, President, U.S. election, if you want to go in or not, maybe you don't make predictions. You don't want to do that. But I do have to ask a very serious question. Some do say that if there isn't meaningful progress when it comes to enlargement, this is going to be incredibly negative for your societies, because it will now seem that there is a form of limbo, that no matter how hard you try or how much you want it, things are not moving. So how important is it, and this is a message for your European counterparts, that they understand it's not just a political process, but it is societal too?
I think they understood it, and this is why I mentioned the Russian war in Ukraine, and I think that there is definitely now a momentum to be seized. Definitely, for tango you need two. So there is a clear menu of reforms that the country needs to deliver on. Now there is a new methodology. There is progress that needs to be done within the rule of law. I believe that Montenegro has made that step. Now, as I mentioned, by the end of this year, at the Intergovernmental Conference, hopefully in December, there is a hope that we can complete another few chapters, and then 2025 another few, and then 2026 a few more, so that by one point in 2027 we can do our own homework. Then it's going to be up to the EU member states to ratify the agreement, and ultimately, Alexander is right. It's a political decision of the member states. Mm-hmm. It's a political decision of the member states. I believe again that Montenegro has a number of advantages. It is a clear frontrunner. Size matters. Institutional advancement obviously matters. And again, the will matters. If there is a will, there is a mean. There is a saying in across the Balkans. So again, with respect to the American elections, Montenegro is a NATO member. It's going to be the choice of the American people. I personally believe that the links between Europe and America are much stronger. Whoever sits in Washington or in Brussels, and that's what I think.
Well, on that note, thank you very much. We have reached the end of the session. Thank you, of course, to the presidents of Montenegro, the president of Serbia, and of course, Ivan Krafster, the chair of the Center for Liberal Strategies. Thank you very much for joining us here.
Thank you very much, and please welcome the President of Finland, Alexander Stubb. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests, it is my great honor to introduce the keynote speaker, the President of Finland. President Stubb brings to the stage wealth of experience that uniquely positions him as a leading voice on European affairs, particularly in matters concerning Ukraine, Russia, and international security. His journey to the presidency is a statement to his deep understanding of European politics and his commitment to strengthening the European Union's role on the global stage. President Stubb was also Prime Minister, Foreign Minister, Europe Minister, Finance Minister, Vice President of European Investment Bank, Member of European Parliament. So you have a really vast experience from different positions that you are bringing to the forefront. So, Mr. President, we give you 10 minutes floor to say your keynote remarks, and then we would like to continue with the conversation.
Okay, thanks, Robert.
Please.
Sure. I mean, I think keynote always sounds, how would I say, a bit grand. But what I'll try to do is perhaps frame the way in which I see world politics in 2024, and I do it a little bit based on a book that I've been writing for the past 5 years, and I'm trying to conclude. So the easiest way to do it is to give you a short introduction and then 3 points and a conclusion. And the short introduction is to say that to all of us who deal with international relations and foreign policy, we understand that there is something big going on in international relations right now. I have myself tried to peg it into our 1918, 1945 or 1989 moment. And by that I mean to say that after World War I, the idea of the League of Nations was nice, but we got it wrong. After World War II, the idea of UN was good, and it maintained a certain power balance, but it divided the world into a bipolar reality, which was not comfortable for all. And then in 1989, we probably got a little bit lazy in the sense that we thought, the lines of Fukuyama, who I agree with, that we were witnessing the end of history. But I think, at least for me in Finland, probably, Robert, for you, either in Slovakia or in the Czech Republic, for all of us in Europe, the 24th of February 2022 was a watershed moment in world politics. Why do I say that? I say it because then people had to make a choice, either for, against, or perhaps somewhere in between, in Russia's war of aggression. Now, how do I define the 3 points? I think, number 1, the order is changing. Number 2, the balance is changing. And number 3, the dynamics are changing. On the order, we are not anymore living in a world which is based on a bipolar or unipolar or multipolar reality. We're not living in a world which is based on the international institutions and rules that were established post-World War II. They exist, but they're challenged. They're not doing well. So witnessing a moment when there's a big shift in the power balance of the order, and where after the World War II, it was about a systemic competition between the Soviet Union and the US and their allies, either willing or unwilling. Now, it's not that much a binary choice. It's much more complicated, and I'll try to explain what I mean by that. So the order is changing, but we don't know exactly what will replace it. Second, the dynamics are changing, and this is kind of my lesson to the West. I would argue that we are seeing 3 spheres of power. 1 is the global West, 2 global East, 3 global South. Let me explain. Global West, we're about 50 countries. Obviously Europe, North America, Japan, South Korea, New Zealand, Australia, and a few other allies. We want to maintain the current world order. Why? Because the institutions, in many ways, serve us, as do the rules. 2, there's the global East. About 25 countries, led by China, followed by Russia, Iran, and 22 countries have voted with them in the UN Security Council. They want to change the current order. They talk a lot about a multipolar world, and they try to reach out and say, listen, the current world order is a little bit too Western, a little bit too liberal, a little bit too democratic, that you're more interested in economic welfare and development, so be with us rather than with them. The third sphere is the global South, which, admittingly, lumping 125 countries together is unfair. But what I try to say is that within the global South, you have mid-powers of change. India, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Nigeria, Egypt, South Africa, Brazil, Mexico, and many others that do not necessarily want to make a binary choice between the global West and the global East, but they want two things. One is development and the other one is agency. And these three spheres of power have different roles in the game currently, but what we need to understand in the West is that if we don't change tack from what I would call a foreign policy of moral high ground, I think we're going to lose this battle. And here's where I come to my third point. We can't afford to lose it because of the dynamics of the world. You have three strands that can happen. You have global competition, and that can be a big power competition between the US and China. But if you don't contain that competition with international rules and institutions, it can spill over to the second, which we're now seeing increasing, which is conflict. And remember, albeit we are focused on the war of aggression of Russia in Ukraine, a lot of other countries in the world are focused on Gaza, or a conflict which we've completely forgotten, which is Sudan, or an emerging conflict which we see in the Sahel. And all of these conflicts are interlinked in one way or another. They're part of a bigger power competition where there are states and non-state actors trying to fill power vacuums when different players are leaving. So therefore, I come to my third dynamic, which I think we need to do, which is cooperation. And here is where we can have a serious conversation about how we do it. But my basic argument is that I'm not sure we need to change the rules because the UN charters, the WTO and the rest of it, they still provide the right rules, but we need to change the institutions. And it's an uncomfortable truth for us in the West because that will mean that we will lose relative power. So the trade-off that we have in the West is we have to understand that it is the global South that's going to determine the next world order, balance, and partially the dynamics. And then the question is, who do we want to deal with? My conclusion is that I think in the West we should drive something that I have coined as value-based realism, which means that on one hand we stick to our universal values, in other words, human rights, fundamental rights, freedom, democracy, rule of law, international institutions, and rules. But on the other hand, we have to be realistic that the world's biggest problems, climate change, demography, technology, economic development, and security, cannot be solved with Western minds only. That's why it's great to be here at GLOBSEC talking about all of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Very sharp, very clear view, very visionary, and very global. We had a little bit of talks about it, and the title of this year's conference is Taming the Storm. Because what we are seeing about all the conflicts, and you said it very rightly, that all the conflicts are somehow interlinked into a bigger picture. We as West, we are trying to safeguard the status quo, because that serves us. And you have laid it down very nicely. So what are we getting wrong in relations to Global South? Because that's what you said, that we need to focus on the Global South. How do we bring them in to the system? So what would be your suggestions?
Well, I mean, there are few. The first thing is that we have to stop taking the moral high ground in the way in which we've done in foreign relations, international relations, actually not only for decades, but for centuries. This innate belief that we are always right. And that everyone should follow our suit. I fully understand that if you were a full-blown believer in the realist school, it's all about interest, no values whatsoever. But I do think that there's always a balance between both values and interest. So we have to stop making our foreign policy purely conditional. And I don't mean to sound too harsh on this, but I do think that foreign policy is a value judgment every day. I mean, do you trade with a country where homosexuality leads to a death penalty? Do you give foreign aid to a country which is a dictatorship? Or do you buy arms from a country which is acting in a way in which you disagree with? Those are value judgments that you have to make. So first, change the attitude, be more dignified and be more cooperative. Second, give agency. You know, that's what a lot of the countries in the Global South, especially the mid-powers, want. They want agency. They want ownership in that system. So the classic example I always give, and everyone does, I guess, is the UN Security Council, or the UN. The UN agencies in Geneva, they're working fairly well. But the UN in New York is not working that well. Why? Because you have a UN Security Council which is basically dysfunctional. Its main job is to preserve peace, and of course, if we look at the world right now, you could say that it has failed. So you should ask yourself the question, why should a country like Brazil from Latin America believe that 5 states in the UN Security Council can have veto power, but they're not part of it? You should ask yourself the question, why is not the most populated country in the world a member of the UN Security Council, namely India? Or you should ask yourself the question that, why is the largest continent on the world with 54 countries, Africa, not represented in the UN Security Council? And what then happens is that if they don't feel they have agency, they start looking for power elsewhere. It can be inside the BRICS, it can be in different conglomerations. So these two things.
So that's what you mean by changing our institutions.
Yes.
You refer mainly on the UN, which is not serving the world right now. Yeah?
Well, I think we can take it further. I mean, if we want, because I'm a firm believer in international institutions. I guess that's innately what also makes me European, why I have always been a strong advocate of the European Union or NATO, because, or the OSCE for that matter, because you have a certain set of rules, and then within the institution you contain those rules. But I think you can push it forward. It's not only, symbolically, yeah, it's about the UN Security Council. In an ideal world, we would have regional representation from the continents. So
is it reformable? Because everybody in the Security Council of the UN will be resisting to give up the veto right.
Well, I mean, I'm an idealist in that sense that it is the interest of the Security Council itself to be reformed, and it's in the interest of the UN. And especially when you talk with the representatives from the Global South, they will say that, you know, why should we believe in this system unless it's reformed? But I do think that we need to do the same thing in the WTO, the IMF, and the World Bank. So you kind of need international institutions 2.0 for the system to survive, because otherwise we go into some kind of an a la carte world with different types of alliances, and God forbid, some kind of an, you know, anarchical world where there's no belief in rules, which we are now seeing, of course, with Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, among others.
International institutions 2.0, very nicely said. Let me move to European Union, because EU is one of the biggest donors globally when it comes to development aid, etc. We are investing heavily in the rest of the world, but we cannot turn it into political influence.
Yeah, I think
what's wrong?
Well, again, we need to change the mindset. I mean, there is this, I would say, slightly old-fashioned and traditional view that you measure power in the Global South through some kind of an accounting exercise of development aid. I don't believe that's the case. And of course, if you want proof for it, you look at what China is doing through the Belt and Road Initiative, through the Global Development Initiative. They make a more attractive value proposition to many countries in the global south right now. Just this week, I had a long meeting in Helsinki with the president of Guinea-Bissau. Okay, you might say, small Western African country. But when you hear the messages, I said, listen, why should I support Ukraine when first the Soviet Union and now Russia are helping me? Why should you try to tell me to decouple with China when actually they're providing us with roads, airports, infrastructure in general? So we have to change the mindset. Instead of coming with an idea that, you know, here's a check, use it, you come in with a parallel cooperative approach. And of course, sometimes it's a little bit transactional, but then so be it. So we need to change our mindset because we are at a disadvantage. Well, you know, Slovakia, the Czech Republic, and Finland, we were not big imperialists, right? We are not colonial powers. But some European states, I will not mention which, do have quite a strong colonial past. And this is sort of the elephant in the room very often. So if we don't change our behavioral pattern, we're not going to get what we want.
We've been saying for a longer time that Central European countries, or the small countries, Central and Eastern Europe and in Northern Europe, are better messengers for the rest of the world or the global south.
I think so. I definitely think so. I mean, you or I, you know, we go to Africa, or we go to Asia, or we go to Latin America without any kind of historical baggage. And I think we should use that. But that also means that it works two ways. So, you know, we should also then, inside, for instance, our alliance, in NATO or in the EU, or with our relations with the US, pose the question that, you know, is there something we as smaller players can do to bridge cooperation with the global south? And I do this, I'm not saying I do it just because, you know, we're nice. We do it because it's actually in our vested interest. Because our goal is to try to have societies which are not dissimilar to the ones that we have, because I think values always bind nations together more than interests.
Let me come to more European issues, or these are all global issues, but let me come to the very hot topics that are concerning us, and that's Ukraine, Russia, and what's happening in Ukraine. But I want to say that I still pose few questions, and then I will open up for your questions. So prepare your questions, or there is also Slido, so you can send on Slido your questions. But Finland has a long border with Russia. You've been preparing for territorial defense. So you joined, you are a new member of NATO. Are you feeling more secure, or should we feel more secure with you?
Yeah, probably both. I mean, it's a two-way street. And yes, we do have 1,340 kilometers of border with Russia since the 1300s, either as part of Sweden or as an independent state. We've had more or less 30 skirmishes or wars with Russia. We've had territorial disputes. We lost 10% of our land during World War II, including the areas in Karelia where my grandparents and my father was born. So, you know, we've always had this rather conflictual relationship with a bigger neighbor, which obviously does have rather strong imperial tendencies, as we can see. We saw first in Georgia 2008, then in 2014 with the Crimean Peninsula, now full-blown attack. Now, what do we feel like? Well, we've always prepared for the worst. So we talk less, we do more. That's our approach. We stay quite calm. So, you know, at a time when people were banning general conscription or obligatory military service, we ramped it up. At a time when people were selling their armaments on secondary markets, we bought them off them. At a time when fighter jets like F-18s were not that popular, or there was not that much demand, we bought them. So even after the Cold War, we built up one of the strongest militaries in Europe. And you know, we don't have 900,000 men and women that have done military service, including myself and my son, who just finished his. We don't have 280,000 men and women in reserves. We don't have 62 F-18s, soon 64 F-35s. We don't have long-range missiles, land, air, and sea, and we don't have the biggest artillery together with Poland because we're worried about Stockholm, right? So, we've always prepared for the worst, and that's why it was a no-brainer for the alliance to take us in. That's why we had the quickest accession to the alliance, and especially in this geopolitical situation. Why do I feel secure? Final point, 3 reasons. 1, we have a strong defense. 2, we're members of the European Union and of NATO. And 3, we have special arrangements, including the JEF with the United Kingdom and, of course, a DCA agreement, Defense Cooperation Agreement with the US. Final point, we also look at security comprehensively. So now that I've been briefed in the past 6 months with everything that we do in order to maintain security in the country, I feel very relaxed. We're security providers, not security consumers.
What would be 2 or 3 things that you would recommend us to learn from your territorial defense or preparing, securing the borders that the rest of the NATO or EU maybe does not get fully?
Well, I mean, I can't generalize and I cannot give advice. I can only show what we have done by way of example. But I'll just detach one thing which is not that often talked about, which is comprehensive security. So I, for instance, get detailed briefings from our key authorities, border guard, secret police, intelligence, police in general, military, on how they cooperate in which crisis situation. On top of that, we have, I think, a remarkably functional agency called an Agency for Security of Supply, which has 17, 18 different sort of sticking points, making sure that society runs even at wartime. It takes care of anything from a climate catastrophe to a war situation. So we have a security of supply of food, self, 80%. We have special agreements with our energy providers, of storages, of fuel. We have infrastructural deals on how we deal in a different situation. And also we have these civilian protection bunkers that can house about 4.5 million Finns, and we're only 5.5 million, which during peacetime function as sports halls or parking lots or whatever. So we're very well prepared, but I understand that, let's take my good friend Luc Frieden, who is the Prime Minister of Luxembourg. So if you're surrounded by France, the Netherlands, and Germany, you probably don't need the same preparedness than if you have a 1,340-kilometer border with Russia. So that's why I can't give advice. Everyone can just pick and choose of the best practices.
Thank you very much. We've been talking quite a lot about Ukraine, and many leaders here on the stage said that supporting Ukraine as long as it takes is not a winning strategy. That we are helping Ukraine enough to sustain, but not enough to win. Are we giving enough? And if not, what should change? What would be your recommendations to step up the support?
Yeah, I guess it's the sort of too little, too late type of an argument. And it's one of those things, it's six of one, half a dozen of the other. And my thinking in the big picture is, number one, don't lose sight of the fact that the biggest battle is about the independence, sovereignty, and rightful place of Ukraine in the West. And that battle, Ukraine has already won. Ukraine will become a member of the European Union, and it will become a member of NATO. 2, what then short-term should we do? Of course, provide finance, weapons, and ammunition that it can strategically and militarily win on the battlefield. But number 3, we must make sure when we do that, that Ukraine wins the peace. So if there's a loss in the battlefield, it must be loud and clear in Moscow that they have lost the peace. And that, to me, of course, means that international rules and institutions are preserved and that we show to the rest of the global south that it is too expensive to wage a war of aggression against country X, Y, and Z. But this again comes back to my notion about value-based realism. We have to listen and understand what the grievances of the global south are in Gaza, in Sudan, or in the Sahel. Otherwise, we lose the Ukrainian debate. So what I'm worried about now is that when the first vote in the UN took place on Ukraine, it was 141 against Russia, 35 abstained, and 4 voted with Russia. Now, the latest vote that we had on nuclear security, it was only 99 in favor of Ukraine. And that, to me, is an indication of something. So we have to continue on that one. Just final point then on the battlefield, I mean, lift all restrictions of what the Ukrainians can do. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous to, you know,
I would ask this question if you would not say that, but thank you. Yes, absolutely. So you're in favor for lifting all the limitations.
Yeah, I mean, remember that Russia is waging an illegal war of aggression. It is breaking all international rules. And I'm not only talking about territorial integrity and sovereignty, but I'm also talking about committing serious war crimes in attacking civilian targets such as schools, hospitals, and theaters. So we need to provide Ukraine with the necessary arms which it can use for its self-defense within the framework of international law. And of course, look at
including on the territory of Russia.
Well, I mean, I think the Kursk operation proves that, yes, that should be done.
Yeah, thank you. We, in the United States, there will be very important elections
So
later.
we in the United States.
We are. Well, Americans still did not drop the limitations on their weapons, on the weapons that are used in Ukraine. I think this is a must. Absolutely, I fully agree with you, because the mathematics is simple. If they are shooting hundreds of missiles to Ukraine, you can't shoot all of the missiles in the air. You have to shoot the launcher.
Yeah,
that's clear. That's clear.
I think if I may, I mean, I come from a small country which has experience with Russia, and I realize that our impact in the war is significant, but it's not going to be the tipping point. So the fact that we are the 6th largest provider of military aid and finance to Russia, GDP per capita counting, means a lot, but not enough. But if I were to humbly give 2 superpowers advice, one would be for the United States to lift all restrictions on the armaments that Ukraine can use on Russian territory, and 2, for President Xi Jinping to call Putin to say that enough is enough. I think those 2 things would make a world of change in this war.
I think this is very clear from you, Mr. President. But coming back to the US elections, regardless of the outcome of the elections, I think Europeans started to realize that we need to do more. Whether it will be Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, it's clear Europe needs to do more, because the war is on our borders. So what is it that we need to do? What is it that we need to do more? Because we are in front of the new political cycle in the European Commission. Ursula von der Leyen was here. She announced officially here on this stage that finally that she will have a defense commissioner. What we need to do?
Yeah, I mean, we have to remember, first of all, that everything that happens in Europe, in the European Union, it's usually incremental, so step by step, and often suboptimal. So we take that as a starting point, and we understand realities. I'll take the positives first. First, nothing unites Europe more than a common threat, which is Russia. And this has already then led to the fact that in comparison to 2014, when you held only 3 allies at the 2% threshold for defense expenditure relative to GDP, now we have 23. We can also see that there is fairly strong, how would I say, focus on purchasing military equipment for restructuring militaries for the production of ammunition. You could say too little, too late. I still say that it'll take about 5 years for Russia to come back to the levels where it was when the war began. So the mere fact that there's a realization that we need to do something is good. The final points I would make is that, one, we need to have a stronger European pillar inside NATO. I say this again very humbly because we are a new member state, so we're not going to come in there and lecture what the alliance should do, but there needs to be an understanding that we need to take care of our defense more. And second, I'd start pooling our defense industries, our purchases, and our orders much more than we do nowadays. There's still this sort of mentality within a lot of defense ministries and elsewhere, and also in our military services, that we're in this alone. No, we're not. I think we can ramp up production in the defense industry, if we do it together. How much a defense commissioner will help this? I don't know. He or she has a bit of a mission impossible, just like the High Representative of the EU, because it's going to be very much a coordinative approach. And of course, in this particular case, the European Union doesn't have competence in defense issues or exclusive competence as such. One thing I do, Robert, because you know the institution, and I see Vili here as well, I think the EIB should revise its rules on the use and finances of military industry or defense industry. I think it's old-fashioned to think that it cannot do it anymore. Of course, it is already started to do that, but it needs to do it very fast.
It's EIB, it's banks, but also mobilization of private capital into our defense industries and tech.
Yeah.
Let me, so we are running out of time, but let me give one round of questions. So I would take, if you have 2 or 3 questions maximum, quickly, and my colleagues will be very mad on me, but I will do this, please. Where's the mic? Do we have a mic?
Thank you. My name is Mariam Lambert from civil society, working on children who are deported to Russia. The question I have for you, Mr. President, it's a hard choice, but if you have to choose one of the upcoming events where you should really focus all your energy, which one will it be? There will be the UN General Assembly coming up, but then the US election, but before that there will be the BRICS summit in October, and then the G20 in November, the summit. Knowing that you just mentioned that the Security Council, for example, could be reviewed, we know that in the BRICS summit, they will be talking, of course, they will try to get more and more countries joining the BRICS summit, which will already give the first, they will try to convince all those countries for the upcoming G20 summit in case they will change the Security Council.
Thank you. I will get her two. Yeah. I will get her right away 2 more, and then we wrap it up. Let's go on the other side. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Łukasz Pawłowski. I'm a head of policy planning at the Polish Ministry of Foreign Affairs. My question is, you said, and I quote, "Nothing unites Europe more than a common threat, namely Russia." What about Hungary? Yesterday, Mr. Balázs Orban said openly in the room right next to this one, and here I quote, "This is not our war. We are an outside observer." So this is my question. Can I just quick other one? You divided the world in 3 camps: global East, West.
3 spheres.
Spheres or groups, let's say. I think for those who you include in the so-called global East, the division would be different, and it would be a binary division between the elites and the people, with China and Russia obviously representing the people. So my question is, what do you say to the representatives of the so-called Global South when you had this meeting with the president of Guinea-Bissau? What did you say? Why should they, distance themselves from Russia and China?
And I will add the 3rd question from here, which is what kind of leadership do we need in these tough times, and what can you bring to the table?
Okay, and you think that I'm going to remember all of those just without having taken notes? but I'll try to do my best. The first one is, I don't think we can make a binary or exclusive choice on which one to focus on. I think we need to go all in all of them. So just to give you examples, I have been in constant contact with my friends and colleagues who participate in the BRICS. I had a phone conversation, was it this week or last week, with President Lula. And I'm obviously always in contact with colleagues from G20. I do think that UNGA is, so the UN General Assembly, is a good place to have a general conversation. But it's not one of these, pick and choose kind of things. Just a final point on the BRICS. Remember what I said earlier? I think values bind you together better than interests. So that's why, for instance, we see a slightly separate group with India, with South Africa and Brazil inside the BRICS themselves. Now, it's very easy to do the number count and say 19 countries have applied for membership in the BRICS. But in all honesty, there are countries who have applied but not ratified, like, for instance, Saudi Arabia. So this is a little bit of a game of cat and mouse, so we need to try to convince them. Second question was on Hungary and Hungary's place. I know Viktor Orban very well. Once I asked him, Viktor, how are you doing? And he said, oh, probably better than I deserve. So at least, in all of this, he has a sense of humor. So instead of sort of going all out and condemning, I quite often, go up to Viktor and say, listen, Viktor, and I did this in the NATO summit in Washington, D.C., why did you first go and see Zelensky and then go and see Putin in Moscow? And his thinking was very transactional, was that, well, I think actually that Trump is going to win the elections, and then you're going to come asking me for an audience. So that's his type of thinking. Do I like it? No. Am I radically worried about it? No, not really, because you're never going to have a perfect utopian European Union. And the whole idea, of course, is that you contain these types of players within the system. And I think it is our war. Mm-hmm. I gave a speech at our ambassadorial days, and I defined our 3 pillars to be: 1, the Euro-Atlantic relationship; 2, Ukraine, and making sure that Ukraine wins; and then 3, the global aspect to it. So yeah, I definitely believe that. Then you had a second question in there?
The leadership was...
The leadership, that was your question.
No, that was a question from Thorsten.
Well, I'm always a little bit, this sort of, it's almost as if this gimmick consultancy, Europe needs more leadership. But, leadership is what it is. And we live now in a world where there cannot be ultimate leadership. It's always going to be shared and divided. Of course, I like leaders who work on the basis of their values and at the same time take care of their interests. But to start pinpointing or glorifying one leader after another, I think there needs to be understanding, there needs to be dialogue, there needs to be conversation, and there needs to be dignity in leadership. Then we find a solution. Final point, one of the big problems that I have with liberal democracies is some people are willing to take populism before security and their values. And that, to me, is bad leadership.
We know this in this region as well.
You said it, I did it.
But, Mr. President, unfortunately, time is up. We would like to discuss much more with you, and there are a lot of questions here. But let me tell you, you're an inspirational leader. You're a president of a country which is punching above its weight. You are bringing to the table a very a clarity on what we need to do and what we need to achieve. And I thank you for that, because all GLOBSEC is trying to show and do is that also from small countries you can change the world. You don't have to be only in Washington, London, or Berlin, Brussels. You can do it also from small countries if you have the intellectual power and the resolution to do it. And you are doing it exactly rightly.
But I am, thanks. Robert, I really appreciate that, but I again come back to the notion of leadership. You have to remember that when you come from a small country like mine, you have to be realistic about, your capacity to project power, and you have to be realistic about the existence of your foreign policy. So that's why in Finland, it's not the leader that does it, it's all Finns that do it together, and that's what we saw with our NATO membership as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Please welcome your moderator, Kasia Madera.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, thank you, thank you, our esteemed guests. What a fantastic conference you guys have been having so far, and what huge, huge questions you have been raising and answering. So I'm expecting plenty more of that for our next session today. I am Kasia Madera. I do work as a journalist broadcaster. I've come especially from London to be here with you, and I'm thrilled to be back at GLOBSEC again. Today, in this session, we're talking about Europe under pressure, meeting crises head on. It's a big ask, it's a big subject, so we need a world leader to discuss this. So please join me with a big round of applause, welcoming onto the stage my esteemed guest, the President of the Republic of Slovenia, Nataša Pirc Musar. Madam President, thank you so much for joining me. And I just wonder where we even start with this, because we know what the landscape looks like. We have war, we have climate change, we have pandemics. All of that leads to migration control, the food scarcity, food security, energy resilience. What should we be focusing on? What keeps you, Madam President, awake at night?
Oh, many things. First of all, thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here in Prague. First time at GLOBSEC. I have to admit, a really nice conference. I had a wonderful day yesterday. A lot of interesting discussions. This morning I had bilateral talks with President Havel and President Stubb of Finland. We always, use these opportunities to share the knowledge, the information that we have. And in Europe, of course, we are focusing on Ukraine and Russia. That's a must, because we are trying to support Ukraine as much as possible. Sometimes, unfortunately, I do have a feeling that many countries in Europe do forget about Palestine and Gaza. I have to mention this because I was missing these talks here at GLOBSEC. I try to understand that Ukraine is in the focus, and I do understand. But you have to understand me, because Slovenia is a non-permanent member of the Security Council currently until the 1st of January 2026. And of course, we have to deal with those issues as well. What's making me awake during the nights? Being a woman, being a mother, being a first-time politician, I obviously think differently than many other politicians who are in politics for 20, 30 years. Being a rookie in politics is never easy, but I read a lot, I try to learn a lot. The most important topic that I often think about, due to the fact that I'm a lawyer, is why do we have the United Nations today? What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Is this multilateral body the only one we have in the world operative? Is it doing what it was established for? I don't have to answer, because we all know. And as a lawyer, I started reading articles about the reform of United Nations. For 20 years, we are debating how to do that. It's not going to be easy, never. But I often say that if we are not going to do anything, nothing will change. And that's not my motto. If you try to do something, then the changes can happen. It's never easy. The reform of United Nations is never going to be easy because of the P5 countries, the countries who have a permanent seat in Security Council with the veto powers. But are we asking ourselves enough? Why do those 5 countries sit in the Security Council? Why? Because they were the winners of the Second World War. And all the hopes that we had after the Second World War, and we are going to celebrate 80th anniversary next year, is that they are going to do whatever is needed to maintain peace and security. And all this, all of a sudden, excuse my French, went down the toilet. Because of Russian aggression in Ukraine, a violation of international law par excellence, and this country is a permanent member of the Security Council. And then if we see Gaza and Palestine, we can easily discuss, the hybrid war which is going on inside the Security Council, the hybrid war with veto powers. And I really honestly think that something needs to be done. If we have time in the next 15 minutes, I can, elaborate a couple of ideas.
I'd be fascinated. I think, look, we're talking about Europe being under pressure, but of course we always look westwards, don't we? We look look for the support of NATO. Europe looks towards the UN as well. So if you're saying that it needs reform, why is there not such a heated debate? Because I can hear the passion in your voice, yet it doesn't feel like there is an appetite for it.
Well, discussing behind the scenes, you know, everybody knows that something needs to be done. But at the end, when we say also, what can we do tomorrow or today? Yeah, Natasha, you have to be aware of the realpolitik, and those are facti bruti. But I don't want to accept this. I really do not want to. So what's the problem with the veto powers? Let me just elaborate a couple of legal ideas, which might sound, you know, idealistic. I'm not a dreamer like John Lennon was in Imagine. I am aware of the real world. But the first document that I read about the reform of the veto powers in Security Council was the so-called Liechtenstein Initiative from September 2022, I think it was, yeah? So the Liechtenstein Initiative, and Liechtenstein is even smaller than my country, Slovenia. And what I wanted to assent with this is that in United Nations is one country, one vote. So smaller countries can join together and sometimes, you know, make little wonders. So the Liechtenstein Initiative is suggesting that every time that the veto power is used inside the Security Council, the country which is going to use, which has used the veto power, has to go to the General Assembly and explain the reasons for that. That's soft, yeah? In the future, we have to start debating veto as a legal problem. In most of your respective countries, you probably have a veto of a president to put it on a law. In my country, for example, the lower house of the parliament can put a veto to a law. But in such cases, somebody can overturn a decision. Yeah? That's the legal process in democracies. When veto is used inside the Security Council, full stop, the end of story. Nothing else is happening afterwards. My first point or reasoning is that I would suggest to the General Assembly, to all 193 countries, that the country which is part of the debate inside of the Security Council cannot use the voting power, especially the veto power. So in case Russia and Ukraine, Russia should not be able to vote because it's debated there as an aggressor. The next point, which is also debated, you know, among heads of states and also in New York, is that the veto power of not a single of 5 countries which do possess the veto power should be used when we discuss mass atrocities, genocides, full stop. The third idea is that when the country is going to use a veto power, this veto power should go to the General Assembly and should win, for me, if you want, 2/3 majority to confirm it or to overrun it. This is the way that the General Assembly can get more power, because at the General Assembly, you all know that all the resolutions which are adopted there, they are not binding resolutions. So basically we debate, and it depends on P5 countries again at the end. So that's my vision of a debate. What kind of a solution we can, you know, achieve at the end, that's of course a different story. If you're going to ask at least 3 countries with veto power, who are the countries which they use this power most often, they will say, oh, no, 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 no. Yeah? But we have to pressure and pressure. And the last point, I really, really put a lot of hopes to the international courts, especially the ICC, the International Criminal Court, because they have some duties and obligations and powers to issue opinions if the states are asking for that. So we should use that more often. So that would probably be even easier than to do a concrete reform. And just to conclude, the way it is today, it's just simply not fair, it's not justified, it's not okay.
Before we move on, I just want to get a show of hands from you guys. How many, raise your hand if you think the UN is doing a good job. There is not one person in this room that raised their hands saying that the UN is doing a good job. We're amongst friends. Have you touched upon this? Have you spoken to any other world leaders? Are other world leaders also interested in this?
They are. They are, but at the end, you know, I would have to go to speak to Xi Jinping. I hope Kamala Harris in the future. To Russia, yeah.
But are you are having these conversations with maybe...
I have the courage to do it. But no, this is... I have to tell you one more thing, because I am a first-time politician. I was never in politics, as I said. I'm a president of my beautiful, tiny little Slovenia for 1 year and 8 months. So I'm, you know, still have to get to know my colleagues and all the behind-the-scenes. But I am putting the cobweb together, and I do know basically what's going on. But yes, without the P5 countries, that's mission impossible. I'm aware of that fact. So we have to talk to those 5 guys. 3 European countries.
I've never... who gives up power? I'll be interested to see. I'll be watching this one closely, I can tell you.
Two European countries, sorry. It's France and UK.
Yeah, and
those are not... I don't know. Do you remember when France or UK used the veto for the last time? It's been decades. Yeah.
We've got a former politician here. When was the last time UK used the veto? Middle East.
Middle East, but many years ago, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Tobias. Thank you. So so the UN needs fixing. What about the EU?
Also.
Well...
But, yes, let's be honest. Maybe I can start with the Western Balkan story. You have to understand me, because Slovenia was part of ex-Yugoslavia, so our political interest is to help those countries to enter the European Union. And they are in the waiting room for 20 years already. What's the reason? Is it only to blame them because they are not adopting the acquis communautaire fastly enough? Or is it to blame us, the European Union member states, as well? I think it goes hand in hand, so we are both to blame. European Union is not doing enough to help them to enter European Union, and they are slow in reforming their legal system and adopting of 95,000 pages of acquis communautaire. It's not an easy process. When Slovenia entered the European Union 20 years ago, it was 80,000 pages of acquis communautaire. Today, it's 95, so it's not an easy process. What's also a problem of European Union? Despite the fact that European Union is the 3rd strongest economy in the world, you know, United States first, China the 2nd, European Union 3rd, we are an economical tiger, but we are not a political tiger. That's the fact. You know the saying which was attributed to Henry Kissinger, but it was not his. Whom do I call if I want to talk to Brussels? A slight change was done when we got a permanent a representative for foreign politics, so a foreign minister of European Union. And to unify 27 member states, a couple of years ago, 28 member states, it's never an easy process. But I'm still happy to live in the European Union. I have to say this, I'm a liberal by heart, and I believe in the rule of law and human rights. That's all that I breathe for the whole of my professional life. But political strength is only going to be gained if we are going to be unified as much as possible. Ukraine is showing some open holes already, yeah. And if I can discuss again the integration process, so it's not only the Western Balkans. We have Ukraine now in the waiting room. We have Moldova. We have Georgia. So you know, Europe will one day, European Union will one day become bigger and bigger. And here, Slovenia is taking part in a wonderful initiative, if you ask me, which is called a qualified majority vote. So we have to discuss also the veto powers inside of the European Union, especially in integration process, because today it is possible that each member state can block a country which wants to enter the European Union on certain chapters. So every single step we can block it. And you can see North Macedonia, for example. This country was blocked for ages because of the name, and when they finally made a compromise with Greece, they said, okay, now it's everything's perfect, we can continue the process. And then Bulgaria stepped in. They want them to change the constitution. And Macedonian, North Macedonian people often say, okay, can we trust that this is really the final stage, and then we can, you know, open the chapters completely and start the negotiation process fastly? And qualified majority vote proposal is something that I'm really proud of, that Slovenia is taking part together with Germany, some other big countries, some smaller ones. What does that mean? Our proposal is that the countries should vote on certain chapters in negotiation process with the qualified majority vote, so that a certain chapter cannot be blocked only by one country. And at the end, the compromise among 27 member states is going to be, I hope, that the final decision on accepting a new country to European Union should be unanimous, unified. So that's what's on the table. We are debating this.
You're basing it a lot on compromise.
And now you remind me of one sentence that I often say to politicians in Slovenia and to young people. You know, in every single country, and my country not excluded, it's really very hard to work in internal politics. Sometimes I think it's easier to work in the international arena than at home, because they are fighting and fighting and fighting, using harsh words, disqualifications. And I often say to them, I mean, the culture of dialogue is something that every single politician should nurture. And what's politics all about, for me personally? Politics is about making compromises, but not a rotten ones. So that's what politics is about, because you cannot not always, you can never please everybody. And this is how I see the politics, that this is the way to master it. And compromises are, you know, if you're married, you know that you have to make compromises in your marriage. So that's the way to do it, to survive. I just recently celebrated 25th anniversary of marriage with my husband. Thank you. Just a couple of days ago. This is why I mentioned it. Yeah, that's it.
It's a lot of compromise, but yeah. just having met your formidable first gentleman, he has also compromised, but sometimes there are just those elements that don't compromise. And even yesterday we had Ursula von der Leyen saying that not everybody in Europe, not all the countries, not all the leaders are pulling the same way. You're asking an awful lot.
Correct. Some things are not to make compromises. For example, if you ask me, being a liberal and human rights lawyer, I can never accept any compromises on abortion rights, LGBT rights, and so forth. That's me. That's what I believe in human rights and dignity. You know, we can probably not make any compromises right now with Russia and Ukraine. Why do I think this way? Because sometimes I hear that also in my country, you know, that we politicians should pressure Ukraine and Russia to stop the war, that we should stop sending the weapons, stop sending the money for the defense in Ukraine. And here we are discussing the war of David and Goliath. That's the fact. I think that we have to help them. And we are. Slovenia is helping as much as we can. But to start a peace negotiation process, I think it's only on Ukraine to decide. Imagine your country is invaded. My country was in war 33 years ago. It was only a 10-day war. But if at that time somebody would say to Slovenians, don't fight, they would kill that person. I mean, literally, not concretely. Yeah? And this is something we have to respect. So it's on Ukraine to decide on what conditions, when. We have to leave them this decision, but help them to reach that point. Thank you.
It is a poignant note on which to end. Madam President, thank you so much for being really frank and really honest with us as well, and for bringing up this issue of the UN and the EU and the veto. I will be looking at that very closely, because I'll be interested to see how far you get with that, because I think, well, judging from our esteemed audience, there is a door that there's a lot of interest in what you're suggesting.
Can I just conclude with one more thing? This one is, I think, going to be easier. I work on another project inside the UN. It's called gender alternation. Sorry, guys, all the men in the room, but women still have to fight for gender equality and equity. That's the fact. And the proposal of me, an ex-Argentinian foreign minister, and some politician, female politician, and male politician from Spain, so it's Argentina, Spain, and Slovenia, our proposal is that we have to make sure that the presidency of the General Assembly inside the United Nations is going to rotate between man and a woman. This year we are having 78th General Assembly. Do you know how many times a woman was presiding this body? 4 times, and 74 times men. And a compromise at the end, I'm already saying to the men, you know, representing countries, if not 1 year a woman and 1 year a man, we would be more than happy if you have 2 men and 1 woman, 2 men, 1 woman, 2 men, 1 woman. So 2 to 1. That would be a compromise that I can easily say yes to.
On that note, we're going to end it. Yes. Madam President, thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. And we'd just like to say, Madam President touched upon Ukraine, and we will have a fantastic panel coming up now, so don't move, on Ukraine and NATO. The formidable Professor Katarzyna Pisarska will be hosting it, will be leading it, so don't move. Madam President, thank you so much.
Don't move.
Don't move.
Thank you. Bye.
Frank, lovely to see. I've got some photos.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Katarzyna Pisarska. I'm the chair of the Warsaw Security Forum. It is my immense pleasure to be leading this session, a session that I think is of utter importance for the future of the European security architecture and the world security architecture, which is, of course, Ukraine's membership in NATO. I would like to invite to the stage our marvelous panel. With us today here is Eivind van Pettersson, who is the Secretary of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Norway. We also have Kajsa Ollongren, who is the former Minister of Defense of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Kurt Volker is coming back, of course, to the stage, former US ambassador to NATO. And last but definitely not least, our wonderful Ukrainian guest that's joining us, member of the Verkhovna Rada, Olena Komenko. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you. Yeah.
So first and foremost, a very important strategic information. We will not be using Slido. Instead, I would really want to take questions from the audience. There is going to be a mic here, and we really would want to have this panel more as a discussion where we can actually navigate through a few ideas and questions, because the panel is really about the future, isn't it? It's about the things we might and can and should be doing, not only in the question of NATO enlargement, but as we'll see in a number of other areas. But let me start with a few questions to you before we'll turn it straight to the audience. And of course, we'll start with the main question of the panel, NATO enlargement. How realistic today is Ukraine joining NATO in the foreseeable future? We've seen the debacle happening in the Vilnius summit a year ago. And if I can start with you, Kajsa, and then I'll go to the State Secretary.
Well, I think we must be perfectly honest and clear about it. We have promised Ukraine that they will become member of NATO. We have said in Vilnius, it's not a question of if, but when. After that, 2 things happened. I think most countries have bilateral security arrangements with Ukraine, which is very relevant and also a direct result of commitments that we all made. And there was the Washington summit. And at the Washington summit, there was a step, the so-called Ukraine Compact. I wonder if it is, I mean, there's nothing wrong with this, of course, because if you have lots of bilateral agreements, it's good to have some kinds of oversight, and I think the compact provides just that. But it's not the membership. I think what is more important is now the partnership that NATO has with Ukraine and the possibilities that it offers to cooperate with Ukraine. And I think the real question is not when will Ukraine be a real, de jure NATO member, but will we have the situation that Ukraine becomes a de facto NATO member? Ukraine asks NATO to do training inside of Ukraine. President Zelensky asks NATO members, NATO allies, to step up their engagement with Ukraine. I'm sure we're going to debate that also this afternoon. And I think little by little, you will see that this partnership that we have with Ukraine is not only in their interest, it's also in our interest. Ukraine is a country that is actually fighting a war with NATO capabilities more and more that we have provided them with. And they are the country that have the war-fighting experience with these capabilities. At this moment, we are learning from Ukraine also when it comes to high-tech and the use of our capabilities in actual wartime situations. So it is in our interest to keep them very, very close, and that open-door policy, we must also make it reality.
Yeah, but I wanted to ask straight away before Eivind give us a second. I wanted actually to ask Kurt here, because I think here we'll agree that Ukraine will be an added value to NATO, yes? But that's not what we're hearing in Washington, D.C. Very often we hear that NATO enlargement to Ukraine is an additional security burden for the United States. What would you say, Kurt?
Well, I think you're absolutely right that that's not what you're hearing in Washington, D.C.
And Berlin, by the way. I didn't say that.
Yeah, or Berlin. But the problem is that people in Washington and Berlin are thinking very defensively and reactively and worrying about any kind of escalation, and so they're afraid to do anything. And we have to get out of this mindset, and we have to say, first off, we have a problem that we have the biggest war going on in Europe since NATO was founded. We have to stop that. And secondly, we need to get back to a situation where there is peace in Europe. And the only way you do that is you end this war, you bring Ukraine into NATO, and there's a border and there's no more war because Russia's deterred. So that's what we have to get to. So we can't think of NATO, of Ukraine joining NATO as something that happens after the war's over. We have to think of Ukraine joining NATO as part of the strategy for ending the war.
But that's not the discussions we're having. That's not the discussions we're hearing from Washington.
We should all go vote.
Okay, I mean, back to you. Tell me, of course, Norway has been not only a member of NATO but also supportive of Ukraine immensely. You know, what do you see when it comes to security guarantees for Ukraine? What are the options? Is NATO the only option?
No, not the only one. Let me be very clear. I mean, your original question, yes, Ukraine will become a member of NATO. But until that day, there's so much we must and should do as well. The obvious, but just let me reiterate it, is that we need to continue to step up the material support here and now to make sure that Ukraine can stay in this fight and drive the Russian invasion out. But while I remain committed to, yes, Ukraine will join, there is much we can do. I can't remember the number of countries that signed security assurances agreements. That's a track. And there are a lot of other interesting ideas on how we can move as NATO countries and Ukraine closer together, even now while the war is still ongoing.
Mm-hmm. So, and I think here it is critical to ask, I mean, is Norway would support NATO membership for Ukraine starting from tomorrow, just like Kurt says, during the war? And how do you think that should look like?
To be perfectly honest, not tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. And when?
Let me put it this way. All allies are equal, but one ally is somewhat more equal than the others.
I think we got your point. Thank you. Okay, now I think to the most important voice in this discussion, the Ukrainian voice. if you could tell us, Olena, what are the moods now in Kiev when you discuss NATO membership? And there has been so much discussions over the last 2 years. Again, you know, a huge debacle at the Vilnius summit where there was a lot of expectations and not much delivered. I think that was toned down. We saw in Washington, D.C. for a variety of reasons, including domestic political campaigning in the U.S. But you know, what is the roadmap, do you think, for NATO enlargement?
You asked about the mood, and the mood of Ukrainians is that Ukraine's membership in NATO is irreversible, it is crucial, it is needed, it is vital, and not only for Ukraine, but for the alliance itself. And Russian threat exists in Europe as long as there is a security gap and in the Eastern Europe, and as long as there is temptation of Russian dictators to conquer and to expand their imperialistic influence at the expense of security gap in Europe. So this can be solved once and for all when Ukraine joins NATO. And with regard to Ukraine's compact, this is the new level. This takes our relations with our partners to the new level, and it complements to the new security architecture. And this confirms that the system of bilateral security agreements is working, and while Ukraine is paving its path to NATO.
So, Elena, you're happy with the compact? You're satisfied with the compact?
Yes, we are happy, but I mean, we are happy with the compact, but this doesn't mean that we need to postpone and to think about membership in NATO as a future perspective. So this is the solution for now.
Thank you. Kaisa, what do you think about the compact as it is? Because I know you've been critical about this.
Well, critical maybe, I mean, if Ukraine is happy with the compact, I'm happy with the compact, because it is indeed a new step, and there had to be an outcome from the Washington
Could you maybe explain a bit to the audience what the compact is? Because I think a lot of even the security experts don't really know what we talk about.
But I think that's one of the main problems. Yeah. Nobody knows what it is. Yeah. And I think it was agreed in Washington. Mm-hmm. It was a deliverable for Ukraine at the Washington summit. And it is also because it is staying short of the actual membership. And I think the compact, as I said, arranges all those bilateral agreements, but we already had the partnership. So it is a bit, I mean, it's not nice to say, but it's a bit of window dressing. But what is more important to me is that if we talk too much about when will the actual membership happen, we're going to see that all kinds of problems will arise, because not only is one of the NATO allies, of course, more equal than the others, there are also NATO allies that will raise all kinds of questions. We have seen it. It took Sweden a year and a half, I think, to join NATO. There were many countries who supported it, who put their parliamentary approval in weeks or in months' time on the table, but it was blocked.
Or days.
Or even days, exactly.
Hours.
But so we know there are countries who will try to block this. Mm-hmm. And there's also the Ukrainian side, because if there would be countries that would demand of Ukraine to give up, for instance, territory to be able to join NATO, Ukraine would rightly, I think, say no. We will not give up territory only to join NATO. So I think we should avoid all of that. Mm-hmm. I think we should be very practical. Okay. We have our partnership. We have the perspective of actual membership. They will be a member. And in the meantime, we're going to use whatever we can, whatever room there is as NATO or as NATO partners to engage with Ukraine and to help Ukraine to win this war.
Yeah. Excellent. And my last question about NATO enlargement is, what do you say to the many, many people who say, well, enlarging NATO to Ukraine means that we end up in Third World War? Yeah, today. Kurt, you said that it should be happening.
I think
take us through the process. Like,
sure.
you know, you would be taking to the American public?
Let me quickly address a couple of additional points, and then I'll come back to that. First off, the reason NATO membership for Ukraine was not a controversial issue at the Washington summit was because the US and Germany spent most of the beginning of this year telling countries, don't you dare bring this up at the Washington summit. And similarly, the reason I think that Ukraine is happy with the contact is because the US has told Ukrainians, you better go out and say you're happy with this compact. The reality is that the compact is not legally binding. It is not a treaty. It has a 10-limit sunset clause, and it doesn't have any operational clause. So what happens if we have to defend Ukraine? So it's about the equivalent of the Budapest Memorandum, and we know how that worked out.
Ouch.
Now, in terms of how you avoid World War III, if Putin is continuing the war in Ukraine and reasonably successful, even if he doesn't take Kyiv, but he's continuing to fight and he continues to strengthen Russian forces, he has an appetite for all of the former Russian Empire. His election campaign in Moscow was based on the slogan, Russia has no borders. So if we don't stop Putin, we will have World War III. So the way to avoid World War III is to stop Putin and stop him now in Ukraine. If we can do that, then we need a permanent peace. And the way you have a permanent peace is deterrence. You bring a country like Ukraine into NATO, the most capable military in Europe, and most battle-hardened as it is anyway, get them in, and then you won't have future wars. That's how you avoid World War III.
Yeah. Okay, but still I have to press on this, and I hope the other panels will help you. Deterrence, and you know that best, is only as credible as we are able to deliver on the threat of actually helping the ally. Do you believe that if there's Article 5 that even, just like with West Germany, is only about a certain part of Ukraine territory, we can do that? And if Russia does decide to test us in Ukraine in a few years, do you believe that we will be able to recall Article 5 and have boots on the ground, NATO boots on the ground?
Yeah, I had the same debates about Poland joining NATO in the 1990s and about Lithuania joining NATO, being invited in 2002. It's a question of, do you believe you will do what you say you will do? And the answer is, you have to mean it when you say it. Now, there are ways, and this was alluded to, I think, by Katya here. There are ways to start defining, okay, so in the case of Ukraine, because it is partially occupied, what exactly does Article 5 mean in this case? And former Secretary General Rasmussen has put out ideas on limiting the application of Article 5 to territory that the government actually controls now, and NATO not participating in the use of military force to retake territory. That's one way to look at that. Another way to look at that is to simply say, as the NATO treaty does, Article 5 does not specifically mandate what your collective defense response is. It says there will be one, doesn't say what it is. So we're already doing a lot of what we would do under Article 5 for any ally, providing training, equipment, assistance, finances, etc. There are more things that we could and should do, such as in the area of air defense and freedom of naval operations and presence of NATO forces. A lot of more things that we could do without necessarily meaning we're sending ground troops to go fight and shoot at Russians. So that's something we could talk about with Ukraine. But we haven't even started this conversation in the NATO-Ukraine Council because we're stuck in this mode of saying, oh, no, we can't do anything until after the war.
Thank you very much. And I have to go to first, governmental official and former governmental official. Can you imagine your armies with boots on the ground in Ukraine? Shall we start with the former so it's easier? Can you imagine a scenario?
Not today, not tomorrow.
Okay.
But I can imagine Norwegian NATO troops cooperating with the Ukrainian NATO troops in the future training exercise scenario.
Because we did have a number of countries, including Estonia, and to some extent also Emmanuel Macron has alluded to this, imagining already today, without NATO membership, boots on the ground, not in active combat, but for example, protecting the Ukrainian-Belarusian border from an intrusion from the north. Is that something that your government would be pondering at all?
we can ponder a lot of things, but the policy remains no boots on the ground. We are firm, strong supporters of Ukraine, but we're not party to the war.
Yeah. Kaisia?
Well, I can speak a little bit more freely, being former Minister of Defense. I think if you look at the situation, we are doing a lot. We are providing weapons, ammunition, and training. And there's not a real difference between training Ukrainian soldiers in Poland or in Germany towards training them in Ukraine. So if that would really be helpful for Ukraine, I would not object to that. So that is a step where you go inside Ukraine. Of course, it creates dilemmas because those training areas would become target areas for the Russians. Not legitimate targets, but they would use it, of course, because they target everything. And there you have to solve that before you can start this type of cooperation inside of Ukraine. And I think when our parliament, for instance, says no boots on the ground, they mean no army fighting in Ukraine. That's different to training in Ukraine. And I think also in the field of air defense, I think what we saw this week, the air attacks, the whole country was targeted again. The energy infrastructure is going to be a huge problem this winter. Innocent civilians in the whole of Ukraine are suffering. It is unacceptable. And I think we have to look into new ways to help Ukraine there.
Excellent. I'll get back to you with that, but I wanted to ask Olena, what are your expectations today? Not about NATO, but concrete help. I know that your government is currently doing, a huge communication offensive in the Western countries about protecting Ukrainian skies by many means, not only delivering more batteries, but also looking at potentially protecting at least Western skies of Ukraine from NATO territory, including from Poland. I mean, could you tell us more about these expectations?
To eliminate security gap, we first need to fully implement the signed security guarantees, agreements, supply of weapons, sanctions against Russia, and long-term financial support for Ukraine. But also it is necessary to provide Ukraine with a long-range capability so that we will be able to prevent Russian terroristic attacks, and we need to target their military airfields, ammunition stores, warehouses, bases, and logistics, and also reliable supply for the front, timely execution of what have already been promised. So these are crucial points.
Absolutely. Kaisia, if I can go back to you, are we delivering on this? I mean, there's been a lot of discussions that we're limiting Ukraine when it comes to the long-range missiles striking Russian territory, from where these missiles are coming, but also the question of, us really starting to protect at least parts of the Ukrainian sky. How realistic are these things? Do you think they're going to happen within the next year, having in mind, of course, the American electoral cycle and so on and so forth?
Yeah, of course. I think, my point is we should really lift all restrictions on the use of these long-range weapons and ammunition. Absolutely. Because I think it's really unacceptable the way that we see that Ukraine is targeted now, the way that gliding bombs, for instance, have been used. Ukraine cannot fight with one or even two arms tied on its back. So we have to raise those restrictions. We have to continue to argue with our American friends, especially, who still are reluctant. And I understand the politics and the elections coming up and everything, but if we're serious about we want Ukraine to win this war, or even if you say we don't want Russia to win, then you have to lift those restrictions. So that is vital. And I think the second part of the question is, of course, more difficult, because then you have to answer to those countries who would say, but then there is no way that we could be part of air defense without being part in the war. And I think that has to be debated, but I believe that there are ways to deal with this.
And Kurt, you know this discussion is happening in Poland. We have had so far at least 6 missiles and a drone last week entering Polish territory as far as 400, 500 kilometers into Polish territory. So this is serious. I mean, and of course the Ukrainians are, and we're not shooting down even these targets. I know you had a great idea of how could actually Poland and countries such as Poland start to think about not only our territory, but also defending at least parts of Ukrainian sky.
Yeah, it's important that we frame this question the right way. Most people have brought up this question of, well, should we help Ukraine defend its airspace? Should we, NATO, play a direct role in Ukraine's air defense? That's the wrong way to think about this. The reality is that we have Poland and we have Romania, and Russia has repeatedly violated the airspace of both countries. It has had incidents where one of them was a Russian missile was flying around in Poland before eventually going into Ukraine to hit something. And debris has fallen in both countries and caused damages, and in the case of Poland, the loss of 2 lives. This is an unacceptable threat to NATO territory and populations, and what NATO ought to be talking about, and Poland and Romania could very well do, is seek permission from Ukraine to extend their air defenses into Ukrainian territory by a certain distance. And I would say the distance should be measured by reaction time. So maybe 100 kilometers, maybe 300 kilometers. But if there are potential threats to NATO territory and populations in that area, we have permission from Ukraine to shoot them down. And that is something that NATO should do for its own defense, for the Polish population, for the Romanian population, and it's something where there would be no justification for any kind of retaliation against Poland or Romania, and therefore no reason why other countries in NATO would call into question for 1 second whether Article 5 would be applying to Poland and Romania. This is about assuring NATO's actual mission.
But but you know, sources say that Ukraine already has given that permission, and that some countries, including my own, were debating this, including at the beginning of the NATO summit. Yet this has been blocked by one big NATO member state.
And look, we're going to run into this problem of one big NATO member state blocking everything. And I think we first need to not be deterred by ourselves. We need to actually address the issues that are there. But secondly, I think we do need to frame this the right way. I think it would be a good thing for NATO to help Ukraine with its air defense, but we're not going to get consensus on that from a lot of countries, and that would be NATO playing a direct role in the conflict. But for NATO to do its own job, I mean, imagine that Ukraine is an ocean. Of course we'd be taking out, missiles and drones that are flying 100 kilometers off our coast. Why wouldn't we do that in the case of Ukraine if the Ukrainians say it's okay?
Thank you very much. I wanted really to open the floor to questions. Do we have already first questions? Yes, we do, of course. So let's start from this side. I think Tobias Elwood, then there's a lady back there. Let's try to do 2 questions at a time, and then we'll go to the other side of the room. So first 2 questions, and then the others. Please introduce yourself. And
thank you very much. Tobias Elwood, a former foreign minister for the United Kingdom. One quick observation, talking about NATO, very much support that for Ukraine. Why not invite Ukraine to join the Joint Expeditionary Force? For those who aren't familiar with it, this is NATO light, if you like, and I think there's representation on the panel already. That would be an easy stepping stone in order to advance further membership into NATO. That could be done immediately. It doesn't require any veto whatsoever. My question is actually to do with risk averseness. I've operated as a soldier in a number of NATO missions. None of them are in NATO. They were outside of NATO. And yet, because this was Russia, then we were spooked by Putin's rhetoric. It's taken some time for us to build up capability to look Putin in the eye and say, we're going to deliver NLAWs. We're going to deliver tanks. We're going to deliver training. We're going to deliver F-16s and indeed Brimstone, Storm Shadows, and ATACMS. Let's go a step further now, and you touched on it, sir. Rather than just defending NATO airspace, why don't we do as we did in setting the precedent with Iran when they fired drones and missiles at Israel? Why not now protect Ukraine's airspace by taking out drones and missiles, not airplanes, over that sovereign territory as well? Otherwise, they will blast the infrastructure again, and time is running out because of all the geopolitical considerations that's been mentioned already. That would be an astute, progressive, determined step to look at Putin in the eye and say enough is enough.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Tobias. Excellent question. And the lady in the back, if we can pass it, yeah.
Thank you. My name is Mieta Groeneveld. I'm from the NATO Command and Control Center of Excellence. And I just have a question on NATO has the ambition to have a much broader role than just the traditional kinetic military threats alone. So do you think that NATO nations are de facto already at war with Russia today if we look at the cyber domain, hybrid warfare and the information space? And is it then a fair point that in this realm the current comprehensive approach towards all these threats between all European nations might be just as important as an Article 5 to keep us safe?
Thank you very much. And I think that question comes back and forth. So let's start, Eivind, let's start from the back. Are we at war with Russia today, given the amount of hybrid activities that Russia has waged upon us, which are absolutely increasing, yes, and they become much, much more pronounced, and they probably will in the months to come?
Well, let me turn it around. I think it's fair to say that Vladimir Putin believes he's at war with us. Yes. And that has, of course, consequences that everyone in this room is aware of. Still, technically, legally, international law-wise, we are, of course, not at war with Russia. Russia has launched a war of aggression against Ukraine. We are supporters of Ukraine, but again, we're not party to the conflict. But it's obvious, but it's an important reminder that security in the 21st century is much more than just Article 5, of course.
Do you feel your society is aware of the fact that Russia sees itself in war with the West? And do you have this type of discussions? You know, what does that mean?
It has been observed that many countries in Europe, we were sort of in a deep peace, almost asleep. The awakening has happened. Faster for some than for others, also within my own country. We are in a completely different place now than what we were a few years ago. And I speak with colleagues, and I am very much aware of all the information when it comes to disinformation, conspiracies. Speaking for my own country, honestly, that's not my number one priority, my number one worry, because we find ourselves in a position where, luckily, there's still significant trust, and there's not really any fertile ground whatsoever for these Russian conspiracies or disinformation campaigns.
Thank you very much. Kajsa, what do you think about Tobias's ideas, in terms of strengthening Ukrainians' involvement into what NATO is already doing on the one side, but also, why aren't we creating an Iron Dome if we're doing that for Israel?
Absolutely. It's a good question. And also, you mentioned JEF, the Joint Expeditionary Force, the Northern European countries under UK leadership. I think there has been some debate about whether or not Ukraine should join. And I think at that point, both Ukraine and the JEF countries agreed that there are already so many institutions. There's the EU, there's NATO, where Ukraine is at the table, sitting at the table. There will always be a place at the table at JEF also for Ukraine, but it doesn't seem very logical looking at the capabilities that the JEF nations put on the table and the added value that they have for NATO, so therefore also for Ukraine. So that's why they have not asked to join Jeff, but just I wanted, because I liked very much that you mentioned it. But to the risk averseness, I think, well, at some point, I mean, you have to calculate risks, of course. And I think in the beginning, 2.5 years ago, this whole nuclear aspect, because that is the whole reason, of course, of the risk averseness, we all had to take it serious. And we still have to. But I think, and I come back to the point of what NATO really is about. NATO, if NATO functions, it is because of deterrence, and it's also because of nuclear deterrence. The war in Ukraine is very serious, but the rhetoric, Putin's rhetoric on nuclear, is rhetoric. And I think we have to take that more into our calculus about what we can do and what we should do. I don't think that it is in our interest that we see sort of this stalemate continuing in Ukraine. It is not in our interest that at some point people are going to accept that part of Ukraine are annexed by Russia. And therefore, we have to take more risks, absolutely. And that is where we have to start the public debate also, that taking these risks does not bring World War III. It is not going to bring us into a nuclear war. And the other way around, if we don't step in and do more now, then it's going to threaten us even more in the future. So we have to have that long-term vision on risk assessment.
Yeah. Thank you. And at this point, I would actually also like to hear from Olena, because you're nodding and saying, you know, we're not afraid of World War III. But most importantly, I mean, what is today the discussion on the use of nuclear weapons by Russia? Because if it's a tactical strike, it is on Ukraine. Are the Ukrainians afraid of that?
Let me answer in this way, that the operation in Kursk region proves that there are no real risks of escalation, and there are no Russian red lines. Our armed forces created a buffer security zone on the Russian territory, and Putin's only reaction was pretending that nothing special is happening. So this is the fact that Putin has already used all his potential, I mean, all his bluff narratives for so-called escalation. So this is now important to simply push Russia towards a just peace. So we are just, this is our position.
Thank you. Kurt, I really wanted to ask you about the Kursk incursion.
Okay.
Tell me, what is your assessment? What has been won? What has been lost? And you know, what is the Western reaction to what's happening currently in Kursk?
Yeah. Can I address a couple of the thoughts that came up as well? I completely agree. Russia is at war with NATO, and NATO is not at war with Russia. And we need to wake up and maybe even have some coffee. We have to be a little bit more energetic here. And just to spell it out, Russia has engaged in cyber attacks in our countries, arson, funding demonstrations, political interference, bribery, corruption, targeted assassinations on our territory. This, at a minimum, should demand an Article 4 consultation at NATO about what Russia is doing to our countries. And so far, we are not doing that. Second, I completely agree with the right honorable gentleman from Bournemouth East. We should be helping Ukraine with its air defenses. Absolutely. Problem is, I don't think it's possible to get NATO to agree to this right now. I do think it's possible to get NATO to agree to protect its own territory and populations. So that's why I frame it that way. But I agree with where he's going on that. And as far as Kursk goes, several things are important that are not what Putin wants us to be talking about. It demonstrates that Russia is at the limit of its capabilities. It can't attack Ukraine and defend Russia at the same time. It's had to make a choice. It's going to have to move forces from Ukraine to defend Russia. That movement is something we should be taking advantage of with long-range systems to hit them while they move. Russia does not have the ability to escalate. We always worry about escalation. The moment Ukraine invades Russian territory, we suddenly discover that this is not that important, don't worry about it, because there's no ability to escalate. It blows a hole in the narrative that this is a sanitary special military operation. It's actually a war, and people in Russia can see it. When you have 200,000 of your own people having to be displaced because of a military invasion of your country, that's not something that gets unnoticed. It demonstrates to Western countries, or at least it should, that the aid that we provide to Ukraine gets used well, and it doesn't create a nuclear war. That we should learn from that. It changes the dynamic of any future negotiation, because until that Kursk invasion, the dialogue about a negotiation was always about how much does Ukraine give up? Russia's going to gain something, how much? And now it is more the question of a trade. Russia has to give something up in order to get something as well. That has not been the case before. And finally, I just want to comment on the nuclear question too, because nobody wants to see the use of nuclear weapons. We don't want nuclear weapons to be regularized as an instrument of war. But at the same time, if you look at Mariupol, if you look at Bakhmut, it's hard-pressed to say what's the difference.
Yeah. Thank you. Very, very strong point. We have 5 minutes and 44 seconds, so I'll take 2 questions. If you promise, each is going to take 20 seconds. Please here, and then the second, and then we're going to wrap up with that.
Charles Tanner, GLOBSEC Fellow. 24 years ago, I wrote an article about a country I termed the Cuba of Europe, and it hasn't come up much in debate, but we fully accept that Ukraine should be in NATO if it prevails and Putin is defeated. But what about Belarus? Because Belarus and its dictator has survived 24 years, which nobody could have predicted, including myself 24 years ago. He's still there. Will Belarus also be given a pathway to NATO? It will certainly be given a pathway to the European Union, but there can't really be regional security unless Belarus also joins the NATO alliance, in my view.
Thank you very much. And if you can pass the mic to Ben. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. Benjamin Tallis, Democratic Strategy Initiative, Berlin. So many of us, I think, would agree with so much of what's been said on the panel, but the key question now is how we get from should to did, and what is actually holding us back. Why is it that some countries, such as Poland, the Baltic states, and others who have mainstreamed Ukraine's victory into their strategic picture are not being followed? And why is it that the US and Germany, who haven't done that, are still calling the shots? Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to go reverse now. Kurt, with you, 1 minute, 20 seconds. Choose your question.
Yeah. The easy answer to your question, Ben, is the US and Germany call the shots because we have the resources. The harder question is, why are we the most afraid when we are the furthest away with the most capability? And the countries that are right on the front line are the most bullish in saying we have to do this, we have to do it now. So there is something wrong in our analysis and our excessive caution, in my view. We're governed by our fears rather than being governed by purpose. Belarus, with a new regime in Belarus, yes. It's like saying, if Jaruzelski's still in Poland, do you want them to join NATO? No. But a democratic, law-abiding, prosperous Poland, of course, should be a member of NATO, and the same for Belarus as well. But we're not going to get there. I think so much of what's happening in this part of the world now hinges on Ukraine's victory. And the future of Belarus, the future of Georgia, the future of Moldova, all hinge on getting Ukraine right.
Thank you very much. Olena, last words.
With regards to the question about Belarus, I think that it's not feasible in the foreseen future that Belarus will become the member of NATO because Belarus and Russia, they are all about the same. And I don't see, as of now, I don't see this perspective.
Thank you, Kajsa.
Well, good that Belarus was mentioned, and also Moldova should be mentioned, because Russia has different approaches to different countries. Belarus is already in the sphere of influence. Moldova is sort of, well, we'll see with the elections coming up, but they're using everything, bribes, disinformation, and every pressure they can put on that country to win the elections in their advantage, the Russian advantage. I hope not. And there are other ways also in elections in the US and other countries are probably also influenced by Russian disinformation. So that is happening also, and that's also a war, a type of war that is currently happening. On why aren't we there yet? I think we have to be realistic that it's often politics. There are elections in several countries. There are political constellations that block that type of decision making, at least fast decision making. But I think you have seen that in the end we do get there. It is too slow, and the Ukrainians are suffering. But in the end, the inevitable does happen, and I think that is why we will see, if we are serious about that Russia cannot win the war, Ukraine has to win the war. Ukraine has all of our capabilities now. We will get there. So if we just succeed in lifting the restriction for the long-range weapons, if we start thinking about the ideas that was presented now, turn it around, then the political debate might end up in an agreement. And so I think I'm confident that we will make those steps.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And the last word goes to Eivind.
Well, the Biden administration is not here to speak for itself, but let me share you an observation I picked up from within it to signify that it, to show that it's not a monolith. The observation was that in the State Department, the #1 priority is for Ukraine to win this war. In the Pentagon, the #1 priority is for Russia to lose this war. While in the White House and National Security Council, the #1 priority is to avoid World War III. Personally, speaking for my government, I agree with all those 3 points. But it's an illustration, yes, that there are, it's not a monolith. And we'll have to wait until January next year to see what happens further as well.
Absolutely, and that is almost days away in terms of big politics. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause to this fantastic panel. And now we invite you to stay, because we're going to continue to speak about Ukraine. The next session is on demining Ukraine, a critical, important element, and that starts in just a moment. The moderator is Martin Sklenar. Thank you, everyone, and see you for the next session.
And welcome the moderator, Martin Sklenar.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome again back to the Havel stage, and yeah, let's give it just a few minutes for the audience to organize themselves. Just a little bit. Thank you very much. I am very happy to have the opportunity to guide us through the next piece of the program here at this stage. Landmines and unexploded ordnance represents threat and danger mostly for civilians as they remain in place long after battle operations are over after a war. Nowhere in the world is this problem more visible and pressing than in Ukraine. And demining is not only a prerequisite for reconstruction and development, but also a way of protecting the lives of innocent civilians who stayed behind in the country and have to deal with the everyday hardship of war. Therefore, I'm very happy and grateful to our partners and donors, the Croatian Ministry of Defense and Docking, for performing this donation here at GLOBSEC and setting an example for other donations to help Ukraine in its heroic fight. With this, let me welcome to the stage Mr. Ivan Anušić, Deputy Prime Minister and Defense Minister of Croatia. Minister, welcome.
Thank you. Welcome.
Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Good day, everybody. Mr. Sklenar, Deputy Ministers, esteemed colleagues and guests. First, let me say it's great to be here in GLOBSEC Forum in Prague, especially at this very important event. When we talk about demining, a big challenge ahead of Ukraine, the mining process in Ukraine will take a long time and will need a lot of money. Around 26% Ukraine territory is contaminated with mines, a territory of almost 3 times of Croatia. 1 million mines were laid during the Croatian homeland war, 30% of the land. 3 decades after the end of the war, we now hope Croatia will become mine-free in 2026. But back in the 90s, we cleared the mines manually. Today, we have machines, as the President by the docking, drones, satellites, imagery, robotics, and so on. Technology improved, and that is the advantage for the Ukraine. Clearing a country of mines is a huge effort, and international support is very important. Ukraine is not left alone. We will work together as long as needed. Support to Ukraine must remain at the top of the agenda, the NATO and EU and other world organizations. When it comes to humanitarian demining, Croatia is working with Ukraine in the mining field bilaterally and multilaterally, and we intend to provide as much support as possibly can. Multilaterally, we are part of the Lithuania-led demining coalition, and we have every reason to believe that this coalition will deliver significant results. I would like to use the opportunity to also share the outcome of the 2023 International Donor Conference that took place in Zagreb. All the countries showed readiness to support humanitarian demining in Ukraine and support reach almost €500 million. Contribution like this will add an important value to all the reconstruction efforts. In the end, let me thank you for inviting me. It's my pleasure to support such important donation to Ukraine. Ukraine will always have ally in Croatia and Croatian people. Thank you for your calling me. Thank you for your listening to me, and I hope that we will get a good things for the demining Ukraine to save the Ukrainian people and to save Ukraine as a state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Thank you. And Croatia is one of the countries well positioned to share the experience with demining and how it helps the development. Trust me, we would have wished to show you the robotic system itself here on the stage. That's not possible, unfortunately, but instead we're going to show you a video where you can learn everything about it. So, please. Thank you.
Docking's leading principle, "Don't send a man to do a machine's job," embodies the company's unwavering commitment to preserve human lives, the environment, and property in hazardous environments. Founded more than 30 years ago during the Croatian homeland war for independence, Docking started its journey of producing remote-controlled robotic systems to clear the explosive contaminated Croatian land, a task that has since then continued across the globe. Since the start of the war in Ukraine, Docking has delivered 42 robotic demining systems to various national and international users in Ukraine. These include the State Emergency Service of Ukraine, State Special Transport Service, Armed Forces of Ukraine, Swiss Foundation for Mine Action, Norwegian People's Aid, and our local Ukrainian partner company, Doughty's activities with Ukraine also include the extensive training of more than 150 key personnel that are employed across Ukraine as operators and maintainers of the humanitarian demining systems according to the highest standards set by the lessons learned from all over the world. Additionally, a number of personnel was trained to ensure uninterrupted operations by providing localized maintenance and spare parts availability. In Ukraine, demining teams are actively utilizing advanced docking systems and have safely and efficiently cleared almost 12 million square meters of contaminated territory, thus neutralizing more than 5,600 various landmines and other explosive remnants of the war, all without a single casualty. Effective and timely land release enables the safe return of local population to their homes and is also a prerequisite for the economic recovery of Ukraine. Today, Doughty is honored to donate one of our MV4 systems to the Ukrainian State Special Transport Service. As Ukraine faces the largest explosive ordnance crisis in the world, we hope this contribution will aid their brave efforts in making the land safe for civilians, playing a key role in the country's efforts to recover and rebuild. Doughty's commitment to Ukraine doesn't end with this donation. We are establishing a branch office in Ukraine to provide ongoing support, share our expertise, and strengthen the bonds between our nations. Together, we will work towards a safer and more prosperous future.
It certainly deserves your applause. I mean, it might seem a smaller machine compared to some of its, combat equipment, but this can deliver a big impact, and not only on the battlefield, but also for the reconstruction and development of Ukraine. And to make this donation official, let me welcome to the stage also back Mr. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Defense, Ivan Anušić, and then from Ukraine, Ihor Bezkaravainy, Deputy Minister of Economy of Ukraine, Serhiy Boyev, Deputy Minister at the Ministry of Strategic Industry of Ukraine, also Vyacheslav Majetic, the founder and owner of Docking, and Colonel Serhiy Bilević, Deputy Head of State Special Transport Service Training Center. So, I just need to find out who's got the keys. Gentlemen, whenever you're ready, this is your moment. There you go. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here with us for this. And let this be, again, a model and a motivation for others to do donations here at GLOBSEC or anywhere else, but with the aim of helping Ukraine and their fight. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Fantastic. Incredible. But who am I introducing? Simon? That's incredible. Fantastic. I would like to have a minor demining operation
for
as
the traffic. Yeah, it should be good in Prague traffic or anywhere else in the
well, great. Well, thank you so much, Martin. Let me invite now, we have a fascinating and important consequential person visiting today, and we're going to have an address by Joseph Wu, Secretary General of the National Security Council of Taiwan. Let's hear it for Joseph Wu. And where is Joseph? No. Well, where is he?
Well, thank you very much for the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And it is my true delight to come to the GLOBSEC forum and share the stage a little bit later with a group of very distinguished fellows. I would like to thank the Czech Republic for once again receiving me with great hospitality. And I'm honored to visit this time in the capacity of Taiwan's National Security Advisor. The world today poses itself as one indivisible theater. Regional conflicts across the face of Earth have become more interconnected than ever before. In particular, NATO's Washington Summit Declaration clearly pointed out that, quote, the PRC has become a decisive enabler of Russia's war against Ukraine through its no-limit partnership and its large-scale support for Russia's defense industrial base, end quote. The embedded corollary is that the war in Ukraine cannot be put to an end without addressing the China factor, a remarkable development from the conventional view of European security issues. That is to say, peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific remains increasingly relevant with security and prosperity of Euro-Atlantic. On the one hand, unbridled regional power stretched by the PRC would embolden Russia in protracting its invasion against Ukraine, while an outburst of conflicts in the Indo-Pacific region would be a tremendous strategic relief for Russia. On the one hand, either an economic fallout from disruption in the Taiwan Strait or political implosion of the communist China would have devastating and far-reaching impacts on the world. Democracies, East and West, must thus unite to counter the PRC expansionist ambition so as to actively reduce the possibility of a two-front crisis in Europe and in the Indo-Pacific. As a critical node in the first item chain, and thus a geostrategic choke point in the Pacific Rim, Taiwan is positioned in the center of this storm of authoritarian convergence. According to Bloomberg Economics, Chinese invasion over Taiwan will result in an estimated loss of $10 trillion US. And it's roughly 10% of global GDP, dwarfing the impact from the war in Ukraine. This number takes into account that Taiwan produces over 90% of global advanced semiconductors and roughly 50% of global container ships pass through the Taiwan Strait. It is in the interest of global democracies to collectively ensure against a Taiwan contingency, for Taiwan is truly a democracy that cannot fall. In recent years, the PRC has evolved into using gray zone tactics and non-kinetic conflicts to project influence over Taiwan and beyond. These include escalating tension in the Taiwan Strait by frequent incursions over the median line, conducting military drills around Taiwan in a potential form of a quarantine, and militarizing the South China Sea through its Coast Guard and maritime militia. And most recently, we saw a Chinese military airplane incursion into the Japanese airspace, and expansion of Chinese overseas military bases to South Asia and even Africa under a string of pearls strategy also raises a red flag. These attempts by the PRC to unilaterally change the status quo are clear indicators of its ambition to assert a sphere of influence in the Indo-Pacific, a region where Europe is heavily invested in. And meanwhile, the PRC continues to wield its economic power to serve its nationalist political agenda. Aside from weaponizing trade against Taiwan through ungrounded boycotts, the PRC has become manipulative in using economic coercion, unfair trade practices, and overcapacity-induced mass dumping against European countries. On a broader scale, the PRC has infiltrated numerous countries economically through Belt and Road Initiative, particularly in the Global South, where it was quick to fill in a local powers vacuum to the detriment of democracies. One way or another, the PRC has gained economic clout from the economic dependence of others. Another pressing concern is the PRC's extensive and sophisticated lawfare. In addition to misrepresenting UNGA Resolution 2758 to falsely claim Taiwan as its domestic affairs, the PRC also passed the Coast Guard Decree No. 3 to legitimize its arbitrary maritime law enforcement and issued the 22 legal opinions to persecute individuals they deem pro-Taiwan independence, such as me, even though I strongly advocate the status quo. It goes without saying that not only Taiwanese people, but also foreign entities and citizens are similarly targeted. The passing or revision of anti-espionage law, guarding state secrets law, and anti-foreign sanction law, and etc., has granted its state machine immeasurable power to punish dissidents and push back international law at all. The PRC attempts to monopolize law is a sword of Damocles on us all. In parallel, the global democratic apparatus was under rampant disinformation campaigns, cyber attacks, and digital infiltration from the PRC. And this is something that we called hybrid warfare a little bit earlier today. Taiwan itself experienced firsthand heavy election interference from across the strait earlier this year. Multiple cases also show that state-backed hackers from the PRC launched influence operations against not only Taiwan, but also Europe, including the UK, France, and the Netherlands. Not to mention that Huawei, highly subsidized by the Chinese government, poses major risk of data theft and privacy violations, and is often introduced into China's digital infrastructure projects abroad. Through technology, Chinese influence has sprawled across national borders. Situated at the front of authoritarian expansionism, Taiwan is the primary barometer of the PRC aggression. Taiwan has adopted a steadfast and responsible strategy that serves the best interests of all. Taiwan will maintain stable and principled cross-strait leadership, as well as strengthen national defense on all fronts. As such, Taiwan is committed to enhancing whole-of-society defense resilience, bolstering indigenous defense industries, and developing asymmetric warfare strategies. And this year, Taiwan's overall defense budget reached a record high of 2.5% GDP. Over the last 8 years, Taiwan's defense budget has increased about 80% and is still increasing. The message is unequivocal. Taiwan is determined to defend itself and will not shy away from its responsibilities to preserve regional peace and stability. In the face of China's all-out lawfare, Taiwan's understanding of the Chinese communist regime, as well as Taiwan's experience in tackling Chinese malign influence, is of great value to all. Taiwan's vibrant China Study Society is able to provide forward-looking insight into China's latest development in politics, policies, and of course, law. Taiwan can not only contribute to identifying the underlying risk in commerce, investment, and civilian engagement, but also in pushing back the PRC expansion of influence in international organizations through arbitrary interpretation of such political documents as UNGA Resolution 2758. In countering Chinese disinformation campaigns, Taiwan is lucky to have a robust network of civil organizations excelling at debunking and monitoring hostile operations from across the strait. Institution-wise, Taiwan established the Ministry of Digital Affairs in 2022 to enhance our cyber resilience and facilitated transnational cooperation via such mechanism as the Cyber Offensive and Defense Exercise, or CODE. Now, all 5 of Taiwan's telecommunication service providers are included in the Clean Network program initiated by the United States. For like-minded partners, Taiwan will be a critical force for battles in the cloud. Of course, Taiwan's effort alone is not enough. Europe is key to building integrated deterrence against the PRC, one of which being public messaging. Taiwan welcomes G7 Apulia leaders' communique for reaffirming that maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait is indispensable to international security and prosperity. And for the first time, Italy also participated in this year's RIMPAC to deepen engagement in the Indo-Pacific region. Taiwan also welcomes the increased attention and concrete actions from the European Union and NATO towards peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific, as well as looking forward to more European countries conducting freedom of navigation operations through the Taiwan Strait. Aiming to consolidate economic security, many countries in Europe have already carried out measures to improve investment or merger screenings on China, passed laws on securing critical minerals for strategic sectors, and taken steps to expose China's industrial spies capable of intellectual property theft and reverse engineering. In response to foreign economic coercion, the European Union has also developed anti-economic coercion instrument as a countermeasure. Additionally, countries around the world, especially in Europe, have noticed that PRC, in an effort to salvage its declining domestic economy, is significantly exporting excessive capacity through massive subsidies and unfair trade practices, impacting global economic stability. And in contrast, as a reliable and like-minded partner to the European friends, Taiwan received unanimous support from the European Parliament last December for a resolution on deepening EU-Taiwan bilateral trade and investment relations. Taiwan is committed to enhancing cooperation with European countries in areas such as supply chain resilience, countering economic coercion, and economic security. Besides collectively opposing China's misrepresentation of Resolution 2758 to curb its lawfare, more can and should be done. The PRC domestic laws do have undesirable ramifications abroad, including incidents of long-arm jurisdiction, transborder repression, and subsequent extra-legal operations. Only by actively managing and containing the PRC insidious legal harms can Europe maintain its democratic societies where freedom, human rights, and the rule of law truly matter. In the meantime, the European Union has taken concrete steps in countering foreign information manipulation and interference, or FIMI, in short. Recognizing the salient fact that the PRC has been a major actor to discredit and divide democracies over the past years, countries in Europe will benefit from increasing strategic communications, cooperation, and political dialogues with Taiwan. Taiwan also welcomes official visits from Europe to further policy exchange and dialogue on cyber and telecommunication security, which is now an integral part of national security. In closing, I would like to point out that the Indo-Pacific is a consequential region for the world's future. And this is a consequential moment for us all. As the Chinese Communist regime becomes increasingly entrenched in the Mao Zedong trap, a chairman of everything with overconcentration of power, understanding China becomes imperative for Europe to avert a strategic faux pas in Beijing. While war is neither imminent nor inevitable, democratic unity and tenacity are closely monitored by revisionist and adventurist PRC. European countries must put a price tag on the PRC aggression on Taiwan, for only a prosperous Taiwan can ensure a prosperous Indo-Pacific, and only a prosperous Indo-Pacific can ensure a prosperous Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, your future is our future, and our future is your future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joseph Wu, Secretary General of the National Security Council of Taiwan. Joseph, you're going to join us off stage. We're going to hear from another important compatriot that you deal with to talk about the dynamics of the Czech relationship with East Asia, and then we're going to bring back our panel. So I look forward to having your panel back in just a moment.
Thank you.
So join us just off stage here. Now, underneath your seat should be a translation kit. Let's take a look. Do we see translation kits here? Now, if you are lucky and you happen to be a citizen of long standing in the Czech Republic, you probably don't need the translation kit because you speak Czech. We're now going to have a wonderful address by the President of the Senate of the Czech Parliament, Miloš Vystrčil, who's going to talk about the dynamics of the Czech relationship with East Asia. Switch on your translation kit to channel number 1. And again, congratulations if you don't need it. I wish I were there with you as well. In fact, why don't you hand one to me? Here we go. I take it you're from, yeah, thank you very much. Then I can do this with all of you as well. So please welcome to the stage Senate President Vystrčil, Miloš Vystrčil. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if Joseph Wu, my friend, is listening to me as well from Taiwan. First and foremost, let me thank you for being able to address you here today. And I have to admit, when I was thinking about the topic, it was far from easy for me. And I found it very difficult to put my presentation together. The topic is, East Asia and Czechia, or the Indo-Pacific region and Czechia. Well, if you think about Indo-Pacific region, the number of inhabitants, and Czechia, well, this isn't far from being balanced, isn't it? And maybe it is too daring for me to tell what can Czechia do with Indo-Pacific, with an area with a huge population and great economic performance. Nevertheless, I would like to share with you two comments today. The first one is that even a small country can be a role model. It can lead by example. It can behave in relation to a bigger country in a way to motivate the others to do the same. And I think that Czechia is doing that. I am very proud of it. And then I thought also that if you do something and if you're convinced you're doing the right thing, it is good and advisable to get allies. And preferably from the continent you come from, and in our case, it is Europe. And if the European Union joins Czechia in its efforts, it's far better, because then, the relation is more balanced. As my friend Joseph Wu said, for example, it is important for Taiwan that Europe joins them in their activities. Furthermore, I'd like to say, when we are looking for relations in the Indo-Pacific region, shall we actually treat all the countries the same, or shall we distinguish? We have like-minded countries in the region. We have like-minded partners, like Taiwan. We also have countries that are interested to be like-minded countries, and they are walking in the direction we consider to be the right direction. And then we also have countries that are non-democratic and even totalitarian countries. And I think that we ought to distinguish based on the character of the countries. And I will even dare to remind you and to make use of what Ursula von der Leyen said yesterday when she mentioned Europe, Russia, and Ukraine. I appreciate the fact that Ursula von der Leyen, in her presentation, admitted to one very important thing. That is, that some countries, especially Western European countries, or West European countries, were thinking for a long period of time that if they develop economic cooperation with non-democratic countries, they will reinforce their security, increase the chances for peace. But Ursula von der Leyen said that we all know today it was not right. It was not true. That increasing economic cooperation and dependence, economic dependence on non-democratic countries is actually increasing our vulnerability, and it increases the risk of horrendous things happening, such as Russia attacking Ukraine and it also started to coerce Europe by saying they will not supply natural gas. All that means is that Europe has made a mistake. It was not only us here in Czechia who made a mistake. I mean, we've tried to draw the attention to this mistake long before. When I visited Taiwan in 2020, I said that increasing strategic dependence, strategic material or product dependence on from non-democratic country is dangerous. And at that time, I did not know that this will actually show itself a little bit later on. Let me say one thing that needs to be said aloud. I am not sure that Europe has learned a lesson what happened when it comes to Russia and what can happen that when we don't realize our dependency on China or other countries. Just have a look at the economic or trade exchange between the European countries and China. Take a look at whether or not the dependency of Europe on China is decreasing or increasing when it comes to strategic materials or products. I don't know whether we have realized. I would rather say we did not realize that the same formula applies. If we increase our dependency, we increase our vulnerability and we increase the risk that has not come yet, but it can come anytime. And I think where else than GLOBSEC we should be discussing this. Therefore, I'd like to also recall one more thing from Ursula von der Leyen's speech. Let's approach these relationships with no illusions. We cannot afford illusions. We have to support our allies in the Indo-Pacific region. We ought to help them, and we have to develop our relations or relationships with them. And we need to be careful when it comes to everything else. And we need to realize that what's been said here is also generally valid. If we increase the dependency of democratic countries on non-democratic countries, we increase our vulnerability and we decrease the level of our security. And this is how it is. I'm convinced that today, here in Europe, we're facing one major task or one major decision that is very difficult indeed. We have to make a decision. In various countries in Europe, there are battles between whether we want to and we prefer the comfort that we are having right now, or the relative well-being and the relative security that we have, and the relative prosperity, which is oftentimes determined by the dependency, or whether we will be able to prefer responsible approach to our future. responsibility to what our children will have to face. Because if we don't prefer the latter one, we increase our dependency. And as long as we increase our dependency, we increase the vulnerability and the danger for our future. The question is, if we manage to agree on reinforcing our future, because we care about our children and grandchildren, and we will put an emphasis on that, or whether we will say, oh, well, nothing's really going on and there's no problem, let's just enjoy the immediate benefits and the comfort. So this is the decision we ought to make. This is the decision that is being taken in various countries to, to different degree of success, and it depends on what side the politicians will stand. If we want to be populistic, we will be on the side of, comfort. We will actually get more loans, we will buy cheap things, and we will enjoy ourselves, and we will have good times for a couple of years. If you're a politician that doesn't want to be populistic and you think of the future, we ought to explain that this is not the right way to do. And the latter one is obviously more difficult, because to do the right thing is always more difficult, and it hurts. The easy decisions and the easy things don't hurt, and it's not difficult to do. To stay in bed until lunch and go to pub in the evening is easy than getting up in the morning, doing exercise and studying and work. This is the way it is. And we either acknowledge that in the relationships we have, or relations we have, or we don't. And this is how we decide our future. We decide about whether the populism and short-term prosperity wins, or if it's the future, the long-time future that wins, which is more important than what we have today. I believe that in the battle of arguments that we ought to fight, we can prevail, and I'll tell you why. Here in the European space, we agree that there are 7 virtues. 3 are godly and 4 are human virtues. The God virtues are hope, faith, and love. Well, they're called heavenly because we are all endowed with those, and depending on how big our heart is, we either develop those or not. We are either hoping people, we are loving people, we believe that we can do something with what's going on in the world, and then there are those 4 virtues which are, let's say, human or earthly virtues, because we either develop them or we don't. Those would include wisdom, justice, moderation, and courage. And there is a very clever quote, which is very true, which says that without courage, all the other virtues are widows. There's nothing without courage. You cannot win with your wisdom, you cannot be just, and you cannot be moderate without courage. So by way of conclusion, let me wish us all courage. As long as we have courage, our virtues will develop, and we will prevail. If not, the others will prevail. Thank you for your attention.
President, thank you so much for joining us. We have GLOBSEC, well, no, Milan, come up. I know you want to say, GLOBSEC CEO, or not CEO, excuse me, I just gave him he was going to shake your hand. Okay. Let's give another round of applause to Senate President Milos Vystrčil. Thank you so much. I also want to say, before I introduce the next panel, that the overarching theme of this forum is taming the storm. And I haven't heard a more direct address, frankly, than yours about how one might begin looking at the future and navigating the future from that. So thank you so much, Mr. Senate President. Thank you so much for joining us. Now we're going to move to a panel. We're going to invite Joseph Wu back in to join the panel for the Secretary General of the National Security Council of Taiwan. My journalistic colleague, Melissa Chan, a journalist who's been covering Asia for more than a decade, will be joining us. But first, we're going to see a short clip. So let's play that clip.
Thank you very much, Steve. My name is Melissa Chan, and over the next hour, we're going to spend time sticking to the region of East Asia. And I'm very grateful and pleased to invite Secretary General of the National Security Council of Taiwan, Joseph Wu, back on stage after your earlier remarks, followed by Simon Birmingham, Shadow Minister of Foreign Affairs. Shadow Minister of Foreign Affairs and a senator from South Australia. Please have a seat. And also Martin Halla, Director of Synopsis here in Prague, a fantastic think tank that does research on China. Thank you all. Thank you all. And as usual, we're going to take questions from the audience and also from Slido. Please start posting questions. I have this iPad here. Please start posting questions now so we can upvote for the ones you like. I'll keep an eye on them, and if it makes sense to bring in a question earlier because it's relevant to the conversation, I will do so, and we'll get through as many as possible. So the title of this panel is called Flashpoints in East Asia, Preparedness and Partnerships. I want to start with the Secretary General. I'm going to ask each of you actually a question on preparedness and then one on partnership. Now, you made the case just now for why Europe should care and how Taiwan can help. I want to, there are many aspects of preparedness when it comes to Taiwan, and I want to ask about Taiwan's mandatory military service, actually. Very recently increased to 1 year, and I was reporting from Taiwan and speaking to young people who have gone through this mandatory military service. This is what many of them told me. They described it as a joke. They said that yeah, indeed, and they said they felt like they were running around doing push-ups, and they didn't feel like they walked away as if they could be prepared to fight a war. And more specifically, just so for people here in the audience to better understand, because I was curious about what that meant too, I asked them some basic questions. For example, applying a tourniquet, which is a basic first aid skill you should know in a time of war. And the men I spoke to said that they had not been trained in learning how to apply a tourniquet. Now, this depends on the year in which this happened, but they also made reference to a feeling that they didn't have enough access to time on the shooting range, and that there seemed to be sometimes even not enough bullets to go around, right? So I'd like to get your reaction to what these young Taiwanese are saying and what I'm hearing on the ground. Is this true? And you talk about Taiwan's need for preparedness, and it doesn't sound like people feel like they're being prepared.
Well, this is a very good question, Vanessa. But if you have an opportunity to come to Taiwan again, visiting our training centers in Taiwan these days, I think you will get a different impression, and you will also get a very different response from the young people. And you are absolutely right that last year or the year before or a few years before that, the young people were complaining about waste of their time in the military training centers. When they do those 4 months conscript training, they're forced to run around, painting stones, picking grass with their hands, things like that. And many people are saying that it's complete waste of time. And our Ministry of National Defense try to understand why the young people are feeling that way. So they look into their own training programs and they try to make adjustment. And actually, last year, we started to borrow the textbooks from the United States. And the military trainings nowadays are following the US standard. So earlier this year, I had a couple of times to visit our training center and saw that our young people actually are training exactly like what Americans are training their soldiers. And talking about the first aid, that was the first part of their training. So the young people who are trained by our military nowadays, they are more prepared. And other than that, I would like to say that American trainers on the ground, they help train our soldiers the professional soldiers to be able to better protect our countries. And after intensive trainings by the US trainers, we spoke with them, and they show so much more confidence in their ability and their determination in defending Taiwan. So the situation has changed. And of course, we understand that Chinese have that ambition in taking Taiwan over by force if necessary. And therefore, we understand that seriousness in our defense is absolutely critical. And we are making more investment. We're training our soldiers for asymmetrical warfare. And we're getting very serious about training our soldiers in a decentralized manner. And we are also procuring weapons for the asymmetric strategy, things like that. So I think the whole country now is looking at defense in a very different light now. So thank you for that question.
Thank you. So they will know how to apply a tourniquet, because that's something I learned as well in hostile environment training. Yes, the second question on partnerships. I'd like to see if you could tell us a little bit about the state of Taiwan's homegrown defense industry. There's the submarine that we have seen, but I'm more curious about the equipment being built or sort of designed for asymmetric warfare, and whether there's any interest not just in R&D, but also working with US defense startup companies, for example, like Palmer Luckey's Anduril, which I understand sold some equipment to Taiwan.
This is also a very important question for us. We try to procure military weapons from other countries, especially the United States, and it is very critical for our self-defense. But other than the procurement from the United States, we also have a very strong industrial base in Taiwan for our defense purposes. So we built the jet trainers, and actually the jet trainers are following the prototype of the earlier IDF jet fighters. So we can transform the trainers into real jet fighters in a short period of time. And we are also building our naval corvette, which is state-of-the-art equipment that we can count on. They're small, but they're very fast, and they're stealthy. And they are capable of firing some of the missiles built in Taiwan. And we are also building these kinds of ships for our Coast Guards. And we understand that in a time of war, we may need more Coast Guard. We may need to turn our Coast Guard into our naval ships. So those Coast Guard ships can be turned into our naval ships within a short period of time. So you can see the strength of Taiwan's defense industries. And we are also producing anti-ship missiles, air defense missiles, things like that. But that is not enough. And if you look at the international shortage of ammunitions or equipment, things like that, we are speaking with the United States to see where the Taiwan's industrial base can move into the US supply chain. So it's not only going to be good for Taiwan, it will also be good for the international community when they need more output from the US industries, and that is in the process.
Great. I'm actually going to, if you don't mind, go to the lone European on stage first. Martin Hala, how do you think Europe should prepare for any disturbances in East Asia on that question of preparedness?
Yeah, thanks. I prayed that you wouldn't be as tough on me as you were on Secretary General Wu, so thanks for this question. I think in my mind, the state of preparedness in Europe for a potential crisis in East Asia is still rather poor. I think we still have this legacy of complacency here in Europe from the good decades after the end of the Cold War, when history ended and the world was flat and all that. And now that history has come around to call on us again, I think it's been taking us too long to wake up to this call. But there are some good signs, I would say, and I was actually quite encouraged yesterday by the speeches of President von der Leyen, and by her call for Europe to become I think if I can remember exactly what she said that Europe should become an intrinsically security project as well, which is a very new language. And I was also encouraged when she said that there would be a new position of the Euro Commissioner for Defense. And that, I think, could really help Europe enhance its strategic coherence, and perhaps to also bring forward some of the projects that Europe has started but never seem to have quite finished, like the various Indo-Pacific strategies, both by the individual member states and by the European Union itself. I think the strategies underlie the understanding, the growing understanding in Europe that there is this indivisibility of security between the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific. But it seems to me that very often these words are not really followed by specific action. Now, the one thing that I would really like to see would be some concrete contingency planning for the future crises in East Asia, so that we're not again caught off guard like we were when the Ukraine crisis started, but also not only in terms of preparedness, but also in terms of deterrence. You know, because I think the contingency planning, especially if properly communicated to the other side, can form a credible deterrence. You know, the other side is probably less likely to start something reckless if they are aware that there's detailed planning on our side for such an occasion. And I think that might be the most important aspect, because I think deterrence is crucial in this case, because if a crisis starts in East Asia, particularly if there's a crisis around Taiwan, if there's a conflict in the Taiwan Strait, regardless of how that conflict might end, just the fact that the conflict would be initiated would be a huge tragedy that would have immediate impact on the whole world. So by that point, we would already have lost, all of us. So I think deterrence and any effort to prevent such a scenario from happening would be very welcome. And I think specific contingency planning on the European side, you know, just like many other countries in the region do that, like Japan, for instance, could possibly help us towards that end.
Right. On the second question of partnerships, you mentioned Japan, but actually there is a question here that I think is relevant to actually roll in from Slido for Martin, just to follow up on that. Considering the state of today's world, can Taiwan, wait, this is not the right one because this just keeps moving. Okay, here it is. Do you agree that Europe should minimize economic cooperation with China? Could this diminish our leverage to impose effective sanctions in case of an invasion? Martin.
Well, I wouldn't say that we need to minimize the cooperation. I just think that we should be very careful about the cooperation and try to think strategically and not just about the immediate economic benefit and economic efficiency, but also about long-term security impact. So it's, you know, there is this process of de-risking in Europe, officially backed by the European Union. And I don't think the aim is to minimize the cooperation, it's just to make it more secure and mindful of Europe's long-term security. You know, it's impossible to minimize or break the cooperation with the People's Republic of China right away, given China's economic standing in the world. But we should definitely be more careful about what exactly we're doing when we cooperate with the PRC.
Senator, you've been very patient. Thank you very much. Now, Australia, of course, being much closer to where we're talking about, what would you like to see happen in the next 2 to 3 years in terms of what Australia should do regarding peace and security in the region in terms of preparedness?
Well, thanks, Melissa. We look at it clearly through a lens of deterring conflict. The objective, of course, is to have peace and security and stability in our region, which in the Indo-Pacific region, particularly across Asia, has been the most economically prosperous for the world and the real engine of growth, and we want to maintain that. So we look at deterrence through really three lenses. Deterrence by example, and that is where the Ukraine conflict and Russia's invasion is so important, setting the example of supporting Ukraine to victory, and that will help to create an environment of deterrence from activities or actions that could provoke conflict. Deterrence through defence investment and readiness and preparedness, as we were just discussing. And for Australia, that means ensuring that we continue to increase the rate of defence spending, which we've been doing for a number of years. In fact, our last government, when it was elected way back in 2013, was prescient enough to go with the commitment of increasing and restoring defence spending back to 2% of GDP. And of course, now we seek to drive it further. But that, if you go all the way back to 2013, was a very wise call at the time. Mm-hmm. And then deterrence through diplomacy. Now, diplomacy needs defence and that deterrence framework to have the space to do its job. But of course, that is crucial, and particularly crucial in our region, where the relationships, not just in how you deal with the PRC or otherwise, but critically with all of the other countries of the region, and helping them to have the strength, for example, to stand by the values and things that are important for them. ASEAN's work that they've been doing in relation to a code of conduct for the South China Sea is a crucial example of that, that ASEAN nations need to stand by the Philippines, one of their members, who has faced such aggression recently, and critically ensure that those rulings under UNCLOS are upheld and respected, and that is an important part of the deterrence framework, which requires our friends and our neighbours to equally be part of that diplomatic solution.
Great. I want to next move to talking a little bit about the partnership that we haven't really explicitly discussed, which is the United States. For each of you, is there a danger of aligning too closely with the United States? An American president's word is as good as his or her next 4 years. Secretary General Wu.
Well, thank you very much for that question, and that is a very touchy issue. Especially commenting on domestic politics is always dangerous for any diplomat. And I would like to say it in a very honest way, though. The United States has been the most important partner for Taiwan, especially in the area of security. And the United States has been providing security weapons, providing weapons, and also the training and services for Taiwan. And as Taiwan faces tremendous amount of military threat against Taiwan, that kind of partnership is very important. And we have been reassured by either the Republicans or Democrats that no matter who is in power, the support for Taiwan will continue. And
but the Republicans just took Taiwan off its platform, political platform in this campaign. I mean, Trump just ripped that paper off and, I mean.
Some people told us that we shouldn't be too serious on platforms that just for one day, and then there'll be substantive policies if they can take office. If you have a chance to look at the American Congress, there are Republicans and there are Democrats, and they fight all the time. But they continue to tell us there's one issue that unites them. That is Taiwan. And we can continue to count on either the Republicans or Democrats who want to continue to support Taiwan. And this is probably one of the most important factors of deterrence against the Chinese ambition of using force against Taiwan. And other than the United States, we would like to develop closer ties with Australia, with Japan, with Europe, with Canada, and etc. If the international community is showing support to Taiwan, it's going to be a very important factor of deterrence against China's aggression. And so far, we are seeing the international community showing more and more support for Taiwan. For example, in G7 foreign ministers meeting, G7 summit, in EU summit, etc. They commented on the importance of peace and stability over the Taiwan Strait, which is indispensable to global security and prosperity. And when they continue to say that, they are actually telling the Chinese leaders that Taiwan It's not China's domestic affairs. It's international affairs that everyone else cares quite a lot about. And that factor is very important. And in that regard, I would like to express my appreciation to the Czech Republic again and again. The reason is because it's always sensitive to treat Taiwan senior officials. But the Czech Republic is willing to open its door for Taiwan, for me to be here, to speak publicly, for you to hear Taiwan's story. And that is going to increase the confidence of the Taiwanese people. And that kind of Taiwan story is going to strengthen the international support for Taiwan. Thank you.
Thank you. Since you made reference to relations with Australia, Senator, can you talk about how you'd want Australia's relationship with Taiwan to move forward? Informally, of course, because there are no technical diplomatic relations. Are there other specific bilateral relationships you feel like should be strengthened?
So we do have a very strong relationship with Taiwan. It's an economy and a democracy within our region that we share many values with, close and strong trade ties with, and strong and good people-to-people relations with. And it's within that framework that absolutely we seek to continue to grow that. We've been very clear in relation to our position of wanting to see respect for Taiwan, of calling out Chinese military aggression that presents the great risk of miscalculation, of misadventure and of escalation at some stage. And even if those actions of China that we saw, for example, in the days following the inauguration of the recent president, aren't intended to shift Taiwan at present, they do present enormous risk, as any type of military conduct like that does. And indeed our own forces, when operating through the region, have been subject as well to Chinese aggression or Chinese actions that have endangered the lives of Australian personnel. So we see very clearly that there is a need for not just Australia, but our partners in the region and across the world to be consistent and principled and predictable in the way in which we call out that type of behaviour that presents a risk to the stability of our region.
And I didn't forget that question about the relationship with the United States. Could you comment on that in terms of the dangers of aligning too closely with the United States? Is there such a thing?
Well, the United States is our closest, most trusted alliance partner for Australia. And we have deep, long relations there that have survived US administrations, Australian governments, changing with great frequency on both sides of our great democracies, and have only gone from strength to strength in that regard. And just in the last few years, point of tension in some parts of Europe, but the signing of the AUKUS partnership, the now exchange where the United States is committed to sharing its nuclear-powered submarine technologies with Australia for us to be able to build nuclear-powered submarines in our country. They've only done that with one other country before in US history, and that's the United Kingdom. And for the first time in decades, we have got them to extend that partnership. And we have confidence that it enjoys bipartisan support across the US system. And it does so not just because of the relationship with Australia, but because of the desire to ensure that deterrence framework I spoke of before in the Indo-Pacific is strong, and that they see the role that we play there to deter aggression against Taiwan or aggression against any other regional partner needs to be as strong as possible and requires a country like Australia to be in that position.
Thank you. Martin, same question.
Same question about the United States?
Yes.
Well, I think, the US still is the indispensable country, as Madeleine Albright once, I hope it was Madeleine Albright, once said. And especially in the Indo-Pacific, it's hard to imagine any regional security architecture without the participation of the United States. But not even the United States can do it alone these days. The strategic balance of power has shifted especially over the last decade, quite dramatically. So even the United States needs allies. So I would actually flip the answer. Is the United States prepared for to maintain these strategic alliances that it has itself built after the Second World War. And of course, we all worry about the result of the elections in the US. And during the first Trump administration, the cooperation with allies was less than stellar, I would say. So I would really see the danger in the opposite end of the question. Like I worry that after the elections in the United States, we might again see some problems in their alliances with their traditional allies, including Europe.
And can I just
yes,
quickly, Melissa?
Yes.
It's not obviously, yes, I defended the importance of that alliance with the US, but equally that building of partnerships out is crucial. Now, we've done that with the US, for example, in the formation of the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue, with India and Japan, as well as the US and Australia, providing an important framework for regional dialogue, particularly around issues of security, but also how we build those other partnerships in the region. So it cannot be and should never be the US to the exclusion of others, and building that out is critical, as well as ensuring that partners from outside of the region are as strongly engaged as possible. It's part of the reason for being here at GLOBSEC, to have the discussions and to welcome European engagement in the region that shows economically and in other spheres that to all countries across the region, they have many partners and many choices.
In terms of
Can I also add on this issue? Taiwan faces a different set of questions. In Taiwan, we always come up with questions whether the United States is reliable. And the Chinese are taking this opportunity to bombard Taiwan with cognitive warfare, continue to tell Taiwan that the United States is not reliable. And they use the war in Ukraine and saying that the United States is not committed to Ukraine. And the war is started by the United States, and therefore we shouldn't trust the United States. And they use that to reduce Taiwan's relations with the United States. And they tell us that the conflict on the international stage is the conflict in between the United States on the one hand and China on the other. And Taiwan is a small guy, and therefore we should stay away from the United States to be safe. But that is the Chinese cognitive warfare, because they understand if Taiwan stays closer to the United States, it's going to be a stronger deterrence against China's aggression.
Thank you. On this partnerships, one thing that I've been hearing at this conference and that I hear a lot in Europe is the ideological framework of authoritarian countries versus democracies. Milos Vistrovic earlier just said, he said the same thing, talking about like-minded countries. And I want to ask each of you as well, to what extent this paradigm is useful. In Taiwan's case, former President Tsai, and also with this new administration as well, often frame it like this, as a group of democracies against the autocracies of the world. But of course, we see a lot of contradictions, right? I mean, the great example being the US's close relationship with Saudi Arabia. So I would like to ask each of you whether you think this ideological framework has its limits, whether it should continue to be used, or whether it's been over-leveraged. Secretary General.
To Taiwan, this is a very important matter. We like to be friends with those countries that share the same values with us, the values of freedom, democracy, rule of law, human rights, and etc. If you look at the European countries, those who develop closer ties with Taiwan are those countries that really treasure these kinds of value. And because of that, we are extending our diplomatic outreach to many countries in Europe. And it is the same with Australia, New Zealand, Japan, South Korea, and nowadays the Philippines as well. So when people share the same values, and when they do business or they conduct politics based on the same values, it's so much easier for us to make friends. And that remains to be a very important factor in our foreign policy.
Senator.
I'll be a little controversial here and say, as a binary proposition, it's counterproductive, because it drives much of the rest of the world to a binary choice. And if that choice is only the democracies or only the autocracies, well, it then comes down to, of course, how each plays those circumstances. And we can see in the way in which China is leveraging, alongside Russia, the BRICS, to try and gain greater sphere of influence across the global south, that there are risks there in that type of binary proposition. So absolutely, who are our most trusted confidants? Where are our strongest alliances? Well, with our like-minded liberal democracies and market economies. And it's why we should be using, for example, NATO, not to come and have a presence in a security sense in our region, but absolutely as a vehicle for like-minded liberal democracies to better share security knowledge, technology, understanding, and in the new domains like cyber and space that don't respect borders at all. Mm-hmm. But in terms of actually how we engage with the world to defend the rules that matter, to ensure that we are actually driving forward a engagement that creates that deterrence to underpin peace and stability in our region and elsewhere, well, we need to reach out to countries that are not necessarily democracies. And I referenced, just as a microcosm, I referenced the ASEAN countries before, or the 10 Southeast Asian nations. More diversity in a grouping of 10 you will rarely find when you look at different systems of government, different religious backgrounds and dominations across those countries, different stages of economic development, but their role is absolutely crucial in our region, and they are a great example of how we have to approach that type of diversity of engagement right around the world.
Martin, your thoughts? I mean, certainly President Pavel has said a lot about this framework.
Yeah, well, to me, you know, at least in theory, this binary framework is useful up to a point, because ultimately that's what it's about. That's what's driving the emerging, the re-emerging conflict. Like very different understanding of first the very architecture of the international relations, but also the very basics, like the relationship between an individual and the state, the role of human rights in politics. And you know, these fundamental questions ultimately are what's behind all these conflicts, right? So in that sense, I think the framework still is useful, but of course in real life things get murky sometimes quite murky, and especially in complex times like we're facing today, you know, sometimes people get strange bedfellows, right? Mm-hmm. like they did during the Cold War, you know. So I think there's theory and then there's practice, and they may not be the same.
I'm going to have one question for each of you, and then we're going to turn to the audience. And also, there are many questions on Slido, and I encourage everyone to upvote, so that I will just pick the one that is at the very top. In terms of preparedness, you also mentioned cognitive warfare, right? So I want to ask a question to each of you about the psychology of all this. Let me stick to Martin. European policymakers, people in this room might understand the need to consider East Asia when you think about peace and security, even in Europe. But we both live here. I live in Berlin, you live in Prague, and we know that citizens really struggle to be convinced that East Asia is relevant. Can you comment on that? What needs to be done? Do you agree with my assessment of the feeling in Europe?
I absolutely agree, and I've learned the hard way because this is an issue I've been working on for almost 10 years now. So it's very difficult to deliver the message to the local populations. You know, this geographically, this seems to be very distant from East Asia. It seems to be a different world, but I think particularly here in the Czech Republic, there's this growing sense of interconnectedness. You know, that we cannot ignore what's happening on the other side of the world. The distance doesn't mean what it used to mean earlier. And, you know, we just have to take that into consideration. So I think it's it's work in progress, right? We have to work on it. We have to try to persuade people. There's arguments to be used. It's a slow work, but I think little by little we're getting there. And I think Europe as a whole has been through this process, has been going through this process for the last few years. And you know, we've heard President von der Leyen yesterday. I don't think she would have used these words like only 5 years ago. You know? So I think we're getting there slowly. Maybe too slowly.
Senator, in Australia, I understand that the conversation around China can be quite polarizing. Do you think that policymakers and government officials have failed in terms of communicating for the country how best Australia should engage with China to its citizens?
I think, so the Lowy Institute, one of our great foreign policy think tanks alongside the Institute of International Affairs and others in Australia. The Lowy Institute does an annual survey of Australian attitudes. And if you look back, not that many years ago, positively favourable disposition towards China and seeing it as a strong economic partner. In more recent times, much more negative, much more concerning, and far greater tendency to see it as a security threat. And so public sentiment has shifted a long way in that sense. And I think to the earlier question, yes, in a framing in our own countries, standing up for democracies and our own values are actually quite important for ensuring that people do understand. Then in the regional context, I think also understanding what is at threat. That Australians will care about the unfairness for the Taiwanese people if something horrific were to happen. But also understanding from a self-interest perspective, what does it mean if Taiwan Strait, South China Sea, or otherwise becomes a conflict zone, or becomes an area of greater control from the PRC? And if that were to occur, then that impacts all of our trade routes. We have enormous trade through North Asia, up into particularly Japan and South Korea, and so the risks to Australia there are real, and we have a task to ensure that those risks, those economic risks which flow on to the well-being of Australians, are well understood by our people as to why we invest in the relationships, the defence and the diplomacy to create that type of deterrence framework.
Thank you. Secretary General, again, I speak to people in Taiwan when I'm there, and they express frustration that Taiwan is often at the international level in terms of media coverage, only viewed as whether China is going to invade Taiwan or not. And they also, many of them tell me, and I was very surprised how many told me in Taiwan, that they do not believe China will invade Taiwan. They simply do not believe it. Some of them say they've been hearing that for decades and it hasn't happened. You know, one can interpret that as meaning that the citizens of Taiwan are a little too sanguine about this possibility and are not taking the China threat seriously. So my question is, again, cognitive and psychological, but do you agree with this assessment from Taiwanese citizens, in terms of like my assessment of Taiwanese citizens, I mean, and how might your administration work to change that attitude, that people just, you know, when you're constantly on alert, you eventually get used to it, you're dulled to that threat.
Right. And especially Taiwan is an industrial society or economic society, a very vibrant economic market. And therefore, people wanted to do their business, and they don't want China to stop their regular economic activities. So there seems to be a natural tendency to look at China's long-term threat against Taiwan as a rhetoric. But for decision makers in Taiwan, you know, we don't have that kind of luxury. We cannot presume that China will attack or will not attack. We have to assume that China may attack at some point. And when that happens, we want to be ready. And that is the reason why we engage in military reforms. And we also engage in the broader security relations with other countries, primarily the United States. And at the same time, we are also engaging in whole of society resilience type of operation. It's a huge operation. including setting up a command system at a time of war, or trying to assure that we have sufficient stockpile of critical materials like food and water, energy, and etc. And we also want to ensure that Taiwan can survive Chinese cyber attacks. We want to be able to communicate with ourselves or with the outside world through satellite communication and etc. And we also want the society to be able to sustain if China wants to invade Taiwan. And our president has also launched a committee in the presidential office, and very soon we are going to make the first public meetings and public statements on how we prepare for a future. And I think that is an education process for the Taiwanese people as well. We need to be ready. We need to stay resilient, and we think that is the best way to deter against the Chinese aggression. If the Chinese think that they can take Taiwan over within a few hours, I think it's very dangerous. And many people are saying that weakness is inviting aggression. And we don't want to be in a weak position. We want to be strong. We want to be resilient. We want the Chinese to think that they won't be able to take Taiwan over within a short period of time. And I think that is the best deterrence for us.
Thank you. I'm looking at the Slido questions. The top question, I believe, you have just answered. So I'm going to the second one, and then I will then turn to the audience next. But first, the Slido question from Dennis. Are you afraid that the U.S. decision to boost its semiconductor industry might jeopardize the commitment to defend Taiwan in the future? That question is very much for you.
Well, I don't think that is the right way in looking at Taiwan's semiconductor industry relations with other countries. The TSMC is only one of those semiconductor manufacturers making investment in other countries. You know, they make investment in Phoenix, Arizona. They also come to Dresden, Germany, and they also go to Kumamoto, Japan. And the reason why they want to expand to other countries is because there is a need for more sophisticated chips, and there's not enough supply. So when Taiwan is limited in its capacity to expand anymore, they may want to expand their operations in other countries. And with their expansions in other countries, in the United States, in Germany, or in Japan, that is an extension of Taiwan's capability in the semiconductor industry. And that will only bring Taiwan closer to other countries economically. And when other countries feel that Taiwan still have that strength at the highest end of the semiconductor production, and I think the international community will continue to look at Taiwan's semiconductor output as one of the most critical factors for the international prosperity. And if you look at the joint statement or joint communiques coming from G7 or coming from European Summit, they continue to reiterate that peace and stability over the Taiwan Strait is indispensable to global security and prosperity. And that is because they look at the supply chain of semiconductor in Taiwan should not be disrupted. Otherwise, it's going to be a disaster for the international community.
Thank you. In the audience, that gentleman over there right up front, and then the second one will be that gentleman with the hand high in the middle. Yes, you've been waiting. So, and first of all, introduce yourself, and please do ask a question, no statement. Thank you.
I'm Lipavský from Harvard University. I asked a similar question this morning at the European panel. What happens if there's a war in Taiwan or Himalayan region of India or Philippines? And most of the panelists were Europeans, a bit non-committal, so to speak. So I asked the same question, what happens if there's a war over Taiwan? What would Europe do, Australia do, Taiwan do? Because I say this, because I've been to many plenary conferences, where Hong Kongers also got plenary sessions, headline news, but actually when there's a clampdown, nothing happened from Europe or America.
But so the question is, what happens if there's a war, correct?
Yes, unless Taiwan is willing to fight for months, then only the international community is likely to come, following Ukraine model. Is Taiwan willing? Is Australia willing to put boots on the ground? Is NATO willing to come?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Start for me.
Always.
The determination of self-defense is very strong in Taiwan, and it's getting stronger. We will defend ourselves to the very end. And in order for us to be able to defend ourselves, we are engaging in military reform, we are investing more in our defense, and we engage a whole of society resilience. And talking about the critical supply of critical stockpiles of very important matters for us to stockpile, like energy and etc. We are looking at longer term because we want to be able to survive in the longer term. And I think that's the best way for Taiwan to stay resilient and for Taiwan to show itself as willing to defend itself. And you know, when looking at this question, I very often would like to look at it from a different perspective. Knowing that war is going to bring disaster for the international community, look at the war in Ukraine. It's a disaster for the international community. And Taiwan's, if there's a war involving Taiwan, it's going to be much worse than the war in Ukraine. So the critical question is how can we stop war from happening? And I think that is in the mind of many important decision makers, including the decision makers in the United States. The war shouldn't stop, shouldn't happen at all. And we should have the enough strength to deter war from happening.
Thank you. We are very short on time. I don't know if you have any comments, just 30 seconds each in answer to that question, and I will take that last question over there.
Well, I don't want to dodge the question. I think, firstly, thank you for acknowledging the other territorial claims and disputes. It's not just about Taiwan, but about Philippines, about Japan, about India, that the PRC does have a number of territorial claims and disputes that could see conflict move in a number of different directions. It is about deterrence, as I've said multiple times. Of course, for deterrence to be effective, people have to believe that you will be willing to use that deterrence as well. Now, that would all depend upon partnerships and how we move together, but we have to make sure, first and foremost, that deterrence is effective to prevent the conflict in the first place.
Thank you. Martin, I'm actually going to pass on you. If anyone wants the answer from Martin, go up to him after. But let's pass that last question to the gentleman. Please introduce yourself. Please make it a question. Thank you.
Sure. My name is Bryce Wakefield, and I'm the CEO of the Australian Institute of International Affairs. If Czech people think that Asia is remote, I'm going to go a little bit remoter, I think. Joseph Wu, about a quarter of your allies, the countries that recognize you are in the Pacific, and recently the Solomon Islands and Kiribati have switched from recognizing you to recognizing Beijing. At the same time, we have
I'm so sorry,
security contestation
just cut straight
in the Pacific.
To the question, please.
My question, and Australia is very concerned about that security contestation. My question is there, despite the sort of international status of Taiwan, are there areas where you can or do cooperate or consult on this problem?
Thank you.
For me, or
for both of you, briefly for both. Yes.
Cool. So, Taiwan's place in the world, to be clear, where nationhood or statehood is not a prerequisite, then we should absolutely be encouraging Taiwan's engagement in international affairs through the World Health Organization and World Health Assembly. The World Trade Organization, I'm a former trade minister. Taiwan sits there, Hong Kong SAR sits there. So there are absolutely precedents and models to ensure that we have that type of engagement. In terms of the Pacific Island nations, the criticality of them as part of the now permanent contest and competition is very real, and Australia has stepped up significantly under successive governments to deepen that engagement. We have to ensure that it is a respectful engagement too. It is about their empowerment, their sovereignty, just as much as we talk about the respect for sovereignty or the choice of individuals elsewhere.
Thank you. Secretary General, you get the last word.
Very briefly, if you look at China's actions in taking our diplomatic allies away in the Pacific, Many people interpreted that as a diplomatic confrontation between China and Taiwan. But if you look at the reality of China's expansion of its influence in the Pacific, with the Solomon Islands, with Kiribati, with Nauru, they try to turn these countries into China's like-minded countries, through education, through media manipulation, things like that. So we need to look at it from the perspective of China's expansion of its influence in the Pacific. And if we want to keep the Pacific free and open, I think we need to work together with other like-minded countries. And we've been working very closely with Australia in this regard now, which is good and very important.
Thank you very much. With that, we are going to end. Thank you, Secretary General Wu, Senator Birmingham, and Martin Halle. Thank you so much for everyone for joining us. And we resume at the Havel stage at 5:05 for a conversation with Vladimir Kara-Murza. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kim Dozier.
Thank you. And I would like to welcome to the stage, in his first appearance since being freed from Russian prison, Vladimir Kara-Murza. Thank you. I should say his first conference appearance. We've seen you a couple of times on the air. This has got to be surreal for you.
It is totally surreal. It seems as if I've been watching some kind of a film for the past 4 weeks. It's a very good one, to be sure, but I feel like a spectator. You know, up until 4 weeks ago, I was certain I was going to die in that Siberian prison, and it's just, you know, it's what happened to us is more fit for a Hollywood action movie, I think, than the reality of today's Russia. And it shows once again that miracles do happen, and that at the end of the day, as has been shown so many times in history already, concerted efforts by good people in a free world are stronger than any dictatorship can ever hope to be. We've seen this so many times before, and we've seen it again 4 weeks ago.
Now, you were sentenced to 25 years, about 2 years ago, released on August 1st. I want to hear about the release, because you just wrote about it in the Washington Post in your Pulitzer-winning column. Have you, well, first, tell us what landed you in prison, because you had a choice when the Ukraine war began to leave, but you stayed.
I've always felt that a Russian politician has to be in Russia. You know, I've been in this for 25 years. I began to work with Boris Nemtsov, the Democratic opposition leader in Russia, in the autumn of 1999, 25 years ago this year. I believe in what I do. I believe in my country. I care about my country. I think my country deserves a better future than to live under an aggressive, criminal, murderous, KGB-led dictatorship. And, you know, throughout all these years, I've always taken a stand, I've always taken a position, I've always called on my fellow Russians to resist and to stand up to this dictatorship. I just wouldn't feel that I'd have any moral right to do this if I myself was sitting somewhere in faraway safety. And a lot of people feel the same way. And so when the full-scale invasion began in February of 22, the question didn't even cross my mind. I mean, if I was calling on my compatriots to resist the dictator, I had to do it myself. Otherwise, what would all my convictions, what would all my words, what would all my positions be worth? And so I stayed, and
you spoke out. I remember seeing you on several different channels, including CNN, talking against the Russian invasion. But a BBC report said it was actually somehow defying the police that actually got you arrested.
Initially, I mean, in the first days of the full-scale invasion, there was still some Russian independent media left. TV Rain, Radio Echo of Moscow, where I had a weekly program. My last weekly program was actually, I think, on day 3 of the invasion, where we talked about that. And then 3 days after that, Echo of Moscow was shut down. I think that's, thank you for raising this point, actually, because I think it's important for people to remember, however strange, however surreal, however Kafkaesque this sounds, in the 21st century, but the reality is that a lot of Russians are not even aware of what is actually happening in Ukraine, because the first thing that Vladimir Putin did, well, first of all, the first thing he did in general when he came to power 25 years ago was to go after all the major independent media. All the independent television networks in Russia were shut down within the first 3 years of his rule by 2003. But there still remain some pockets of independent media, radio stations, an odd newspaper, websites. But since February of 2022, the censorship has got to absolutely unprecedented levels. The cyber censorship, the normal media censorship, and, you know, the vast majority of the Russian population are exposed to daily state-driven propaganda. People do not have access to objective information. And I can tell you from personal experience, even in prison over these last two and some years, that when you actually speak with people, when you tell them what's actually going on, people very quickly change their minds. And so, you know, when some analysts, some politicians, some journalists in the free world sort of talk casually about the fact that the vast majority of Russians support the invasion of Ukraine. Let's remember this is a dictatorship. There's no freedom of the media. There's no freedom of information. In order to support or not support something, you have to know about it. And also you have to not be afraid of the consequences of speaking out. And so anyway, to go back to your question, the invasion was February 24th, and my arrest came on April 11th. So I've lasted about a month and a half after it began.
And what was the moment you knew that you were going to go to prison?
Oh, I was coming back from a meeting with a friend, famous artist who's passed away since. I was driving back through the Boulevard Ring in Moscow. It's one of my favorite areas of my hometown. You know, I was just saying goodbye now that I think back to it. And I was driving home when I noticed a black Volkswagen following, a surveillance car. And obviously that's nothing surprising if you're an opposition politician in Russia. We get followed all the time. And usually it's done in a very sort of deliberate, demonstrative manner, so that we know that there's surveillance. So to be honest, I didn't even pay attention.
To intimidate you.
Yeah, just to sort of to let us know that, you know, they watch and they see everything we're doing and where we are at every moment in time. And so I saw that surveillance car. Okay, you know, nothing new. And then as I drove to my home, to my apartment building, I noticed a silver minivan with black tinted windows standing by the entrance. Didn't pay much attention. You know, I live in downtown Moscow. It's a busy place, always cars around. And then I stopped to open the gate of the parking lot to park the car inside the courtyard. And as the gate opened and I began to drive there, I saw in the rearview mirror the doors of that minivan open, and about 6 or 7 black uniformed, balaclava-covered police officers ran out and began to run after the car. And that's the moment I knew what was happening. And I had time to park and text my lawyer that I've been arrested. And then he you know, slammed open the door and got me out. That was the moment. April 11th, 2022.
Fastest text ever.
It was, and I'm glad I had the time to send it.
Not that it stopped what was about to happen.
No, but it's always, you sort of feel more comfortable when people know.
Because you knew the world was going to get informed.
And I think, and this is why the biggest responsibility that I feel now that the 16 of us were snatched from the hell of Putin's gulag 4 weeks ago, is to advocate, to speak for, to speak on behalf of those hundreds and hundreds and hundreds who are still left behind, because it is much easier to intimidate someone, to pressure someone, to torture someone in silence and in a vacuum than it is when people are paying attention. And so it is important that the world sees and that the world hears and that the world notices all those hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, more than 1,000 political prisoners in today's Russia, a number much higher than in the late Soviet times. And the fastest growing segment on that list are those Russians who have publicly spoken out against the aggression on Ukraine.
And that sends a message to everybody else. Now, while you were incarcerated, I heard from people like Bill Browder, Juliana Glover. Your lawyers were reaching out through a number of avenues to the State Department and Pentagon press corps in Washington, D.C. to let us know that, well, they lost contact with you for a while recently, and they were worried about your health, and they didn't think there was any way you were going to survive the full term, the 25 years. You've survived poisoning twice before this by the Russian government. What was going on at that time?
That was over my work on the Magnitsky Act, which was a law that we first got passed in the United States 12 years ago in 2012, and that it's since been passed, similar pieces of legislation have since been passed in all major Western jurisdictions, including the European Union, the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and others. A law that has a very simple but very powerful principle behind it. It's a law that brought personal targeted sanctions against those key officials of Vladimir Putin's regime and the key oligarchs around Vladimir Putin's regime who have long made a habit of stealing in Russia and then spending and parking and stashing that stolen money in the West. Because that is what these people do. They violate and attack the most basic norms of civilized democratic society at home in our country. And then they come to your countries, to free countries here, and they want to enjoy the benefits and the privileges that democratic society offers. And so it's no secret to anybody that key figures around Putin have yachts, have villas, have bank accounts, have nice apartments in major Western countries. And that law that we worked to pass, and this was originally initiated by Bill Browder, Sir William Browder now, whose lawyer, Sergei Magnitsky, was murdered by the Russian prison officials after uncovering a massive tax fraud scheme, corruption scheme. And a key role in convincing the American Congress to pass the Magnitsky Act belonged to Boris Nemtsov, my friend, my mentor, the Russian opposition leader who was murdered, who was gunned down on Putin's orders, literally in front of the Kremlin in February of 2015. My poisonings came, the first one was in May of 2015, that same year. The second came in February of 2017.
And they left you with long-lasting health issues.
They did, but I'm very fortunate to be sitting here because both times doctors told my wife that I had about a 5% chance to survive. So, but it sent a very clear message that this is what the Kremlin is most afraid of, losing their coveted access to the West, to the free world, losing their coveted access to the very democratic society they profess to hate, and they profess to smear, and they deny our own people at home, but they themselves want to enjoy the benefits and the privileges of it. And by the way, when I was on trial, sort of the official charges against me were, so my 25 years were handed to me for 5 public speeches. That was in my indictment. As the head of the police convoy in the Moscow City Court said the day I received my sentence, he said, when they were taking me down in handcuffs from the courtroom downstairs into the convoy area, he turned to me and said, "So did you just get 25 years for 5 public speeches?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Must have been good speeches." I said, "Well, I hope so." And 2 of them were against the war in Ukraine. 2 of them were on political repression and political prisoners and political murders in Russia. And 1 was about the illegality and unconstitutionality of Putin violating the constitutional term limits to stay on as president now for 25 years, not as president, as dictator, for 25 years, for a quarter century. So they sort of, by presenting the indictment this way, they sort of showed what are the most sensitive points to them, right? The war, repression, and the fact that Putin is a usurper. He is not a legitimate president. He's not a legitimate head of state. He's a dictator. He's a usurper, apart from being a war criminal. But the unspoken charge, the unspoken indictment during my trial was my work on the Magnitsky Act. And they made it as clear as they could possibly have done, because the judge who handed me my 25-year sentence was the very same judge, Sergei Podoprigorov, who had jailed Sergei Magnitsky in 2008, and who was one of the first 13 people that we got sanctioned in the US under the Magnitsky Act, and he was the one putting me on trial and giving me my 25-year sentence. These people do everything in a very in-your-face manner. They make it known why they do this. And to me, this was, again, a very clear confirmation that this is what they're most afraid of, these people around Putin, losing this access to the coveted Western jurisdictions, financial systems, to Western countries.
Shopping in schools for their family.
Shopping, schools, holidays, yachts, villas, you name it, bank accounts. Stealing in Russia, spending in the West. And by the way, as astonishing as it sounds, even today, more than 2.5 years after the largest military conflict in Europe since the Second World War that Vladimir Putin started in Ukraine, even today, we still see from time to time information in the media about key officials, not only from the Putin regime in general, but actually from the military-industrial machine that enables the war in Ukraine. For example, the son of Mr. Artikov, who is the #2 official at Rostech, which is the main sort of military-industrial corporation that supplies more than 80% of armaments to the Russian forces, including now during the war in Ukraine. This guy's son, you know, was recently seen taking his girlfriend to Milan today, as astonishing as it sounds. So there's still a lot of work to be done to close those loopholes.
And if you said that back in Russia right now, you'd get another 25 years, which your fellow freedom fighter Alexei Navalny called revenge.
Well, I remember when I got that sentence, and actually my lawyers told me, I was sort of surprised because, you know, Putin's regime, obviously, needless to say, this has nothing to do with the rule of law, but it is what some people refer to as a legalistic dictatorship. They try to sort of keep the commas and the dots in the right place, right? They try to sort of pretend to have some legality to what they do, even though everybody can see through it, but they sort of want to keep the appearance. And my lawyers told me that I couldn't get more than 24 years by Russian law because I have 3 young children, and that's what is it called, extenuating circumstance, or whatever the legal term for that is. So 24 was the maximum I could get, but I got 25 from the judge who jailed Sergei Magnitsky. And you know, as I was listening to that sentence in the Moscow City Court, I remembered the words of Arthur Burton, the protagonist of The Gadfly by Ethel Voynich. Remember in the epilogue where he writes to Gemma, and he says, this is literally, I think, the last page of the novel, where he says that I've done my part of the work, and the sentence is only proof that I've done it thoroughly. These are the words I had in my head when I heard the sentence. That's the way you get recognition in today's Russia under Vladimir Putin.
Your lawyers and your loved ones thought they'd lose you in prison. When is the moment you realized you were getting released? Walk us through how that happened.
The short answer is at the very last moment, and this was the case for all of us because we shared experiences when we were on the plane en route to Turkey. But to me, this whole movie, as I've already referred to it, began on the 23rd of July. It was a Tuesday. When suddenly the doors of my cell, I had two sort of metal doors, one on the outside and then a metal bar door on the inside as a particularly dangerous criminal in a solitary confinement cell. The 2 doors burst open, and a couple of prison officials walked in and told me to come with them. So they take me into an office. There's a desk, a chair, a big portrait of Putin on the wall. There's a piece of paper, a pen, and some sort of a template with a pre-printed text next to the sheet of paper. And so the official told me to sit down and write what's written in a template, you know, from my own hand and sign my name. And this was a request for pardon addressed to Vladimir Putin, in which I was supposed to admit my guilt, express remorse for what I had done, etc., etc. Originally I thought it was a joke, so when I saw it, I just laughed in his face and I said, "What is this?" He said, "No, please sign it." I said, "No, I'm not going to sign it." He said, "Why are you going to sign it?" I said, "Well, look, you have internet like me. Google my biography. I mean, don't you know who I am? Well, I'm not going to sign this. First, because I do not consider Putin to be a legitimate president. I consider him to be a usurper, a dictator, and a murderer. And secondly, because I'm not going to admit any guilt. I'm not guilty of anything. The real criminals are those who are waging this war, not those of us who are speaking out against it." So he asked me to put it in writing, which I was happy to do, and I did. Signed it, dated it, and gave it to him. And then at 3 a.m. on a Sunday, July 28th, and I have to say that even by the standards of the Russian prison system, even by the standards of Putin's modern-day gulag, Omsk, the Western Siberian city where I was held, is notorious for its fanatical adherence to discipline. Everything has to be done by the rule book, by the paragraph, by the minute. And so, you know, if you undo your button, that's a violation. You get disciplinary cell punishment for that. If you remove your hat for a minute in the courtyard, that's a violation. That gets registered. You get punished with disciplinary cell, and so on. And so, to be outside your bunk bed at night is a violation too. So when the door of my cell burst open at 3 a.m., and they barge in, a group of prison officers, and they tell me to get up and get ready in 10 minutes, I was absolutely convinced I was going to be let out and be executed. And actually, when we shared our experiences on that plane, again, 3 or 4 others thought the same thing. It was done in a similar manner to all of them.
You all thought you'd been woken in the middle of the night to be killed.
Right. That's the way they usually do it. And nearby woods attempting to escape, or whatever the scenery is. But instead of the nearby woods, they took me to the airport, just a normal, regular civilian airport in Omsk. And I have to tell you, Kim, I don't think I have enough words to sort of express the feeling, because I'd spent, out of 2.5 years in prison, I'd spent 11 months straight in solitary confinement, where you literally sit in a small cupboard, 2 by 3 meters within 4 walls, just staring at a wall, not being able to as much as say hello to anybody. And after that, I was suddenly burst in the middle of an airport, normal, regular airport, families, people, kids working around. I was in handcuffs with a convoy, but we were in a normal airport. By this stage, of course, I realized that I'm probably not going to get executed, because they would have just done it there. What's the point? But I have absolutely no idea what's going on. And so they board me on a plane in handcuffs with a convoy, and we fly to Moscow. It's a 3-hour flight. Last year, actually exactly this time last year, when I was taken from Moscow to Siberia, it took 3 weeks in the Stolypin train carriages, as they're known, the Russian prison trains, with the transit prisons and so on. I went through Samara, through Chelyabinsk, through Omsk. That was a 3-week journey. This was 3 hours, a much quicker one. And needless to say, they don't usually take prisoners in Russia by plane. So something really weird was happening. Nobody explained what, or why, or what was going on. And so we're flying to Moscow. I get put in the paddy wagon and driven somewhere, which there are no windows in those paddy wagons. So when you sit inside, you don't see anything. You just sit in a small confined space. And so when they told me to get out, it was an internal courtyard, a yellow brick prison building. They didn't say where I was, but I'm a Muscovite. I know what Lefortovo looks like. And of course, I know of it from literature, from Solzhenitsyn, from Bukovsky, from Sharansky. I mean, it's a legendary prison, if I can use that word. It held many, many celebrated opponents of the communist regime in the past.
So at this point, you're thinking frying pan fire?
At this point, I'm thinking there's going to be a new criminal case, because that's the reason they usually take you to Lefortovo. If you are already a prisoner, and they take you from your regular prison to Lefortovo, usually it's to start a new criminal case. I mean, I sort of struggle to think of why on earth would they open a new criminal case against somebody who already essentially has a life sentence, 25 years. But, logic doesn't always work with the system. The repressive machine has its own sort of internal logic to its actions. And everything looked really, really Kafkaesque, every moment of it. So this prison officer, the captain who was sort of checking me in and registering me, we had this most bizarre conversation with him. So I say to him, first of all, I tried to ask, where we are. He just looked at me and smiled. But again, I knew it was Lefortovo. So I said to him, can you please notify my family and my lawyers that I've been transferred to Moscow, because they're going to be worried sick. Because that's the way they always do things in the Russian prison system. You just disappear. So when I was transferred to Siberia last year, I just disappeared. None of my, my wife, my kids, my lawyers, nobody knew where I actually was. And this was the same. So I said, can you please notify them? By law, you have to, so that my family knows. And so this captain looks at me, smiles, and says, but you're not in Moscow, Vladimir Vladimirovich. You're still in Omsk. So, which didn't exactly help clear things up, I have to tell you.
Head games.
Right. So I said, okay. I know the rules. I've been transferred to a new prison. I have a right to go to the shower. Can we go to the shower, please? He looks at me again, smiles again, and says, Vladimir Vladimirovich, you are in Omsk. So you're going to be taking a shower in Omsk. So I said, so presumably the walks in the courtyard will be in Omsk as well. He said, yep, you're absolutely right. They're going to be in Omsk too. And then I said, and excuse me for the language, but I said, well, can I go to the toilet here, or is that going to be in Omsk as well? He said, no, that's fine. You'll have one in your cell. You can go to the toilet here. So they take me to another solitary confinement cell, but I have to say, Lefortovo was like a hotel, like a resort after my prison in Omsk. I know how that's going to come out sounding, but I enjoyed my time there because, I mean, in Omsk, I had to fold my bunk to the wall at 5 a.m. After that, all you can do is either walk around a small cell or you sit at a really small, uncomfortable stool. Everything gets regulated. As I mentioned, you can only have pen and paper for 90 minutes a day, 1.5 hours, and they take it away again. And essentially, you just sit and stare at a wall for the whole duration of the day.
So your travel guide to Russian prisons would say this was an upgrade?
Oh, this was definitely an upgrade.
Okay.
This was a 5-star by the Russian prison system. And by the way, actually, if you read about Lefortovo in Memoirs by Soviet Dissidents, they said the same thing. So that was the case back in Soviet times. So I had a bed. I could lie on it. Nobody cared. I had my notepads and pens and books. Nobody cared. I wasn't limited in, you know, how long I could read or write.
And how long did this go on?
5 days. And nothing happened. So I thought this was, you know, this was a new criminal case, but if it's a new criminal case, you're supposed to get interrogated. There's supposed to be, you know, some people coming in to talk to you. Nothing was happening. I was just sitting there in that cell on my own in a complete vacuum. And then on the morning of August 1st, and this is the answer to your question, came when I knew, and this is the case with all the others too. On the morning of August 1st, the deputy director of Lefortovo, Lieutenant Colonel, walked in with the same captain who was registering me in. They brought all my bags, and they said, take off your prison uniform, put on whatever civilian clothes you have. And I said, well, all I have from my civilian clothes, I have basically, you know, a T-shirt in which I slept, black underpants, because I mean, it obviously gets really cold in Siberia, -40 in the winter, so when you go around into sort of the small courtyard to walk, you have to put something underneath your clothes so not to get completely freezing, so I had those. And the only shoes I had were the rubber flip-flops.
So
I would go to the shower.
A T-shirt, long johns, and rubber flip-flops.
Exactly.
Okay.
So that's all I had. And this lieutenant colonel said, why don't you have any normal civilian clothes? And I said, look, man, I'm serving a 25-year sentence in solitary confinement in a strict regime prison in Siberia. What would I need civilian clothes for? He had nothing to respond to that. He said, okay, put that on. So I put on the long johns, the T-shirt, and the flip-flops. I was told to take my bags, and I was escorted downstairs. And it was, again, and this is, I keep coming back to the movie, it was a movie. There was a row of men in black balaclava-covered faces standing. It's a pretty intimidating sight. Just a small, you know, small space for eyes, and that's all. The whole face covered with a black balaclava in civilian clothes. This was an FSB special unit. And they told me to go outside into the internal prison courtyard. And there was a bus parked in there. And they told me to get up it. And I get into the bus, and it's totally dark. There's no light on. The windows are tinted black. And in every row of that bus were more balaclava-covered, black balaclava-covered FSB special unit operatives. And next to each of them, I saw a friend, a colleague, a fellow political prisoner. The first person I saw was Oleg Orlov from Memorial, prominent human rights activist. The second person I saw was my friend and colleague, Andrei Pivovarov, the former director of Open Russia, who actually I believe was at this conference. He might be in this room even. And the third person I saw was Ilya Yashin, the opposition politician, former Moscow legislator. We'd all been serving time in different regions of Russia, in different places. And there could only be one reason for us all to be on the same bus. That was the moment I knew, at the very last moment.
Now, I want to read something to you that your wife said just after you were incarcerated. This is something she told the BBC. She said, I love and hate this man for his incredible integrity. He wanted to show that you shouldn't be afraid in the face of that evil, and I deeply respect and admire him for that. And I could kill him. Has your wife forgiven you yet?
She told me she wants to feed me properly first. Because when she saw me in Frankfurt, because I lost 25 kilos in prison. Wow. And so when she saw me in Germany, because we were all taken first to Turkey and then to Germany for the exchange. Not all, so the Americans were taken to the US, but the Russians and the Germans, we were taken to Germany. And when my wife and kids flew in to get me from there, she told me later that they all looked at me and said, no, we have to feed Daddy up first a little bit. I mean, it's not fair to beat him up now. So I'm trying to take this process as slow as I can, because, you know.
Did getting to call you from President Biden's Oval Office in the White House soften this at all?
You know, that was just, I mean, everything about this is totally surreal. But once we got to the air, so this bus took us to Vnukovo, the government the government airport terminal in Moscow. Vnukovo 2, which is where Putin and Lavrov and all these other guys usually fly from. There was a Tupolev jet that was ready there. There's FSB guys took us up on the plane. So each of us had our personal FSB convoy. So one prisoner for one FSB officer and then some others just sort of generally there. And the plane took off. Nobody said where we were going, but there was a flight map on the screen. And we actually originally thought we were going to be taken to Kaliningrad and exchange at the Russian-Polish border, because, I mean, usually, or often this happens at land crossings, right, like with Sharansky, for example, you remember, on the bridge between East and West Berlin in 1986. Yeah. So we thought that was going to happen too. But the flight map showed the plane goes southeast. Kaliningrad ought to be northwest, obviously, the Baltic.
Were they letting you talk to each other?
On the plane, they got a bit more relaxed. On the plane, they did, so we could. Ilya Yashin was sitting behind me. Alexander Skochilenko, an artist who was also in prison for protesting against the war in Ukraine, was sitting in front of me. Oleg Orlov, a couple of seats in front. Andrei was sitting on the left across the row. And we got talking on the flight. And so, you know, as we sort of were making that journey, I just couldn't help. I'm a historian by background and by education, and one of my areas of study has been the history of the Soviet dissident movement. And you know, sometimes it is said that every historian sort of subconsciously dreams, subconsciously wants to personally experience the area of his study. Well, if that's true, then I certainly got everything that I could ever wish for. But I just couldn't reflect. I couldn't help but reflect on the fact that really nothing has changed since those times, even in the minute details. For example, we were being taken to Turkey, to Ankara, by the very same FSB special unit, back then it was the KGB special unit, that, for example, escorted Vladimir Bukovsky for the famous exchange in December of 1976. This was the first of its kind international prisoner exchange involving a political prisoner, Bukovsky for Luis Corvalan, the leader of the Chilean Communist Party in Zurich. And that was mediated also by the United States government, same as in our case.
And you were about to become the largest prisoner exchange since?
This was since the Cold War, and only the fifth in history that involved not just freeing Western hostages in Russia or the Soviet Union, not just freeing intelligence operatives, because that happens regularly. But this was only the fifth prisoner exchange in history that actually freed political prisoners, prisoners of conscience from Soviet or Russian captivity. And so as we were flying to Ankara, I sort of couldn't help but reflect on the fact that I was remembering what Bukovsky wrote about his own exchange back in '76. He wrote, this is in his book, To Build a Castle, one of the most important books in my life, by the way. It's an amazing book. It's useful for any generation, but it's especially important and topical now. So he writes in there that we have a funny country where they can neither arrest you nor release you according to the law. And this was exactly the same with us. Obviously, we were all arrested illegally because, you know, none of us had committed any crime. We were there for our political views, for our public opposition to this war. But they didn't release us legally either, in at least 3 different ways. I mean, first of all, the way the pardon procedure works in Russia, you're supposed to request it. And you know, I, for example, refused to, so did Ilya Yashin, so did Oleg Orlov. So we were pardoned forcibly, as it were, involuntarily. He really needed his hitman, right, from Germany, Putin did. Secondly, Article 61 of the Russian Constitution very clearly and explicitly states that a Russian citizen cannot be forcibly removed from Russian territory. I mean, it's just common sense. A citizen of a country cannot be removed from his or her own country. Nobody at any point had asked for our consent. They just herded us onto a plane like cattle and flew us out to Ankara. And finally, you know, as in any country, you're supposed to have a passport to cross the border. But we weren't given any. Mine had expired while I was in prison. For the first time in my life, I do not have a current Russian passport. So we all crossed the border illegally, even in this sense. And so to your question about Ankara, when the exchange actually happened, so we were put onto one set of buses, and then the bus with the prisoners Putin was getting in exchange, you know, the hackers, the spies, the murderers, including the hitman, the assassin from Germany. We saw them walk up the plane on the same plane that brought us. And then our bus was taken into some sort of a government terminal in Ankara, some sort of reception area. There were tables laid out, some sandwiches, tea, coffee. Everything felt and looked completely surreal. I mean, this is just, frankly, this is too quick and too much for the human mind to process, especially after you spend months and months in solitary confinement, where you really, I mean, you just sort of, well, your concentration completely goes down. Everything starts, you know, you see everything as if through some sort of a fog, right? And suddenly this. And just when it seemed things couldn't get any more surreal, a lady diplomat from the American embassy in Ankara walked up to me carrying a cell phone. And she came up and she said, "Are you Mr. Karamouzis?" I said, "Yes." She said, "The President of the United States is waiting to speak to you." And you know, by then I just had given up trying to understand what was happening. So I just took the phone, and of course, you know, I hadn't used the word of spoken English in 2.5 years, so I just had to sort of scramble and remember it. I mean, I hadn't used much of Russian either.
Well, that is amazing. Now, I have pushed the time, but I'm going to have to wrap it up for the next panel and invite everyone in the audience to thank you. And I think you have a lot of friends out there who want to talk to you when you step off stage. Welcome back.
Enjoy the conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just go back there, right?
That way. And the next session starts immediately. If everyone could keep their seats. We just have a couple of videos for you to watch, and we got to get some more. You to all sit down because I'm going to invite the next set of speakers onto the stage. And while they are making their way onto the stage, gentlemen, please join me out here. I am also going to invite all of you to get out your GLOBSEC app because I've got a Slido question for you. Gentlemen, have a seat. We have retired General Ben Hodges and General Karel Žecha.
Close enough.
I was going to say, they had me practicing it in the back. And General Mercier, also retired. And General Piotr Blaziusz. How did I do?
Not bad.
Thank you. Start as you mean to go on. So my Slido question is, do you believe that Ukraine has the capability to beat Russia in the ongoing war? So while you all answer that in Slido, I've warned these gentlemen that I'm going to have a vigorous discussion. Flag me if you want to jump in or just jump in. And I'm going to start with my lightning round question. Briefly, I'll start at the far end. Which side is winning right now and why?
Well, from the military point of view, I would say that when the war started, we all thought maybe it will be a week, 2 or 3 weeks, right? That was the predictions, that Ukraine will be able to stand up against such a powerful, modernized, we thought, armed forces and a big country. But what we see now, after over 2 years of war, that actually the bear has a very weak legs and arms. And with all the support we are providing, there is a chance that it will be in our favor, meaning that Ukraine will be able to stand up, protect itself, and be allowed, basically, to make its own choice. because I think Ukrainians already made the choice. They want to join the West, and we should help them to get that freedom and that ability to make their own choices instead of former superpower trying to make sure that Ukraine remains within its spheres of influence. So I think there are ups and downs in the whole war, but in general, Ukraine, I think, has showed all of us that you can stand up against the bear, and the bear is not as big as we all thought.
So that's pretty optimistic. General Mercier, what do you think?
Those spoke about the military point of view, and I can speak about other point of view. And if I look at the political side, on the political side before the war, Sweden and Finland were partners for NATO. They were not NATO members. The unity of NATO was sometimes a question and everything. And now we are working all together. We are much stronger, I believe, in many different areas, even if we have to continue to improve that. So I think that first, on this political point of view, the Ukraine and our Western world is getting stronger than before, and I think that this is some kind of
but stronger isn't winning.
Yeah, winning. We are winning this part of it, and if I look at the other side, the other thing, Ukraine is not alone, and that means that Ukraine has a capability to beat Russia, but with its partners and with its many partners, and and that's something we need to take into account. This is not only Ukraine in itself, in fact, and so we have already won this part of the game, and now this is a question of the military operation. But you know, no conflict has only military solution. It's going to be the military solution plus the other solutions, and we will be winning for sure.
General Žeka.
Well, I guess it depends how you define winning, but militarily, I think no one is really winning right now, even though Russians have some kind of initiative. But Russia is losing a lot by this war, and Ukraine is gaining a lot also. So in a sense, you can say they are winning, even though militarily, obviously, I think no one is really winning right now.
And to wrap up.
Of course, Ukraine is winning this war. 10.5 years, not 2 years, Zeus, 10.5 years, Russia had every advantage. 10.5 years, and after 10.5 years, they still only control about 18%. And people are, you know, like, oh my God, Avdiivka has fallen. In 6 months, the Russians have only moved about 30 kilometers to Pokrovsk. And that's without us providing ammunition. Imagine if the US, German, British, and French government said, of course we want Ukraine to win. This would have been over last year. So even without us being committed, the Ukrainians are winning this war. Russia is in big trouble. There now is a Ukrainian bridgehead in the Kursk region, and the Russians are still crawling towards Pokrovsk. I think I would...
And that's a good time to bring back our Slido question.
I would flip that chart.
So the Slido questions from the audience. Do you believe that Ukraine has the capability to beat Russia in the ongoing war? 68% believe yes. Though you're saying they could beat them if they were given more capability.
That's what I'm saying.
Got it. So we got a pretty optimistic audience. Now, I have to say, coming from Washington, D.C., where I'm based, and I'm a CNN Global Affairs analyst.
Where optimism goes to die, by the way.
Exactly. And I'm you know, that creature of Washington, I'm a talking head. So I go on to talk about Ukraine, and it usually looks pretty dire. And then Kursk happened, or rather, the Ukrainians carried out Kursk. And there were some people I were talking to, they said, oh, this doesn't mean that much. And I was like, wait a minute. They just ate Moscow's lunch. At least that's how it looked to me. How did it look to you all? What is this? Is this a positive? Is this a risk? General, you've got the special operations background. What do you think of this move? Where did it come from?
I think it's positive, definitely. There are risks, yes, obviously. We'll see in the end. but they brought the attention back to the conflict. That's a strategic win. They showed that we shouldn't be too scared of the Russia red lines, because they attacked Russian territory. What happened? Nothing. And also it's a big morale booster, I think, in the Ukraine. So I think overall it's definitely positive. Yes, then you have also this military tactical operational advantages, like bringing dilemmas, spreading the resources of ISR and so on. But I think the real strategic winners are this, this attention, this kind of weakening the Russian deterrence and redliners, and the morale boost.
General Blaseusz, do they have the troops to hold it and hold their position on the Eastern Front?
Well, I would say it's probably classified information, but to expand a little bit on what was said about the Kursk, I think we all need to remember that Kursk is a very historic place. This is where the tide of World War II has turned. That's where the Nazi troops have been eventually beaten, the largest tank battle during World War II, and that turned the tide of World War II. So that's the symbolism, I think, that we all should kind of remind. And some joke that, in a way, the German equipment is back after so many years. But to be more straightforward, first of all, this is the first fundamental of any warfare: take the war, take the fight to the territory of the enemy. And Ukrainians have been doing it for a long time. Smaller attacks, far away from the front. That's what allies were doing in World War II, both in Germany and Japan. So there is nothing new really about it. But the big thing is that it's a big blow to the whole propaganda of Mr. Putin. Evacuating over 200,000 of his own citizens, you cannot really hide it, even if you have a good clamp on the social media and everything. So I think this is what's... and the last point about this, because I want other speakers, my friends, to speak up, the main point is also, think about it. There was an attack on the Russian soil, and what happened? Did Russia decide to use tactical nukes or anything like this? Did they even threaten about it?
As Putin had threatened multiple times in the years before?
That's something for the Western countries to also consider, okay? That maybe he's just bluffing all the time and we're taking it a little bit too seriously.
General Mercier, when you were in service, before you were chief of the French Air Force, you flew something like 180 plus combat missions. Now, I understand that one of the advantages of taking Kursk is that thousands of attacks had been launched from that territory. In terms of air defense, what does taking Kursk do you think?
First, this offensive on Kursk is for me something very interesting, because when you defend your country and you do not have the possibility to go to the territory of your attacker, you have the tendency to defend your country with very tactical courses of action, where your opponent use the wide range of tactical, operational, and strategic courses of action. Here they showed that they can change the nature of the response, and they cannot limit themselves, the Ukrainian, to some tactical defensive actions, but they can bring more strategic issues into Russia as well. And to answer specifically your question, I was an air defense pilot when I was young, and air defense was not only defending our airspace. It was defense was considered to have the possibility to attack where the aircraft took off to attack us, and that's part of the defense. This is how we define an area of operation. The area of operation is including where your opponents are moving, and this is what this offensive is showing, and I think this is a big turn in this operation.
Now, Ben, and I call you Ben because you used to invite me to lunches at the Pentagon, et cetera. But the first time...
You owe me for that,
I do. It was a really 5-star dining room. Because General Hodges used to have this habit of trying to make the people who covered him smarter. So I think at that point you were lecturing me on how many places the U.S. Army was in the Pacific. And I got to say, it left an impression. But the first time we met, I think, was in Iraq.
In Iraq.
And of course, so much of what happened on the ground in Iraq was you guys were seeing a problem, trying to tell Washington, trying to tell the Pentagon, and getting Rumsfeld snowflakes back. So you know how important the center of gravity is for what happens in D.C. and how they see the war. Taking Kursk, what does that do back in Washington?
Well, hopefully it will wake people up that this war, that it's not inevitable that Russia is going to win. That's to me, one of the biggest outcomes of this Kursk counteroffensive is that it kills the myth that somehow Russia is inevitably going to win. The Ukrainians have proven once again we have been underestimating them and overestimating Russia. They have changed the narrative of this war. They have changed the momentum of this war. And then, of course, there are some practical things that have been identified. But I think it's going to be very difficult, unfortunately, because the same people, the so-called Russia experts in the administration now, have been there for years. And they have been wrong about Russia for the last 15 years, when we have misunderstood and miscalculated how to deal with Russia. And so until in the administration, as well as the geniuses outside the administration, until they can be persuaded that it's actually in our best interest that Ukraine defeats Russia. Not this nonsense about getting them to a better negotiating position, but defeats Russia, that's to our advantage, and that we should not be scared of a collapse of the Putin regime. In fact, we should accelerate it. We should plan for it, be prepared for it.
Well, I'm going to red team this here for a moment. One of Putin's arguments in the beginning, explaining the invasion of Ukraine to his own population, and places like India, where I spent significant time at the start of the war, I would hear people on the street there say, well, what did you expect Russia to do? NATO was threatening them. NATO was expanding. Holding on to Kursk is already feeding into that rhetorical narrative. I'm hearing back from disinformation experts, et cetera, people who are watching in the original Russian, that it is feeding this Putin narrative that NATO is backing a Ukrainian invasion of Russia. Could Putin take advantage of this and, for instance, launch all-out conscription, something he's resisted doing until this point? I mean, what are the downsides of keeping Kursk?
For the Ukrainians, for us?
For the Ukrainians, for us, I mean...
I can't think of any downside. I wish the Kremlin would declare total mobilization. That would be fantastic. Then for sure people would say, what the hell are we doing in Ukraine? This false narrative that somehow it's our fault that Russia invaded Ukraine makes no sense logically. The safest part of Russia was the part that touched NATO. And now because of the genius, Mr. Putin, he's added Finland and Sweden to his problem, so doubling the amount of NATO that actually touches Russia because of his invasion of Ukraine. I don't see, honestly, any downside, and I'm glad that at least the U.S. administration has not been saying, oh, don't, please pull back.
Now, turning to back to our Polish contingent, as the head of Eurocorps, would you advise them to keep assets in Kursk? What happens with the Eastern Front?
Well, I would definitely continue this raid, this incursion, because that sets completely different conditions for any future negotiations. But going back to your previous question, what I would like to add from the Polish perspective is Ukrainians have the right to decide which side of the world they want to be. So all this narrative about encroaching Russia, well, Poland decided a long time ago, even though Russia is still complaining that there was an encroachment of Russia, we actually wanted to finally go back to where we belong. And all the other expansions of NATO, also the countries, nobody forced them. No one told them, you need to join NATO. They voluntarily wanted, they wanted this security and the right to make the decisions at the table, because all NATO members now sitting there, it could be the smallest country that could block any decision. So that's something to keep in mind. And all this Russian rhetoric for many years that, that NATO is encroaching on them, I would rather say that NATO is providing security for the countries that want to have the right to decide about their future. So completely different rhetoric.
So you're not worried about full mobilization of the Russian population, which would, of course, completely outnumber troops in Ukraine, since they're, what, 4 or 6 times larger than Ukraine?
Personally, I don't worry, because I don't think Mr. Putin is ready to do it. As Ben has mentioned, that will have a huge consequences for the whole Russian system and his society. Because think about full mobilization. I mean, the country more or less kind of stops and completely turns on the warpath, everything. So I don't think he's ready to do it. Then the whole idea of, oligarchs and the sons of the ministers and everything, getting the waivers, and it gets to the media and everything and so on. So I don't think he will go down this path. Plus, keep in mind, he already used a lot of his well-trained resources. So whatever he's going to mobilize, those will be very low and low-trained troops, and there is not enough equipment that he will be able to provide them. So I don't think he will go down this path.
I want to get to General Mercier, but just a quick question to General Blasiusz. To General Jeka. I'm learning. It does take decades to build a good soldier, airman, marine. I know that there were many countries among the NATO orbit that worked with and trained Ukrainian special operations forces, and much of that first pushing Russia out of Kyiv, etc., was done by special operators who've long since perished at the point of the spear. Are you confident that Ukraine can train forces fast enough, especially some of those special operators that are needed to operate behind enemy lines?
It's definitely a huge challenge. I would say it's probably the biggest challenge over the long term to maintain the capacity of the human potential in military. But a lot of that depends on us, really. So there was a question whether Ukrainians can win. Sure, they can win, but it's not only up to them. They cannot win without external support. That's for sure.
Continuing external support.
But so it's up to us. It's up to our will and leadership.
So if I may jump very quickly to add on to what was said, I think this is a great lesson learned for us, that first of all, it's all about the training the reserves ahead of time. It's all about setting up the system of training the mobilized personnel, increasing the capacity of our military schools for NCOs and officers, but also prepare the right procedures and stockpile equipment and staff to reconstitute the units that will be withdrawn from the battle.
Follow the example of Estonia and Finland, places that have amazing home front commands. General Mercier.
Just back on your question of mobilization, I wanted to just to mention a quick anecdote I've lived. Since 6 years, I'm in an industrial group, and in my group we had a subsidiary in Moscow, which I was supervising until recently, because obviously we have closed it. But what was interesting at the beginning of the invasion, they were very, our people, Russian people, they were very sensitive to this narrative from the Russian government about NATO attacking and everything, what NATO's responsibilities, and they were quite supporting Ukraine up until the moment where there was the first mobilization of young people. And then our employees, they all had kids, and then at this time they started looking at carefully what happened, and many of them, they wanted to quit Russia and to protect their young people. So that means that they could be quite receptive to this Russian narrative, until the moment they saw that it could be different and it could affect them. So I think that the mobilization could not be, if that happened, could not be very popular in this country.
So it could be the thing that ends up breaking Putin as opposed to breaking Ukraine.
Yeah, exactly.
I wanted to dig into one more topic before I turn to questions from the audience from Slido, and we're going to have microphones in the audience. But before we do that, so while you guys are thinking, I saw a headline today that said President Zelensky was pleading with Western countries to be able to use their weapons to hit further inside Russia. And we had the Czech Republic president, the foreign minister today at GLOBSEC saying this is a key to allowing them to win this war. Ben, do you think the White House will say yes?
Well, this
White House.
Yeah, this terrible policy of not allowing Ukraine to use ATACMS, for example, against airfields inside.
And can you remind, for those in the audience who don't know what
ATACMS is the Army Tactical Missile System, 300-kilometer range, I mean, pinpoint precision, and we have restricted the Ukrainians from being able to use that against targets inside of Russia. So this terrible policy, which actually protects Russian airfields better than it protects Ukrainian civilians, is a manifestation of the fact that we don't have a clearly defined objective. So the administration, which I think has done a lot of good for Ukraine, has failed the most important task, which is to say, what do we want to accomplish? What are we trying to accomplish? And so the strategy is, oh my God, let's avoid escalation. And so that's how you end up with terrible policies like this. If you could, General Breedlove uses the metaphor, it's better to kill the archer than try to intercept all of the arrows. Go to the place, exactly what Denis said, go to the place from which these attacks that are killing kids originate. And if we would let them, and then by the way, if we fixed it, then UK would be able to allow Storm Shadow, and nobody else would be able to hide behind our failure. And I think we would be in a much different place.
And that's what Czech Foreign Minister Lipavský was saying. It's easier to hit the planes before they take off instead of trying to
kill the archer.
Knock the bombs out of the air.
Can I add on a little bit?
Absolutely.
So I think we all have learned that we all, meaning political level, not military, set up those artificial red lines. And we've seen that we more or less eventually lifted all of them. Remember the beginning of war? Yeah. No tanks. F-16, no F-16s. Patriots, no Patriots. No ATACMS, we have ATACMS. So we passed through all those red lines. And this is mostly political issue, very sensitive, that the governments have to come to terms and don't worry about Russian-fueled escalation. Because this is not an escalation. This is to allow Ukraine to defend itself. And I think we also are the victims of the Russian disinformation, very good propaganda, information warfare basically. They're using different means. They're using our democratic rules that allow them for the freedom of speech. They're sponsoring different NGOs, some think tanks, some even strange organizations or even green ones, just to make it much more difficult for us. All this discussion about escalation, all this discussion about the use of nuclear weapons. So politically, a lot of governments get worried. But we see the proof that nothing has happened, that this is more or less a bluff.
General Mercier, France has a different take on this issue.
Yes, but again, in today's warfare, and we see that in Ukraine, the kinetic actions are one thing, and the way you associate an operational communication is another thing. So as long as you continue to defend yourself, even if you defend yourself, attacking where the threat is coming from, it's defensive action. And we need to explain that, and we need to re-explain that, and we need to tell that to everybody. Because, of course, when you fight a nuclear nation, you need to be careful of what you are doing. But be careful does not mean that you cannot do nothing, and especially when it's again, linked to defensive actions. And defensive actions is not only defend yourself on your own territory, that can include offensive action, providing that they are linked to your defense. And that's very important, but you need to explain it to your population, to the other population, and you need to have a huge communication plan associated with these actions. And I think this is what the Ukrainians are doing quite well.
Quick one on the French initiative. I can speak more freely than
then he can, because you're a core.
I think this is the best example of what we all need to do. Doesn't matter if we actually execute it, to what extent, but let's have an open discussion. Let's have among the nations this exchange of opinions. Is it feasible? Can we do it? And so on. You've seen the reaction of the Russian side, right? So personally, I think there was a great idea of putting it on the table, let's talk about it. And there are many more topics that should be put on the table and discussed between the nations, and hopefully with some positive effect for Ukraine.
And General Žega, it's obvious that the Czech Republic doesn't take Putin seriously when he threatens to use tactical nuclear warheads, because you've been urging this policy of using the weapons that are given to Ukraine where they're needed.
Yeah, it wouldn't make a sense for him to use the tactical nuclear weapons. But I want to say if we want Ukrainians to prevail, we have to let them bring the war to the Russian territory, period. There's no other way. That's the first thing. Second thing, I think it's an overall problem with those restrictions and with those policies. It's not that the Russians are so good in their propaganda. It's that we are so bad in our assessment of the potential escalation, because a lot of those decisions are based on public relations, push from the public, and I think there's very little real assessment and real analysis of this escalation potential. So it seems to me that it's always restriction, 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 goes on and on. It's too much, people are pushing, so we give it to them in the end. But it's always too late.
I remember talking to, haranguing as part of the press corps Admiral John Kirby when he would give us NSC briefings, and it seemed like, why aren't you letting the Ukrainians use this? And then 3 months later, that would be allowed, as we've been talking about, this sort of stage by stage creeping, okay, well now we'll let you do this. And of course, what the Ukrainians have been complaining about is they're losing the human capital in the meantime that could have been so much more effective if given that from the beginning. I would like to invite the GLOBSEC folks to be ready to run with the microphones, and please be ready to raise your hands in the audience. But I will take a question first from Slido. From Heinrich Kreft asks, doesn't it look like advancing in the Donbass should be a higher priority for Putin than pushing Ukrainians out of Kursk? What could be his rationale? Who wants to take that one?
For Putin?
Yeah, this is for Putin. In other words, right now what we see is Putin hasn't devoted a number of troops, it looks like, to the Kursk effort. It looks like he's keeping many of his troops in the east.
We don't really know what they're doing, because in Russia, the FSB and the general staff hate each other. They would rather see the other side fail. And the FSB has been put in charge of the countering the Kursk counteroffensive. The general staff is in the east, and so the general staff is not real keen to send troops around to help FSB erase this Kursk bridgehead. And it's hundreds of kilometers. So because the Russians were caught by surprise, they don't have trains and trucks already at hand to move significant numbers of troops around to even help. So even if somebody said, we've got to fix this, this is now the priority, it's going to be weeks before you start seeing sizable troop movements from the Donbass around to deal with Kursk. There are thousands of Russians that are beginning to start moving towards there, but I think we are being helped, Ukraine is being helped by the fact that Russia's command and control system is not conducive to smooth operations and making these kind of things happen. And of course, the Ukrainians will have war gamed this, and they are already breaking the rail lines that would be required. They can't just get on the train and move there. So the Ukrainians are doing multi-domain operations. We talk about it. they're actually doing it.
Well, reporters have seen on the ground, they're laying out razor wire, they're putting in berms, they're putting in various defenses that would protect them if they have to pull out, or...
Well, no, this is because they assume that the Russians will finally get their act together and start attacking. I mean, this is what their grandfathers did. When you had these huge battles of maneuver in the Eastern Front, you know, it was not uncommon that somebody would be encircled, or would create a penetration. And so, of course, you would start digging in immediately to protect against the inevitable counterattack.
Just to add on a little bit, if I may.
Okay.
First of all, I think it was brilliant on the Ukrainian side to do this incursion, this raid, because it showed the weakness. They found a very soft spot in the system that presented itself as the one that can quickly respond. The second point is, I think that Ukrainians are preparing something else. Completely different, not another raid maybe, because that requires a lot of sources, but they will continue taking the fight to the territory of the invader.
Wherever, a little bit like whack-a-mole, wherever they see undefended. And so the first question is going to go to Frank Gardner from the BBC. So if you could make your way down with the microphone.
Thanks very much. Fascinating panel. Frank Gardner, BBC security correspondent. We talked there about, you've talked about mobilization on the Russian side. But what about on the Ukrainian side? Because I think it's quite controversial, Zelensky's policy of starting with mobilization only for those of 27 years and above and eventually bringing it down to 25. What is the average age of a Ukrainian combat soldier? It's something like 43. Does the panel think Ukraine has made a catastrophic strategic mistake in not mobilizing more of its young adult male population?
General Žeka, let you take that first, and then...
Well, I think it's hard to say now. From certain perspective, it makes sense to protect your younger, generations. Plus, you don't know how long it's going to go. And I think it's about finding the right balance. So, and also, I think the difficult thing is not only the mobilization, but also to the demobilization. So, if you mobilize people without telling them, how long they're going to serve, that's also not very easy, I guess, for the morale. But I don't really want to judge on that, because I think at the political level, they have to make some compromises.
And then I'll go to General Blasiusz, but I'll also give the microphone runners, there's a person there. And if you could, there's a person right there, if you could get them microphones. And sir, you were going to answer.
First of all, I think what was said here is true. My assessment is it was done on purpose, because when you look at demography, when you look at this famous dome, in 20, 30 years, you need those young people basically to do what the young people do, meaning that they will ensure the continuity of the society. And they will be the ones also that will be making sure we all get our retirement pensions and so on. So I think it was done on purpose. The second reason probably is that this generation is a very smart generation. So a lot of them are doing other things to support the battlefield, not necessarily running just with the weapons. We've seen at our Combined Arms Training Center in Poland, where we train Ukrainian soldiers under the flag of the European Union, this European Union Military Assistance Mission Ukraine, that the age is really large span. And those young people, I understand that they can volunteer. So if a young person wants to join the armed forces, that person can volunteer. So I would say this is not a mistake. This is already looking into the future, making sure that Ukraine remains the country, and there will be enough citizens in the future to rebuild it and make sure that it's also defended.
Thank you. Now we'll take the two questions in a row. If you all could stand up, introduce yourselves, and make sure there's a question in your question.
Hello, my name is Jiří Klečka. I'm from Czech Radio. Thank you for the word. I would like to ask, we keep hearing that we should provide more to Ukraine, we should provide ammunition for them, but is there actually a stockpile to provide it from in the West, in Europe, or anywhere else? Thank you very much.
Good question about the manufacturing question. And you, sir.
Thank you. Benjamin Tallis, Democratic Strategy Initiative, Berlin. Thank you for the panel. Excellent lessons to draw.
what we've seen so far is that some countries, Poland, Czech Republic, the Baltic states, have been learning lessons from Ukraine. We've seen other countries, the US, Germany, not learning some key lessons from Ukraine, including the need to push for victory, as we've seen Ben Hodges describe. What's holding us back? Why aren't we learning those key lessons, and what do we have to do to actually take them on board? Thank you.
Okay. So first, the manufacturing question. Who would like to tackle that one?
First of which?
Manufacturing question about, what do we need, and do we actually have the stockpiles?
So, of course, defense industry, these are not charities. They have thousands of employees, very complex supply chains. So they have to have the government to say, I need 1 million rounds of ammunition, or I need 10,000 Hellfire missiles, or whatever it is. That hasn't happened, not in a meaningful way. Because, at least in the United States, our government has stopped short of saying, we need to win. We need Ukraine to actually win, and therefore, here's $1 zillion to start making more ammunition. So it's out there. There is equipment, there's capacity there, but the push from the government has not happened because the government, the administration, has not said we need for Ukraine to win.
But that would mean planning for a multi-year war, and no administration ever wants to do that. They want this wrapped up next.
Well, I think you're highlighting the problem, Kim. The fact that somebody in our government could think, oh, we need to get this wrapped up real quick, has no clue about history or geography or warfare. This is something that gets wrapped up real quick. Yeah. This is about, we need like Roosevelt and Churchill saying, we got to defeat these people, unconditional surrender, and we're going to get industry on board. We're going to mobilize our population by talking to the population, explain why this matters, that this is not charity for Ukraine, this is for our benefit.
But of course, that was many years into the war when they did that, and they felt personally threatened.
Actually, it wasn't. It wasn't. The United States, 1 month after Pearl Harbor is when Roosevelt...
Well, after Pearl Harbor.
That was 1 month into the war. When Roosevelt agrees with Churchill, we have to defeat Germany first. We have to defeat Nazi Germany first, and then the Empire of Japan. That kind of strategic clarity and priority is what enabled us to generate, become the arsenal of democracy. We can have a history test after this if you want to.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, no, my dad was a Marine at Iwo Jima. I know that one pretty well. But I'm still saying that it took an attack on the U.S. to get the U.S. truly involved. General Mercier, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I would like to link the two questions, in fact. Yes, we need to provide to the Ukrainians with the ammunition and everything they need, and we could probably do better than what we do today. But I think that to the second question, because the question behind is, I've seen many political leaders, including my country, talking about war economy. We are not in a war economy. But the question is, what are the consequences of our preparation regarding the industry? And making stockpile is what we did in the Cold War. But we need some kind of stocks, but this is not the only way to do that. We can modernize our industry. Some of the new military capacities, such as the drones and everything, we can print them. We can be prepared to produce these capacities cheaper, faster. And we can do that, and we have the capacities to do that. I just want to make a parallel, because I'm in a board on a big automotive supplier. This automotive supplier, after the COVID, in 1 month, they were ready to make masks. And this is absolutely not their area of expertise. So there are possibilities to look really deeply in our country into what is existing today in order to build our resilience and be sure that if the situation dictates, we are able to provide what we need, not only with the big primes, with the defense industry, which remain very conventional, but as a whole of a nation effort. And this is the lessons we need to identify, I think, and we need to work really on this, because that concerns the industry as a whole, but we should not avoid this real study. And I think that we identify this kind of lesson, but we are not learning it, and it's time to do it.
That sounds great, but if you talk to a Lockheed Martin or a BAE executive, they're like, the orders haven't come in yet, not enough. to ramp up the production lines.
Okay, the defense industry will always say that, but I'm not happy with this kind of answer. We should go beyond that and see what would we need to build our resilience. And of course, at a certain point, there will be, the government will have to pay for this resilience. But this is not only, I can produce more if you give me more money. There are a wide range of things we can do beyond that.
Okay, well, defense executives find him afterwards.
I will add on.
He's right. He's right, though. Industry should take part of the risk instead of avoiding risk and letting the government and the country take all the risks. So industry could lean forward, I think, some. Excuse me.
So I think this issue of additional stockpiles of ammunition equipment is twofold. On one hand, I think we all still have in some areas this equipment in our inventory, but you need to take a calculated risk. Each government, okay, should be willing to take the risk that I will deplete my stockpiles below whatever it is, 90%, 70%. That's one venue of still doing, which is difficult because usually the argument is, I need to keep it for my own defense. However, if you are not a frontline state and you are really, really in the deep of Europe, then your calculations about the risk acceptance should be different than the states that are the front lines.
And we've heard the Pentagon try to explain multiple times, but we're getting to empty out our old stocks and they're getting used in Ukraine and we're getting new ones should we be in a conflict. I do want to go to our very last question since we only have about 4 minutes left. And it was on, can you give him the microphone one more time to refresh
Lessons learned. I can touch on this one.
Lessons.
Yeah.
Just remind us.
Sure. The big point was, why are some countries learning lessons and others not learning lessons? And what would it take for Germany and the US in particular to actually start learning those lessons?
So quick one on this one.
Okay.
I remember the question. So basically, I think it's all about the threat perception. Because in our society, it feels the threat. I mean, you heard about all those air violations of missiles, UAVs, and so on. So our society feels the threat, fully supports the spending, and is willing also to join the armed forces. The farther away from the front line you go, usually the perception is different. And then the implementation of the lessons learned sometimes takes a bit longer. This is not a general rule, but that's what often happens. The other point is obviously the willingness to change, because usually our defense systems are rather not very flexible, let's say. So the willing to change, because then every change is difficult in the military. Somebody is losing the job, you're establishing new commands, and so on, and transferring people, transferring the equipment. So I think that it has a lot to do with this one, and the willingness of the leaders to make this kind of decisions and reforms, because quite often you need to actually reform. You need to create completely new commands, like in France, the newly established Deep Effects and Intelligence Command that will be open very soon. So really, it's a conglomerate of decisions where military is just,
It sounds like you are watching the ship slowly turn. General Mercier, just briefly, the French public, are enough of them still behind the war effort? Because the recent election would say no.
I haven't seen really
parliamentary election.
I haven't seen really question about this war effort, and the French public is really behind the armed forces and behind this effort. And even now, where we have a huge discussion between many different political parties, I don't see this question of Ukraine and war effort a question. In fact, at least people are supporting it.
And to you, the Czech Republic seems to understand the threat.
Well, let's say we're not the worst, but I think it could be better. But what was mentioned with the lessons, it's those countries who learn the lesson are those who are willing to support Ukraine. And that's, as was mentioned, that's because people understand the threat and they feel the sense of urgency. That's the biggest difference between the frontline states, whether it's Baltic states, Poland, Romania, all those countries who really feel the threat, and people here. And I think what is really strategic, what could be the strategic game changer, what we need to do is to explain, to make sure that the big part of society understand the reality of the threats. If we manage to do that, we shouldn't have a problem with learning lessons, defense spending, industry, support to Ukraine.
So, General.
And shouldn't be explained by military, by the way.
Pardon? By the military.
It shouldn't be explained.
Shouldn't be explained. By the political leaders.
Should be explained by political leaders.
Got it. So, General Hodges, I've given you 30 seconds. How would you win over the U.S. public?
Well, the president. That's the job of the president, of our political leaders, to explain to people in Missouri, California, Texas, New York, Michigan, why this war matters to us. American prosperity is directly tied to Europe's prosperity, and Europe's prosperity depends on stability and security in Europe. This war that Russia started has put millions of Ukrainian refugees in Romania, Poland, and Germany, and in other countries. It's raised the price of gas. It's raised the price of groceries because of what Russia has done. So even for just the most selfish, personal, economic reasons, it's to our benefit that Ukraine defeats Russia. But also China. China is watching, and China is seeing right now that the United States and our allies do not have the political will to actually defend sovereignty, defend freedom of navigation, defend international agreements, defend international law. I think that's a terrible message for us to send to the Chinese. And by the way, they see that the United States can be deterred by just mentioning tactical nuclear
weapons. And I hope that you get to explain that at some point to a future President Trump or President Harris.
Well, I can tell you which one I would prefer to talk to. But
and with that, I want to say thank you to our panel, and I'm also getting the honor of closing day 2 of GLOBSEC in Prague. We have had, again, presidents, prime ministers, senior officials, industry leaders. We had 25 sessions taking place here across topics like EU defense, Western Balkans, the future of liberal democracy, and how to counter hybrid threat and malign influence, and more. So just a couple of housekeeping things. The GLOBSEC cocktail evening, open to all, takes place tonight, and the buses leave the hotel starting at 19:30. Last one at 8 p.m., so make sure to catch one. And for those attending GLOBSEC's thematic dinners, these are invite only, begin at 18:45. So tomorrow, the Albright stage will be closed, so all the action will be here and at the Schwarzenberg stage. We'll have discussions on fostering stability in the Middle East, tackling climate change, and much more. So have a great evening. Thank you.